Planet 4546b had been turning in the light of its star for longer than any civilization that would eventually find it had been keeping records. There was no shore here, no line where land and water negotiated their ancient boundary, no beaches, no cliffs, no continent pushing its mass above the surface. There was only the ocean, complete, entire, covering everything from pole to pole in water so deep that the light from above had never touched its lowest points, had never even come close, had given up the attempt and allowed the dark to keep what the dark had always held. The planet turned. The ocean moved across it in currents that had been running for millions of years, in tides pulled by moons the ocean did not name, in upwellings from volcanic sources so far below that they belonged more to the planet's geological memory than to anything a swimmer might encounter. Life flourished in 16 distinct layers between the surface and the volcanic core. Life had always flourished here. It did not require an audience. This is the history of that world. An ancient civilization crossed the stars and arrived at 4546b with instruments and certainty and the unexamined belief that the universe contained nothing they could not catalog, classify, and eventually cure. They were wrong about that last part. A disease arrived in a research sample, patient, microscopic, entirely indifferent to the sophistication of the minds it was dismantling, and the civilization made a decision in desperation that became a tomb. They sealed this world away from all external contact, sealed themselves inside it, and let the silence run for 1,000 years. And then, one ordinary morning, a ship fell out of the sky. Tonight, we trace the full arc of that history, the Precursor civilization and the Bacterium that ended them. The 16 ecosystems layered from sunlit shallows to volcanic abyss, each one a world unto itself, each one continuing through everything that came after. The Sea Emperor Leviathan and her long imprisonment, and the patience she kept for a millennium. The survivors who came after, and the descent they made through the planet's layers, and the choice the ocean eventually gave them. And beyond that, the polar region and the question of what survives when the body is gone, and what a civilization means when only one mind remains to remember it. If you find yourself drifting off to the sound of deep water and the slow light of an alien ocean, consider subscribing, so more of these find you in the quiet. Share in the comments where you're listening from tonight and what hour keeps you company. Somewhere beneath the waves of 4546b, something ancient is still moving through the dark. It feels right to trace that together from wherever we are. Let us begin before the crash, before the quarantine, before even the precursors arrived with their instruments and their certainty. Let us begin with the ocean as it was, alive and waiting and entirely its own. The ocean did not begin all at once. Nothing that large and that patient ever does. The planet formed the way all planets form, from the slow gravitational aggregation of dust and ice and rock, from the long infall of material toward a center of mass that was becoming, over millions of years, something coherent. What made 4546b unusual was water, not the presence of it. Water is common in the universe, common enough to be unremarkable, but the quantity of it and the particular conditions that prevented any land from emerging above the surface and staying there, the geological forces that on other worlds would have raised continents, buckled crust into mountain ranges, pushed basalt above the waterline into islands and eventually into something permanent. Those forces existed here, but the water was always more. The volcanic ridges rose from the ocean floor and were swallowed. The tectonic activity built formations that reached toward the surface and were covered. The planet's crust moved and buckled and produced, over millions of years, an extraordinary variety of underwater topography, rifts and ridges and plateaus and thermal fields and the deep geological structures that would eventually become the planet's most complex biomes. But nothing reached the air. Nothing needed to. The ocean had everything life required, and life had learned this early and had never stopped exploring the implications. By the time any civilization in the wider galaxy had developed the capacity to look at stars and wonder what orbited them, 4546b had been a living world for hundreds of millions of years. The safe shallows were where everything visible began, as they always do on worlds like this one. Warm water, abundant light, a biological community of extraordinary density and diversity built across the top layer of the ocean, where the star's energy arrived in quantities sufficient to power photosynthesis, to warm the water to temperatures that most life found hospitable, to create the conditions in which a careful observer could spend years in a single square kilometer and still encounter something new. The fauna here moved without urgency. Peepers, small, luminous-eyed creatures whose entire existence seemed organized around the principle of minding their own business, drifted through forests of coral that had been growing in the same formations for centuries. They were not remarkable creatures, the peepers. They had not evolved to be remarkable. They had evolved to feed, to school, to survive predation through numbers and speed, and the particular advantage of being small enough that most things larger than them could not be bothered. But they were present in the safe shallows the way starlings are present in certain fields. Their absence would leave the water feeling fundamentally different, less inhabited, less alive. And their eyes caught the light in ways that made the shallower water feel illuminated from within. At dawn, when the star's light first reached the surface and began its descent into the water column, the quality of that light was something that would have taken hours to adequately describe, and probably should not be described at all. It simply was. Filtered through the surface tension, broken and scattered by the particulate life that filled every cubic meter of water in the shallows, it arrived at the seafloor in columns and shafts that moved with the gentle current in patterns that had no name in any language that would ever visit this world. The gasopods moved through it, tumbling through the middle water with their characteristic slow drift, trailing clouds of defensive spores behind them in formations that dispersed into the light and vanished. They were not thinking about the light. They were not thinking about anything in the way that implies deliberation or awareness, but they moved through it the way things move through environments they have occupied for so long that occupation has become something close to understanding, and there was in their slow drift something that the light seemed to approve of or at least accommodate. The creepvine was the shallow's connective tissue. It grew from the deeper substrate at the shallow's edge in dense formations that reached toward the surface, stalks of living material that swayed with the current in the particular rhythm of things that have evolved to be flexible rather than rigid, to bend rather than break, to distribute rather than resist. The seeds that drifted from the creepvine served purposes that a biologist would have spent years cataloging. Some fed the smaller creatures of the shallows. Some spread the plant's range to new substrate. Some simply drifted and were eaten and disappeared into the nutrient cycle that kept everything moving. The light filtered through the creepvine in a way that changed its character entirely from the open water light of the shallows proper. In the creepvine, the light became green and shifting and enclosed, not the way light becomes in a forest when there are enough leaves between you and the sky. The creatures that lived in the creepvine had evolved to the green light. They were colored for it, patterned for it, calibrated in their behavior to the particular quality of visibility it afforded. They did not know that the green light was unusual. They knew nothing else. Below the creepvine, at the boundary where the safe shallows began to shade into the kelp forest, the stalkers moved. They were the kelp forest's apex creature in the way that apex creatures tend to be. Not dramatically, not with the constant territorial assertion of something that has to work to maintain its position, But with the particular ease of animals who have been at the top of a system for long enough that urgency has become unnecessary, the stalkers were curious, in the way that intelligent hunters sometimes become curious when there is nothing left that requires their fear. They watched, they circled, they approached things, unfamiliar things, objects that had no clear place in their understanding of the water around them, with a persistence that looked to anyone willing to assign the word carefully, like interest. They collected objects, metal fragments from ancient impacts, detritus that had settled into the kelp over centuries, pieces of things that had no business being in the ocean and yet were here, absorbed into the planet's economy of matter the way everything eventually was. They carried these objects to locations they returned to regularly, which was a behavior that no one would be around to observe for a very long time, and which served purposes that the stalkers themselves could not have articulated. No one had yet arrived to wonder why. The reefbacks came through the safe shallows at intervals, moving in the particular way of creatures whose size has removed them from the calculus of predation and left them with nothing to do but exist on a geological scale. They were enormous. Their backs had been colonized by entire ecosystems of smaller creatures, invertebrates, plant analogues, organisms that had found in the reefback's surface something worth holding on to and had built lives there across generations, so that each reefback carried on its back a version of the ocean floor, a traveling community of species that had never needed to go anywhere because the thing they lived on did the moving for them. The reefbacks moved through the shallows without acknowledging the shallows. They moved at a pace that suggested they were thinking about something very far away, or thinking about nothing at all, and the water parted for them and closed behind them, and the shallows continued as they had always continued, adjusted to their passage the way large rooms adjust to the people who move through them. These were the oldest mobile ecosystems on the planet. There were creatures in the safe shallows that the reefbacks had outlived by any reasonable measure of biological time. The coral formations that the peepers drifted through had been growing in their current configurations for centuries, but the reefbacks had watched configurations before these grow and be absorbed and grow again. They were not observing in any meaningful sense. They did not have the architecture for observation, but they were present through time in the way that mountains are present through time, as the fact against which other facts are measured, as the background condition that makes the foreground possible. The kelp forest proper began at the depth where the substrate changed and the light changed with it, where the warm, comfortable illumination of the shallows gave way to something cooler and more directional, filtered through more water and therefore carrying less energy, arriving at a different angle. The gel sac and creepvine formations of the upper zone gave way to denser, taller structures that reached toward the surface in columns that moved together in the current with the synchronized quality of breathing. The light that penetrated the kelp forest canopy arrived in shafts rather than a general illumination, and the shafts moved as the current moved, so that the forest floor was a shifting pattern of brightness and shadow that changed every few seconds and never repeated exactly. The creatures of the kelp forest had evolved to this. They lived in the shafts when the shafts were useful, and in the shadows when the shadows were better, and they had been doing this for long enough that the choice was no longer a choice, but a kind of instinct. The body moving toward the light when the light was food, and toward the dark when the dark was safety, and the mind, insofar as any of these creatures had anything that deserved the name, not particularly involved in either direction. Below the kelp, the grassy plateaus opened into something that felt, in the context of an ocean that had been narrowing downward through biome after biome, startlingly spacious. The plateaus were not flat. The name suggested flatness, and the reality was more textured, a broad, relatively level substrate covered in low-growing plant analogues that moved in the current, like grass in wind, broken by outcroppings of rock and by the occasional geological formation that rose a few meters before flattening again, creating the sense of a landscape rather than a seascape, a place where things could be seen at distance rather than discovered suddenly in close quarters. The creatures of the grassy plateaus had evolved to that distance. They were faster than the creatures of the kelp forest, more agile in open water, built for the kind of predator-prey interaction that requires speed and visibility rather than concealment and ambush. The crashfish, small, improbably fast, possessed of a defense mechanism so extreme it barely qualified as a defense in any evolutionary sense that should have been sustainable, lived in the plant clusters of the plateaus with an intensity that suggested the entire universe began and ended at the perimeter of their shelter. They were not particularly interesting to the other creatures of the plateau. They were simply there, in the way of things that are specialized past the point of general applicability, doing what they had always done in the way they had always done it, contributing their small violent note to the larger composition the ocean was always playing. On the world before the Precursors is worth understanding in its totality, not because it is a more innocent time. The ocean was not innocent. Innocence is a quality that requires the possibility of guilt, and the ocean had no morality, only process. But because it is the baseline, the thing that was here before anything else came, and that would continue after everything else had left, and that does not itself change in any fundamental way, regardless of what happens on or above its surface. The safe shallows and the kelp forest and the grassy plateaus were alive and complex and self-sustaining before anyone arrived to study them or name them or be killed by the things they were too slow to avoid. They would be alive and complex and self-sustaining after everyone left. This is the first thing the ocean teaches. If you are willing to stay in it long enough to learn, everything else is annotation. Below the grassy plateaus, the ocean changed its mind about light. Not all at once. The transition was gradual in the way that all significant transitions are gradual, incrementally, with false endings, with moments where it seemed the descent had reached whatever it was reaching toward, only to open into something deeper. But the direction was consistent. Downward was toward less light, toward colder water, toward pressure that increased by 1 atmosphere for every 10 meters of depth, and did not apologize for doing so. The creatures of the upper biomes had evolved to the light and the warmth and the relative accessibility of the surface. The creatures below had evolved to everything else. They were not lesser for it. They were, in several respects, more extraordinary, shaped by constraints so demanding that the results looked less like evolutionary outcomes and more like deliberate engineering by a mind with no interest in the conventional. The mushroom forest was where the upper ocean's logic ended and something new began. It occupied a plateau deeper than the grassy plateaus, a broad expanse of substrate that had been colonized not by plant analogs, but by something that shared characteristics with fungi in the way that convergent evolution occasionally produces structures that resemble each other without being related, using similar solutions to similar problems, arriving at comparable shapes through entirely different histories. The mushroom forest's dominant organisms were enormous. Their caps spread across areas that individual trees on terrestrial worlds would have required decades to achieve, and they spread without urgency, without competition in the usual sense, in the patient way of things that have occupied their niche for long enough that the niche has shaped itself around them rather than the other way around. From their caps, from the surfaces of their stalks, from the bioluminescent organs distributed across their structures in patterns that no one had yet identified as patterns, they emitted light. Blue-green light, pulsing at a frequency that varied slightly from organism to organism, but averaged into something remarkably consistent across the forest as a whole, the way a choir averages into a chord even when no individual voice is holding exactly the right note. The light did not serve the mushroom forest organisms the way sunlight serves surface plants. It was not photosynthesis. It was something else, a biological process that produced light as a byproduct of metabolic activity, or possibly produced metabolic activity as a byproduct of light production, or possibly existed in some more complex relationship between the two that the biology of this world had worked out over millions of years, and which had never required outside interpretation to function correctly. The light had no audience for most of the planet's history. It simply existed. It pulsed with the biological rhythm of the organisms producing it, illuminating the passage of creatures who had evolved in it and therefore found it ordinary. The crab squids moved through the mushroom light with their long, trailing fins spread in formations that served purposes: electromagnetic pulse generation, current sensing, something more complex than either, that the biology of 4546b had determined, and that the mushroom forest's light conditions had shaped. They were not beautiful in any simple sense. They were strange, which is a different quality, and strangeness that has existed long enough in a stable environment acquires a kind of dignity that beauty sometimes lacks. They moved through the blue-green light as if they owned it, which in every meaningful ecological sense they did. The bone sharks held the forest's edges. They were not the largest creatures in the mushroom forest, not even close, but they occupied their position in the ecosystem with a solidity that made size seem beside the point. They had been the territorial guardians of this biome's boundaries for long enough that other species had incorporated the bone shark's territorial lines into their own navigation, had evolved to avoid certain passages at certain times, not because they had reasoned through the danger, but because the generations that failed to avoid those passages had left fewer descendants. The bone sharks did not patrol aggressively. They held. They were present in the way that geographical features are present, as facts of the environment that everything else organized itself around, as constants in an equation that other organisms solved daily without knowing they were doing mathematics. The mushroom forest floor was a different country from the forest proper. Below the cap level, below the illuminated middle water where the crab squids moved and the bioluminescence was at its most intense, the floor substrate was home to a community of organisms that lived in the light scatter that filtered down from above. Not the full illumination of the caps, but a diffuse blue-green ambiance that arrived at the floor, softened and distributed, without the directionality of the shafts in the kelp forest above. Things grew in it that grew nowhere else on the planet. Small, precise organisms that had calibrated their entire biological existence to this particular wavelength and intensity of light, that would not have survived in the open water above or the deeper darkness below, that occupied a niche so specific it barely seemed like a niche at all, more like a preference elevated over millions of years into a requirement. They were not dramatic. Most of them were not visible to anything without the patience to look carefully, but they were there in every square meter of the mushroom forest floor, processing the blue-green light into chemistry, and the chemistry into the biological currency that everything in the forest traded in. The blood kelp zones were below the mushroom forest, and they were different in a way that was felt before it was understood. The temperature dropped at the threshold. Not dramatically, not the sharp cold of a thermocline, which is a different kind of boundary, but with a consistency that communicated something about the nature of what lay below. Warmer water rises, colder water sinks. The cold water in the blood kelp zones came not from the surface, where cold water would suggest something about seasons or weather, but from depth, from the thermal dynamics of very deep water, meeting geological structures that channeled it upward in slow, cold columns that mixed with the warmer water above only at the margins. The result was a biome with its own thermal character, its own relationship to the temperature gradient that the ocean maintained across its depth, its own set of organisms calibrated to what the blood kelp zones specifically provided. The kelp itself was red-black, or appeared red-black at depth, where only certain wavelengths of light survived the journey from the surface. What color it actually was, what color it would have appeared in full-spectrum light at the surface, was a question that the organisms living in the blood kelp zone had never needed to ask, and which would not be asked for a very long time. See, it moved in currents that came from thermal sources rather than surface weather, rhythms driven by the planet's internal heat rather than by the star's effect on the atmosphere above. The motion was different from the motion of surface-influenced kelp, slower at some depths, faster at others, unpredictable in the way of things driven by geological rather than meteorological forces. The creatures of the blood kelp had been shaped by what the zone provided, which was not comfort. They were longer than their ecological equivalents in the biomes above, more patient, more capable of remaining still for intervals that would have been behaviorally impossible for anything evolved to the relatively busy, well-lit environment of the safe shallows or the kelp forest. They had developed sensory systems calibrated to the specific quality of darkness in the blood kelp zones. Not the total darkness of the very deep, but a darkness that retained enough scattered bioluminescence from the organisms of the zone itself to make certain wavelengths of light detectable, and had made those wavelengths the basis of visual systems that would have been useless anywhere brighter. They were not monstrous. Monstrousness implies a deviation from expectation, and there was no expectation in the blood kelp zones that anything was obligated to meet. The thermal vents at the blood kelp zone's lower boundary were the zone's reason for existing. They emerged from geological structures that were themselves the product of the planet's internal activity, volcanic processes that had been running since the planet's formation, that had shaped the ocean floor over hundreds of millions of years into the topography that the blood kelp zones occupied, that continued to supply the heat and the chemical compounds that the zone's unique biological community depended on. The vent organisms processed sulfur compounds and thermal energy through metabolic pathways that had no analog in the surface biomes, that would have been impossible in the oxygen-rich, photosynthetically driven economy of the shallows, that had developed in complete independence from everything happening above them as a separate solution to the problem of life in an environment where light from a star was not available and never had been. The blood kelp zones were not the deepest biomes on 4546b. They were, in a sense, only the beginning of the deep. The first demonstration that the ocean continued far past the point where sunlight became a meaningful ecological variable, that life had colonized everything the planet's geology had provided, that there was no depth at which the water was simply water and nothing more. Below the blood kelp, the planet offered the sparse reef. It was sparse in comparison to the formations above, the dense coral structures of the safe shallows, the towering kelp columns of the forest, the massive fungal caps of the mushroom forest. But sparse was relative, and the sparse reef's apparent emptiness was partly a function of the depth at which it existed, and partly a function of what kind of density it contained. The reef organisms here were further apart. The space between them was larger, but the space was not empty. It was occupied by water, by the constant movement of waterborne nutrients and chemistry, by the organisms too small to see but too numerous to ignore that formed the base layer of every marine food web the planet contained, by the specific quality of mid-depth ocean that had its own character, its own temperature, its own relationship to the pressure that increased with every additional meter of depth. The underwater islands appeared in this zone as geological anomalies, formations of rock and substrate that the planet's tectonic history had produced, and which extended from the seafloor upward into the water column in structures that were neither quite floor nor quite surface, that created their own microenvironments on their flanks and summits, that hosted species found nowhere else because the combination of depth, substrate angle, our current exposure, and light access that the islands provided was found nowhere else. The Grand Reef occupied deeper substrate still, and it was grand not because the word demanded qualification, but because the scale of it earned the description without effort. It extended across an area that a surface world observer would have compared to a significant terrestrial landscape. Not 1 square kilometer, but many, not one geological formation, but a system of them, interrelated and interpenetrating in ways that the reef's biology had organized across millennia into something that functioned as a single entity, even as it was composed of organisms that had no awareness of the whole they contributed to. The Cove Tree, a formation at the Grand Reef's interior that was either one extremely old organism or a colonial structure that had grown into the appearance of a single entity over so many generations that the distinction no longer mattered biologically, served as a landmark in a zone that had few others. Its bioluminescence was different from the mushroom forest's blue-green pulse, warmer in tone, slower in rhythm, more intermittent, the kind of light that suggested contemplation, if you were willing to attribute contemplation to something that had been growing in this location for longer than the tallest mountain on any world in this part of the galaxy had been standing. The bulb zone was the Grand Reef's neighbor in depth, occupying similar substrate with entirely different biology. Where the Grand Reef's organisms tended toward the calcified, the structural, the architecturally ambitious, the bulb zone's dominant organisms were softer, more dynamic, organized around the production and distribution of bioluminescent material in ways that served purposes: chemical signaling, predator deterrence, reproduction coordination, possibly others, that the zone's biology had developed as solutions to the specific problems of existing at depth, without the electromagnetic or chemical gradients available in the zones above. The bulb organisms produced their light in larger, more dramatic pulses than the mushroom forest's steady illumination. The effect across a large area of the zone was something like weather in bioluminescence, a traveling pattern of light that moved through the zone on timescales that were perceptible to anything watching from a fixed point, that had no source and no destination, that simply moved through the living organisms of the zone the way a wave moves through water, transmitting energy without transmitting matter. No one was watching from a fixed point. No one had ever watched. In all the millions of years the bulb zone had been producing its traveling light. The light moved through the organisms, and the organisms responded, and the pattern continued, and the deep water around it was dark and cold and full of chemistry, and the planet turned in the light of its star far above, and none of this required acknowledgement to continue. There is something in that, in the completeness of a world that requires no witness, that is not lonely, or if it is lonely in the way that a forest is lonely, not because nothing is there, but because what is there does not need you to be there with it. The bulb zone's light pulsed and traveled and faded and began again. The organisms of the Grand Reef built their structures and maintained their territories and died and were absorbed into the nutrient cycle that fed everything else. The blood kelp moved in its thermal-driven rhythms. The mushroom forest pulsed its blue-green illumination into the water around it with the patient regularity of something that has never needed to hurry. 4546B breathed. In the manner of a world that does not have lungs, that does not have the kind of rhythm that lungs impose, but breathes nonetheless, in ocean currents, in tidal flows, in the long, slow exchange of chemistry between the surface and the depths that keeps everything in motion, that prevents stagnation, that ensures that what the surface produces eventually reaches the floor, and what the floor produces eventually reaches the surface. It had been breathing this way for longer than most things in the wider galaxy had been alive. It would continue breathing this way through everything that came next. The Lost River had no source that anything living had ever found. It ran through the planet's bedrock in passages that the geological history of 4546b had carved over timescales that made the biological history of the surface biomes look recent. Not millions of years, but hundreds of millions. The slow, patient work of thermal chemistry, dissolving rock and depositing it elsewhere, creating passages and chambers and connections between underground spaces that the ocean had found and filled the way water always finds and fills whatever space is offered to it. The result was a river that ran through stone rather than across it, that had banks of rock rather than sediment, that carried bioluminescent organisms in its current the way a surface river carries silt, not dramatically, not in great visible clouds, but constantly, so in quantities sufficient to give the water of the Lost River its particular quality of light. The light in the Lost River was different from any light in the biomes above. It was not the blue-green pulse of the mushroom forest, not the warm, intermittent glow of the cove tree, not the traveling pattern of the bulb zone. It was cooler than any of those, closer to white than blue, with an occasional shift toward violet in the sections where certain bioluminescent organisms were most concentrated, and it came from the water itself rather than from structures or organisms large enough to be identified as sources. The river glowed, not brightly enough to illuminate at any distance, not brightly enough to read by, but enough to see the banks, enough to see the formations, enough to see the things that moved through the passages with the ease of creatures who had lived in this light their entire evolutionary history and found it sufficient for everything they needed to do. The ghost Leviathans moved through the Lost River like weather. They were enormous in the way of things that have never needed to be smaller. Not the largest creatures on the planet, but large enough that the passages of the Lost River sometimes seem to have been shaped to accommodate them, as if the geological history of the place had consulted their eventual existence before deciding how wide to make the corridors. They were translucent, or nearly so. Their bodies transmitted the Lost River's light rather than blocking it, so that looking at a ghost Leviathan from the side was something like looking at a window. The shape was there, definite and unmistakable, but the substance seemed less solid than the word Leviathan usually implied, more like an agreement between the creature and the light about what kind of visibility was appropriate for something this size in a place this dark. They moved without apparent effort. They had been moving through these passages for long enough that the passages were home in the deepest sense. Not just shelter, but the specific geography of a life. The turns and chambers memorized not as information, but as instinct. The body knowing where the river went before the mind, if it could be called a mind, had time to consider the question. The ghostly trees grew from the Lost River's banks in formations that took time to understand. They were not trees in any biological sense that a surface world ecologist would have recognized. They were not even particularly tree-like if you looked closely, but from a distance in the Lost River's ambient light, they produced the impression of trees, vertical structures with horizontal branching at intervals, with something at the ends of those branches that caught the light and held it briefly before releasing it into the water, that covered the banks of the river in formations dense enough to create the sense of a forest, sparse enough to leave space between individual structures for the water to move through without obstruction. They were old, not in the way of the reef backs above, old as individuals, old as organisms that had lived long lives. They were old as a type, as an evolutionary lineage, as the answer that the Lost River's particular environment had arrived at over a very long time to the question of what grows in a place like this. The Lost River's silence was its most distinctive quality, and silence is not the right word for it. Sound travels through water. Sound travels through water better than it travels through air, faster and further and with less loss across distance. The lost river was not silent in the sense of containing no sound. It contained the sounds of water moving through rock, of biological activity at every scale from microscopic to Leviathan, of the geological processes that had created it and continued to maintain it. But there was a quality to the acoustic environment of the lost river that was different from the biomes above, a quality that had to do with the enclosed geometry of rock passages and underground chambers, with the way those geometries reflected and absorbed and redirected sound until what arrived at any given point in the river was a composite of everything that had happened acoustically in a large surrounding volume of rock and water, averaged and smoothed and reduced to something that felt to anything capable of feeling acoustic environments, like a kind of padding, as if the sound that reached you had been processed through enough material that its edges had been removed, and what remained was information without urgency. The silence of the lost river was not absence, it was presence at a remove. Below the lost river, the planet's geology became more explicitly geological, less biology and more physics, less the product of living systems and more the product of the planet's own internal dynamics, operating without particular reference to the life it was supporting above. The inactive lava zone was the transition between the world the ocean inhabited and the world the ocean was built on top of, and its character reflected that transitional nature. The rock formations here were not shaped by biological processes. They had not been colonized by organisms and slowly altered by that colonization over millennia. They were rock in the way that the interior of a mountain is rock, formed by heat and pressure and cooling, structured by the physics of crystallization and flow, bearing the marks of the geological events that had produced them without bearing the marks of anything that had lived on them. Some sections of the inactive lava zone were empty in a way that no biome above was empty. Not empty of biology, organisms persisted here as they persisted everywhere the ocean reached, but empty of density, of the layered biological abundance that the upper and middle biomes expressed. The organisms of the inactive lava zone were specialists in the most extreme sense, creatures and plants and things that were neither that had evolved to what the zone specifically provided, which was not much, and had become so precisely calibrated to that not much that they required nothing else. They were not struggling. They had long since stopped struggling and had become, in the manner of all successful adaptation, simply appropriate to where they were. And then, below the inactive lava zone, everything changed again. The lava lakes existed at a depth that seemed, from any perspective that began at the surface, impossible. Not impossible as in theoretically forbidden, the physics allowed it, the geology required it, but impossible as in requiring a sustained act of imagination to hold in the mind alongside the image of the safe shallows and their gasopods and their pale diffuse light. The same ocean that warmed the shallows with solar energy, filtered through a surface membrane, extended all the way down here to volcanic vents that opened into chambers of superheated rock, to lakes of magma that maintained their liquid state not because of any biological process, but because the planet's interior was still cooling from its formation and would be cooling for another several billion years, to temperatures that would have, or on a world with less biological creativity, been lethal to everything. They were not lethal. Nothing in the ocean of 4546b was wasted. The lava lake's heat drove a thermal system that the organisms of this zone had evolved to exploit with the same patient ingenuity that the thermal vent organisms of the blood, Kelp zones above, had applied to their own heat sources. The lava larvae, small, improbably heat-adapted creatures that moved through the superheated water near the vents, with an ease that made the temperature seem like a preference rather than an extreme. Processed the thermal energy and the chemical compounds it made available into biological forms that entered the food web of the deep and moved upward through it, becoming food for things in the inactive lava zone, which became food for things in the lost river above, which became part of the nutrient cycling that reached all the way to the surface in forms that the creatures of the safe shallows consumed without any awareness of how far the energy had traveled to reach them. The planet's heartbeat was here. Not metaphorically, the rhythm of the volcanic activity that kept the lava lakes liquid, that drove the thermal vents, that pushed heated water upward through the ocean's layers and pulled cold water downward in the return flow, was as close to a biological rhythm as geology produces, as close to a pulse as a planet gets. It had been beating for hundreds of millions of years. It would beat for hundreds of millions more. Everything living on or in 4546b was, in a sense, living inside that heartbeat, sustained by it, structured by it, as dependent on it as any organism is dependent on the metabolic processes that keep it alive. In this deepest zone, in the warmth of the volcanic water and the particular light that the heat itself produced, a faint red-orange glow from the magma visible through the thinner sections of rock, supplemented by the bioluminescence of the organisms that had made the lava lakes their home. The Sea Emperor Leviathans moved. There are things that resist description, not because language is inadequate to them. Language is adequate to most things, given enough patience and the willingness to accept imprecision. But because the description changes what you think you are describing, imposes categories that the thing itself does not occupy. The Sea Emperor Leviathans were the largest organisms on the planet. That is accurate. They were also the most intelligent organisms on the planet, by any measure that intelligence can be applied to things whose minds operate across timescales and through sensory systems that have no human equivalent. That is also accurate. They were the planet's quiet custodians, in the sense that their movements through the deep ocean and their production of certain biological compounds had regulatory effects on the ocean's chemistry and on the health of the biological systems they moved through. That is accurate, too. None of it is adequate. The Sea Emperors were ancient in a way that the word ancient struggles to contain. Individual animals of their species lived for thousands of years, not centuries, not the extended lifespans of long-lived terrestrial megafauna, but thousands of years. Ye spans of time in which civilizations rise and collapse, and the geography of worlds changes perceptibly. An adult Sea Emperor had witnessed the biological history of 4546b across a time frame that made the entire recorded history of most spacefaring civilizations look like an afternoon. She had not witnessed it with intention. She had not been watching, had not been cataloging, had not been accumulating the kind of consciously organized memory that deliberate observation produces. But she had been present, which is a different kind of knowledge, deeper and less articulable, and in some respects more complete. Their migration patterns had not changed in 10,000 years. This was not conservatism or stubbornness or the failure to adapt. It was the expression of a biological relationship with the planet's deep ocean so thorough and so ancient that the patterns themselves had become part of the ocean's structure. Not just behavior, but geography. The Sea Emperor's roots as much a feature of the deep biome as the geological formations they passed through. They moved through the lava lakes and the inactive lava zone, and into the lost river and back again on schedules that had been determined not by any single animal's decision, but by the accumulated selections of millions of years. The routes that worked preserved, and the routes that did not work abandoned, until what remained was something that the planet's biology had arrived at collaboratively over a time span that no individual organism had lived long enough to witness from beginning to end. The enzyme they produced was called, in a language that did not yet exist and would not exist for a very long time, Enzyme 42. It was a compound synthesized naturally in the Sea Emperor's biology and released into the surrounding water as a byproduct of normal metabolic function, not intentionally, not as communication, not as defense, but as the biological equivalent of exhaled breath, the output of processes that had other purposes and that happened to produce this compound as a consequence. In small concentrations, which was the only concentration in which it had ever existed naturally, the enzyme had a regulatory effect on certain biological processes. It maintained the health of organisms that encountered it, corrected certain kinds of cellular disruption, and acted as what a later scientific vocabulary would describe as a broad-spectrum biological stabilizer. The ocean had been circulating trace amounts of it for as long as the Sea Emperors had existed. The organisms of 4546b had evolved in the presence of it, had been shaped by it in ways they did not know they were shaped, had incorporated it into their biology as a background condition the way surface organisms incorporate the presence of atmospheric oxygen. The ocean was, in this sense, in equilibrium, not static. Nothing biological is static, and equilibrium is not the same as stillness, and the ocean of 4546b was as dynamic a system as any body of water its size on any world in this part of the galaxy. But equilibrium, in the sense of balance, of the various forces and flows and biological communities existing in relationships stable enough to persist, to reproduce, to continue without trending toward collapse. The lava larvae in the deep fed the organisms of the inactive zone. The organisms of the inactive zone fed the Lost Rivers community. The Lost Rivers chemistry moved upward through the connected water. The deep currents brought cold water down and warm water up, and the nutrients cycled, and the seasons, such as they were, on a water world with no land to interrupt the ocean's circulation of solar energy, moved through the system in long, slow oscillations that the organisms of every biome had learned to read and respond to. The Sea Emperors moved through it all, not overseeing it. They had no interest in oversight, no awareness of the system as a system. No capacity for the kind of detached perspective that oversight requires. They moved through it the way they had always moved through it, on routes that had not changed in 10,000 years, producing their enzyme and consuming what the deep ocean provided, and living their thousands of years-long lives in the specific fullness that the planet's deepest zones made possible. They were not happy. They were not unhappy. They were the largest organisms on a water world that had been a living system for hundreds of millions of years, and they were at home in it in the way that nothing can be at home in something it has spent millions of years of evolutionary history becoming suited to. Far above, the star moved across the sky that no creature on 4546b had ever seen from land. The surface of the ocean caught the light and distributed it downward. The peepers in the safe shallows drifted through their formations of ancient coral. The gasopods tumbled through the pale morning water, trailing their spores. The stalkers in the kelp forest moved through the green-filtered light with their characteristic unhurried curiosity, carrying their collected objects to locations they would return to. The reefbacks moved through the shallows slowly, carrying their passenger ecosystems, thinking about something very far away, or thinking about nothing at all. And in the deep, in the volcanic warmth of the lava lakes, in the ambient glow of the superheated water, and the bioluminescence of the organisms that had made this extreme environment their home, the Sea Emperor moved on her ancient route, producing her enzyme, living her thousands of years' life, entirely unaware that in a very short time, short by her measure, which was long by any other, the equilibrium that had held for millions of years was going to be broken by something that arrived in a research sample, and that the most sophisticated civilization in the region of space containing this star had no idea how to stop. The ocean did not know this either. Oceans do not work that way. The knowledge was not the kind of thing water carries, but something. In the specific way the Sea Emperor moved through the deepest water, in the route she maintained, in the enzyme that entered the ocean from her body, the way breath enters the air from a sleeping creature. Something suggested that 4546b had always been capable of endurance, of continuing, of holding its secrets in the dark for as long as it needed to. It would need to hold them for a very long time. They did not call themselves Precursors. That name would come later, assigned by a civilization that arrived after them and found only what they had left behind. The architecture, the data records, the facilities still running in empty corridors, and needed something to call the people who had built all of it. The name was accurate in the limited sense that it described a temporal relationship. They came before, but it missed something essential about who they were, which was not a civilization defined by their precedents to anything else, but a civilization defined by their philosophy, their method, their particular way of moving through the universe. They called themselves the Architects, which was also not quite right, but was closer. It named something about how they understood their own purpose, which was not to conquer or settle or exploit, but to design, to document, to understand the structures of living systems well enough to be able to preserve what was worth preserving and to intervene, carefully, when intervention was warranted. They had been spacefaring for longer than most civilizations that would eventually know about them had been keeping records. The scale of their interstellar presence at the height of their civilization was not something that translates easily into terms that make intuitive sense. They maintained research operations across a region of the galaxy so large that the light from one end of it would take thousands of years to reach the other end. They had developed methods of faster-than-light travel that they understood thoroughly enough to use reliably and not thoroughly enough to feel comfortable with, which was the architect relationship to most of their technology. Capable, careful, aware of the gap between operational competence and theoretical understanding. They communicated across their network through methods that worked and that they had never entirely explained to themselves. They sustained a civilization of this scale not through political unity. They had political disagreements, factions, internal debates that lasted centuries about the right approach to this or that question of research ethics or resource allocation or the appropriate relationship between architect interests and the interests of the non-architect species they encountered, but through shared purpose, which is a different kind of cohesion and in some respects more durable. The shared purpose was documentation, not in the bureaucratic sense, not the accumulation of records for administrative purposes, not the production of reports that would be filed and forgotten. Documentation as a philosophical commitment to the idea that the universe contains things worth understanding, that understanding requires careful observation over long timescales, that the products of biological evolution across millions of worlds represent a kind of accumulated wisdom that the universe has produced at enormous cost in time and entropy, and that deserves to be preserved with the seriousness that any hard-won wisdom deserves. The architects had watched civilizations rise on worlds they were studying, and had watched those civilizations destroy biological systems that had taken hundreds of millions of years to develop. Biomes had watched this happen with the particular grief of people who understood what was being lost and had no mechanism to prevent it. They had developed over a very long time, and after a great deal of internal debate, a set of principles about when intervention was appropriate and what form it should take. They had then spent centuries arguing about whether those principles were right. They were a civilization that took ethics seriously enough to argue about it continuously and to act anyway, which is perhaps the best that can be said of any civilization. What drew them to 4546b was, initially, data. The long-range biological surveys that the Architect Network maintained across their region of the galaxy had flagged the planet's star system as worth a closer look on the basis of spectroscopic readings that suggested a world with liquid water in unusual quantities and an atmospheric chemistry consistent with active biological processes. This was not unusual. Such flags were generated regularly, and most of them resolved on closer inspection into worlds that were interesting but not extraordinary, worlds that received documentation teams and generated research records, and were incorporated into the growing catalog of what the universe contained without anyone involved feeling that they had found something genuinely new. The architects had been doing this for long enough that the experience of finding something genuinely new was rare enough to be worth noting. 4546b was something genuinely new. The first survey team that achieved orbit and began their initial assessment sent back reports that the people receiving them read multiple times because the reports did not seem, on first reading, to be describing something real. A water world was not unusual. A water world with no exposed land anywhere on its surface was rare but documented. There were others in the architect catalog. A water world with no exposed land and an active biological system of this complexity and diversity was something that the survey team's lead researcher described in a document that was later widely circulated within the architect scientific community as embarrassing, meaning that the scale and richness of what she was observing made her feel that all previous conceptions of what a water world's biology could achieve were insufficiently imaginative, and that the embarrassment was her own for having held those conceptions. 16 distinct biomes, not zones of slightly different temperature or current flow that supported slightly different species distributions. Genuinely distinct biological communities, each with its own evolutionary history, its own dominant organisms, its own relationship to the physical parameters of depth and heat and light and pressure. From the sunlit surface biomes where photosynthesis drove the primary productivity of the upper ocean, through the bioluminescent middle zones where evolution had replaced solar energy with metabolic light production so thoroughly that the organisms of these zones would have been impaired by exposure to direct sunlight, down through the thermal systems of the deep and the volcanic communities of the lava lakes. 16 solutions to the question of how to build a living community in this ocean. 16 different answers, all of them working simultaneously, all of them interconnected through the nutrient cycling and current systems that the ocean maintained, all of them dependent on each other in ways that would take decades of research to fully trace. And the Sea Emperor Leviathans. The architects had, by the time they arrived at 4546b, documented a significant number of species that met one or another criterion for intelligence. Species that used tools, species that communicated in ways that suggested symbolic capacity, species that demonstrated problem-solving abilities beyond simple stimulus-response conditioning. They had developed, through much of the internal debate mentioned earlier, a set of criteria for what they called significant intelligence, meaning intelligence complex enough to warrant a different category of research ethics than the ethics that applied to the documentation of non-intelligent species. The Sea Emperor Leviathans met those criteria. This was immediately apparent to the survey team, apparent enough that the team's report flagged it in terms that were, for architect scientific communication, unusually direct. We are not the only minds in this ocean, and the other mind is very old, and we do not know how to talk to it yet. They wanted to. This was characteristic of the architects at their best, the genuine desire to understand, rather than simply to document, the recognition that intelligence is interesting in proportion to how different it is from your own, the patience to invest in the long, slow work of establishing communication with something that experiences time and space and meaning differently than you do. They were not naive about the difficulties. They had attempted communication with non-architect intelligences before, and had succeeded partially and failed partially, and had learned from both the successes and the failures. They understood that the Sea Emperor's intelligence was not like theirs. was not organized around language in the way architect intelligence was organized, did not produce the kind of discrete symbolic communication that could be translated through careful analysis of patterns and repetitions. It produced something else, something that the architect researchers who began the long project of attempting contact described variously as emotional transmission, cognitive resonance, the direct transfer of experiential state, something that was, in the end, more honest than language, which always mediates and always loses something in the mediation. The architects began to build. The construction of their research network on 4546b's ocean floor was the largest single infrastructure project the architect presence in this region of the galaxy had undertaken in several centuries, and it showed in the ambition of what was built. The primary containment facility was the centerpiece, a structure of a scale that required, for any mind trying to hold it in its entirety, the kind of effort that very large numbers require, not just accepting the figure, but trying to feel what it means, to stand inside the space it describes and look at the walls and understand that the distance between you and them is real. It was built to house the Sea Emperor, not to imprison, the architects would have argued, and did argue at length, about the ethical dimensions of bringing a wild creature of this intelligence and size into a constructed environment, but to facilitate the long-term research relationship they hoped to establish with her. It was built to be adequate to her. Whether it was is a question that the Sea Emperor's subsequent behavior addressed, quietly and without complaint, over the 1,000 years she spent inside it. The disease research facility was built to support the kind of long-term biological research that the architect's primary mission required. The thermal plant was built to provide power to both facilities from the volcanic activity of the ocean floor. The architects preferred to use what the environment provided rather than to import energy sources, both for practical reasons and because using local energy sources produced less disruption to the systems they were studying. The ion cube processing facilities were built to produce the data storage media that architect research generated in quantities that required local production capacity rather than import. The quarantine enforcement platform was built last, and was built as a precaution, and was built on the understanding that it would almost certainly never be needed. The architects had never lost a research site to biological contamination. They had protocols. They had procedures that had been developed over centuries of working with alien biological systems, refined through the application of exactly the kind of careful, patient observation that the architect philosophical tradition prized above almost everything else. The protocols had been tested on worlds far more biologically hazardous by any reasonable prior assessment than 4546b. The protocols worked. The architects understood them, applied them consistently, and had the institutional memory of enough generations of researchers following them that compliance was not a matter of discipline, but of culture. What you did because it was what everyone did, because it was what the people who taught you had done, because the idea of not doing it had never seriously presented itself. The quarantine enforcement platform was a precaution. They stationed it in orbit and they noted its existence in the facility records, and they turned their attention to the extraordinary world they had come to study, with the specific quality of attention that the architects at their best brought to everything. Thorough, patient, genuinely curious, and carried by the deep confidence of a civilization that had been doing this for a very long time and had never yet found something it could not, eventually, understand. The ocean below them continued as it had always continued. The peepers drifted through the safe shallows. The stalkers moved through the kelp forest with their collected fragments. The mushroom forest pulsed its blue-green light into the middle water. The Sea Emperor moved through the deep on her ancient roots, producing her enzyme, living her thousands of years' life. The planet turned in the light of its star. None of it knew that the architects were there. None of it needed to know, but the planet's anonymity, the long, complete anonymity of a world that had never been named, never been mapped, never been incorporated into any catalog of what the universe contained, was over. A civilization had arrived with instruments and certainty and the genuine desire to understand. They had looked at the ocean and found it extraordinary. They had begun to build. Something in the deep water moved on migration routes unchanged for 10,000 years and did not look up. The first attempt at communication took 11 months and produced nothing interpretable. This was not considered a failure. The architect researchers working on what they had formerly designated the Sea Emperor Contact Project understood that 11 months was not a long time when measured against the scale of what they were attempting. The establishment of meaningful communication with an intelligence that had evolved across millions of years in an environment so different from anything in the architect experience that every assumption about how minds work and how they express themselves and what they consider worth expressing had to be held provisionally as a hypothesis to be tested rather than a framework to be applied. 11 months of data collection, 11 months of signal analysis, of the painstaking comparison of behavioral observations with environmental variables, of the slow accumulation of a dataset that was not yet large enough to reveal its own patterns. 11 months, and then they started again with better instruments and a better understanding of what they did not understand. The Sea Emperor, during this period, behaved as if she was aware of the project. Whether she was aware in any sense that the word awareness implies, whether she had a model of the architect researchers and their intentions and the facility they had built around her and the purpose of the instruments they directed at her, was a question the researchers debated with the careful, inconclusive rigor that characterized architect scientific discussion at its best. The behavioral evidence was ambiguous in the specific way that behavioral evidence from a genuinely novel intelligence is always ambiguous. It was consistent with awareness, and it was also consistent with the behavior of an animal that had adapted to a new environment in the way that animals of significant cognitive capacity sometimes adapt, through a process that produces behavior that looks like understanding, without necessarily being understanding in the full sense. What was not ambiguous was that she was watching them, not continuously, not with the focused, directed attention that the architect researchers brought to their own observation of her, but with the intermittent, apparently casual attention that the most intelligent animals apply to things they have decided warrant monitoring, turning toward the researchers when they were at the tank's observation interfaces, orienting her body in ways that suggested she was receiving information about them through sensory channels that the researchers could not directly observe, occasionally producing vocalizations that the acoustic analysis team flagged as potentially communicative but could not yet decode. She was not performing for them. She was, as best anyone could determine, including them in the category of things in her environment that were worth paying attention to, which was a different thing, and in some respects a more significant one. The breakthrough, when it came, arrived not through any deliberate research protocol, but through proximity. One of the junior researchers on the Contact Project, a specialist in bioacoustic pattern analysis, whose primary responsibility was the monitoring and classification of the Sea Emperor's vocalizations, had developed the habit of spending extended periods at the primary observation interface, not conducting formal analysis, but simply being present, watching the Sea Emperor move through her tank in the particular unfocused way that productive thinking sometimes requires. She was not, on the night in question, thinking about communication. She was thinking about a problem in her acoustic data that she had been unable to resolve for several weeks, turning it over in the way you turn difficult problems over when you have stopped trying to solve them and are simply carrying them, waiting for something to shift. The Sea Emperor was at the far end of the tank, moving in the slow pattern that the behavioral team had catalogued as resting locomotion. not sleep, which the Sea Emperor engaged in differently, but the low-energy movement of an organism maintaining circulation without expending significant effort. And then something changed. The researcher described it afterward as a change in pressure, not the physical pressure of deep water, which was mediated by the facility's systems, but something that acted like pressure, that arrived not through her ears or her skin, but through some other channel she did not have a name for, that carried content in the way that music carries content, not as words or images, but as state, as the direct transmission of something felt. She described it as knowing something she had not known before, without being able to identify the mechanism of knowing, without having received any input that conventional analysis would have identified as informational. She described feeling, briefly and with great clarity, that she was very small and very young, and that there was something enormously patient in the water around her that had been waiting for a long time and was not in a hurry. She filed her report the following morning with the note that she was aware of how it sounded and that she was filing it anyway because the alternative was not filing it, which seemed worse. The architects took it seriously. This was, again, characteristic of the architects at their best. The willingness to treat anomalous data as data rather than as error, to follow the implication of an observation even when the implication was uncomfortable or strange, to let the evidence lead rather than letting prior expectation determine what counted as evidence. They expanded the contact project. They brought in specialists in what they called resonance communication, a field that existed in architect science at the fringes, studying documented cases of apparently non-linguistic information transfer between organisms of sufficient cognitive complexity. And those specialists spent 6 months at the primary containment facility, working with the behavioral team and the acoustic team and the junior researcher who had filed the initial report, developing a framework for what the Sea Emperor was doing and how it might be engaged with deliberately rather than encountered accidentally. What they developed was not a language. It was something more like a posture. See a way of being present at the interface that made reception more likely, that quieted the mental activity that blocked whatever channel the Sea Emperor used, that produced in the researcher a state that the resonance specialists described as available, meaning open to receiving rather than oriented toward transmitting, waiting rather than asking. It required practice. It required the kind of practice that is difficult to evaluate because the criterion for success is subjective. You know when it works because of how it feels, and you cannot fully communicate how it feels to someone who has not experienced it, which makes the science difficult in the specific way that the science of consciousness has always been difficult. But it worked, gradually, inconsistently, with long periods of silence and occasional moments of something that everyone involved agreed was contact, without being able to fully agree on what contact meant. The Sea Emperor communicated patience. This was the first and most consistent content of what she transmitted. Not information about herself or her environment or her history, not the kind of propositional content that the architects had hoped for, but the quality of patience itself. The felt sense of time at the scale she experienced it, the particular relationship to duration that comes from having lived for thousands of years in an environment that changes slowly and rewards waiting. The researchers who received it described the experience as disorienting in a specific way. It made their own relationship to time feel compressed, hurried, frantic in a way they had not previously recognized as frantic. It made them feel young. Not in the pleasant sense of youth, but in the sense of not having been around long enough, of being early in a process the full duration of which they could not quite imagine. She was not telling them to be patient. She was showing them what patience was, from the inside, at a scale they could not have reached themselves. The architects understood this as communication. They were right to understand it as communication. Whether they understood it as warning is less clear, and the question matters, because there was warning in it, not deliberate warning. Not the Sea Emperor perceiving a threat and attempting to alert her observers to it, but the kind of warning that is implicit in a demonstration of scale, i.e. in the act of showing someone how large something is when they have been operating as if it were smaller. She was showing them deep time. She was showing them a relationship to duration so different from their own that the showing itself was a kind of argument. The universe contains things that operate on timescales you have not yet learned to take seriously, and this matters, and I know this because I am one of them. The first anomaly in the research samples appeared 8 months into the formal contact program. It was small. It was the kind of thing that appears in biological research data with some regularity. An unexpected result, a reading that did not match baseline, the sort of deviation from expectation that generates a notation in the data log and a follow-up protocol and, usually, an explanation that is mundane and that demonstrates that the anomaly was not an anomaly at all, but a measurement artifact or a natural variation that the baseline had not adequately captured. The notation was made. The follow-up protocol was initiated. The lead researcher on the biological monitoring team made a note in her personal log. Not the formal research record, but the informal document that many architect researchers maintained as a space for the observations that were not yet ready to be claims. That the anomaly was interesting, that it had appeared in a sample from a depth she would not have expected, that the characteristics of the deviation were ones she had not seen before in this form. She did not flag it as significant. This was not negligence. It was the reasonable application of the principle that one anomalous data point does not make a pattern, that the history of science contains far more anomalies that resolved into mundane explanations than anomalies that resolved into discoveries, that the appropriate response to a single unexpected result is careful monitoring rather than alarm. She monitored. The follow-up samples were collected and analyzed. The anomaly was not present in them, which was consistent with the measurement artifact explanation and inconsistent with the alternative, which she had not yet articulated to herself clearly enough to name. She made a note to watch the depth in question in the next sampling cycle. The Sea Emperor, during this period, continued her program of contact with the researchers who came to the interface. She continued to communicate patience. She continued, in the sessions where reception was clearest, to transmit the quality of deep time and the specific feeling of being old in an environment that rewarded age. The architects continued to receive this as the most significant communication they had achieved with a non-architect intelligence. A genuine bridge between minds so different that the bridge itself was a kind of wonder, evidence that consciousness, at sufficient complexity, finds ways to reach across the gaps that evolution and environment have placed between different kinds of minds. None of the researchers thought to ask the Sea Emperor about the anomaly. It would not have occurred to them that she would have relevant information, that what she was transmitting, the deep patience, the felt sense of enormous time, the implicit argument about scale might have been relevant to a reading in a biological sample from a depth below the primary containment facility. The two things existed in different categories. The contact project was about consciousness and communication. The biological monitoring program was about the health of the research environment and the documentation of the ecosystem. The anomaly was in the biological monitoring program. The Sea Emperor was in the contact project. This was not the architects at their best. The tank held her. The facility held the tank. The ocean held the facility, as it held everything. Indifferently, completely, in the way of something so large that the distinction between holding and simply being around something has ceased to be meaningful. The Sea Emperor moved in the slow pattern of resting locomotion, and the researchers made their notes, and the sampling cycle continued, and somewhere in the deep water below the facility, in a research sample that had been collected weeks earlier and was now being processed through the standard analysis protocol, something was there that the standard analysis protocol had not been designed to find. It was patient in its way. Everything on 4546b was patient in its way. The ocean had been teaching patience for hundreds of millions of years, and the things that lived in it had learned, and the things that visited it were beginning to learn. And the one thing in the facility that understood patience at its fullest depth moved through her tank on ancient roots and transmitted her felt knowledge of deep time to anyone who came to the interface willing to receive it, and waited, in the manner of something that has long since stopped distinguishing between waiting and simply living for whatever came next. A bacterium is a simple thing. This is not a dismissal. Simplicity in biology is not the same as insignificance. The simplest organisms on any world are frequently the most consequential, the most ancient, the most deeply woven into the fabric of the biological systems they inhabit. A bacterium is a cell without a nucleus, a membrane enclosing a set of chemical instructions sufficient to sustain itself and reproduce, a thing so stripped of complexity that the word organism barely seems adequate, and yet describes something that has been solving the problem of survival longer than anything more complicated has existed to attempt it. Bacteria are the foundation of every biological system the architects had ever documented. They are older than multicellular life. They are older than the conditions that made multicellular life possible. They are, in the deepest evolutionary sense, the thing that everything else is built on top of. The Kharaa was a bacterium. It arrived at 4546b in a research sample collected at another world, one of the dozens of sites the Architect Research Network maintained across their region of the galaxy, a world that had been under documentation for several decades and whose biological systems had been assessed as understood well enough to present no particular research hazards. The sample was collected through standard protocol. It was transported through standard protocol. It was received at the 4546b facility and logged and stored and eventually incorporated into the analysis queue that the biological monitoring team worked through on their regular schedule. Because the cross-site contamination protocols required that samples from other facilities be processed with the same rigor as locally collected samples, and the rigor was applied, and the sample was analyzed, and the results entered the data system with the notation that processing was complete. The notation did not include anything that would have caused the data system to flag the result for immediate review. This was not a failure of the system. The system was designed to flag specific categories of result, readings outside defined parameters, chemical signatures that matched known hazard profiles, biological indicators that the architect research community had identified through decades of experience as warranting prompt attention. The Kharaa did not match any of them. It was not in the hazard catalog. It was not outside the parameters that the parameters had been written to catch. It was new, which meant that the architecture of detection that the architects had built on the foundation of everything they had encountered before was not designed to find it, because you cannot design detection systems for things you do not know exist. The follow-up anomaly appeared in the fourth sampling cycle after the research sample was processed. The lead researcher on biological monitoring, the same researcher who had made the informal note about the earlier anomaly, who had flagged it for monitoring and then watched the next samples resolve into normalcy, saw it and felt something that she described later in a document that became part of the facility's historical record as the specific quality of unease that comes not from a result being alarming in itself, but from a result being familiar in the wrong way. She had seen this pattern before. She had seen it in the anomaly that had preceded this one. Two data points, separated by enough sampling cycles that the connection between them was not immediately obvious, were now obviously connected, and what they described when connected was not a measurement artifact or a natural variation. It was growth, not dramatic growth, not the exponential expansion that a fully established infection produces, not the kind of numbers that announce themselves. Slow growth, the kind that requires careful measurement to detect. That could be mistaken for noise at the edge of instrument sensitivity if you were looking at either data point alone rather than at the line they formed together. She was looking at the line. The line went in one direction. She flagged it for immediate review and called the facility director and spent the hours waiting for the response, running the analysis again and again and a third time, because the results of analyses you do not want to be true deserve more scrutiny than the results of analyses you do, and the results were the same each time. The facility director convened a review panel within 48 hours. The review panel spent 6 days examining the data, collecting additional samples, running independent analyses, consulting with specialists at other architect facilities through the communication network, and doing everything that the architect scientific tradition required before drawing conclusions from limited data. At the end of 6 days, they had more data, all of it consistent with the initial finding, and a conclusion that the panel chair presented in the formal review document with the careful, precise language that architect scientific communication used for things that were being stated with confidence, but that the speaker was aware would not be received without difficulty. There was a biological agent in the ocean of 4546b that had not been present before the research sample was processed. There was a biological agent in the ocean of 4546b that was growing. The standard protocols were immediately implemented. Containment procedures that the architect research community had developed across centuries of working with alien biological systems. Procedures that had never been needed in the specific form the facility director now found herself applying them, but that had been designed for exactly this category of situation, a situation in which a research environment had been inadvertently contaminated with a biological agent from another site, and the agent needed to be identified, characterized, and eliminated before it could establish itself in the native ecosystem. The characterization process took 3 weeks. 3 weeks of intensive analysis, of the biological monitoring team working at a pace and with a focus that was different in quality from their normal research rhythm. More urgent, more compressed, the particular concentration of people who understand that time matters without yet knowing how much. At the end of 3 weeks, they knew what the Kharaa was, structurally. They knew its mechanism of action at the cellular level, the specific way it entered host cells and reprogrammed their biological machinery, the efficiency with which it reproduced within host tissue, the range of cellular environments it could inhabit. They knew from the environmental samples which organisms in the ocean had been exposed and which showed evidence of having been infected. They knew from the rate of spread calculations how long the agent had probably been present before the first anomaly was detected, and therefore how far it had likely spread beyond the areas they had sampled. What they did not know was how to stop it. This was not at 3 weeks. Alarming. The architect research community had encountered biological agents that required significant research effort before effective responses were developed. The fact that the standard containment protocols had not produced the expected results had, in fact, produced results that suggested the Kharaa was adapting to the containment measures as they were applied, which was unusual but not unprecedented, was concerning, and was noted as concerning in the review documents, but was not interpreted as evidence that the standard research approach would fail. The standard research approach had not failed before. The architects were good at this. They had the facilities, the expertise, the institutional knowledge of what this kind of problem required. They would find the mechanism. They would develop the response. They would restore the research environment to the condition it had been in before the contaminated sample arrived. The mechanism the Kharaa used to replicate was, when they found it, elegant in the way that things evolved rather than designed are sometimes elegant. Not elegant because someone had made it so, but elegant because the evolutionary process that produced it had selected for efficiency so relentlessly that what remained had a kind of stripped, functional beauty that the architect researchers found themselves admiring despite themselves, despite the context in which they were admiring it. The Kharaa entered a host cell through standard bacterial infection mechanisms: attachment, penetration, the commandeering of the host cell's own biological machinery for the production of new copies of the infecting agent. So far, while it's unremarkable, bacteria had been doing this on every world with biology for longer than multicellular life had existed to be infected. The unremarkable part ended there. Once inside the host cell, the Kharaa did not simply replicate and move on. It restructured. It altered the host cell's function in ways that went beyond the simple exploitation of reproductive machinery. It modified the cell's output, redirected its energy use, changed the chemical signals it sent to neighboring cells. An infected cell did not simply become a factory for Kharaa reproduction. It became a modified cell, a cell that was still performing some of its original functions, but that had been altered, subtly and precisely, in ways that served the Kharaa's spread rather than the host organism's well-being. The implications of this, when the biological monitoring team worked them through, were significant. Standard containment approaches targeted either the bacterial agent itself, disrupting its reproduction or destroying it directly, or the mechanism of transmission, preventing the agent from moving from infected to uninfected hosts. The Kharaa complicated both approaches. Its modification of host cell function meant that infected organisms were not simply carriers of a foreign agent. They were altered organisms, organisms whose own biological processes had been partially reoriented, which made the question of what you were treating more complex than the standard protocols assumed. And its rate of adaptation, the consistent pattern in the containment data of the agent modifying its behavior in response to the measures directed against it, suggested that approaches that worked initially would become less effective over time, that the Kharaa was capable of learning from what was being done to it in a functional sense, not through cognition but through the same process of selection that had produced it in the first place, accelerated by its extraordinary reproductive rate to a timescale that made the word adaptation feel inadequate. It was fast, it was adaptive, it was already in the ocean. The biological monitoring team's rate of spread calculations, updated with 3 weeks of additional data, suggested that the Kharaa had established itself in the safe shallows, the kelp forest, or portions of the grassy plateaus and the mushroom forest, and was present in the blood kelp zones in quantities that indicated active spread rather than isolated presence. The creatures of these biomes were being exposed. Some were being infected. The infection was not, at current levels, producing the dramatic visible effects that advanced infection eventually produced. The creatures of the safe shallows still drifted through their formations of coral. The stalkers still moved through the kelp with their collected fragments. The mushroom forest still pulsed its blue-green light into the middle water. But the water was different now, in ways that the instruments detected and that nothing living in the water yet had the capacity to recognize. The light passed through it differently, fractionally, imperceptibly to anything without instruments sensitive enough to measure it, but measurably. The Kharaa was in the water. The water had changed. The biological monitoring team lead wrote in her informal log, on the evening of the day the updated spread calculations were finalized, that she was having difficulty sleeping, which was unusual for her. She wrote that she kept thinking about the first anomaly, the one she had noted and monitored and watched resolve into apparent normalcy before the second anomaly appeared, and revealed that the normalcy had been an artifact of sampling coverage rather than an accurate picture of the situation. She wrote that she was wondering how long the Kharaa had been present before that first anomaly. She knew whether the appearance of the first anomaly corresponded to the beginning of the agent's presence, or simply to the point at which its presence had reached a density detectable by the monitoring systems. She wrote that the answer to that question mattered for the spread calculations. She wrote that she had asked the analysis team to run the calculations again with different assumptions about the timing of initial introduction. She wrote that she did not like what the preliminary results of those revised calculations were suggesting. She closed the log entry without elaborating. 3 levels below her in the tank that had been built to be adequate to her, the Sea Emperor moved in the slow pattern of resting locomotion. The researchers who came to the interface in the evenings now came less frequently, or came and sat less long, all distracted by things that were happening in other parts of the facility that required their attention. The Sea Emperor was aware of this in whatever way the Sea Emperor was aware of anything. Not as an absence of contact exactly, because the contact had always been intermittent and its intermittence was not new, but as a change in the quality of the facility's attention, a shift in the ambient state of the minds around her towards something that she had felt before, in the biological memory of her species, in the accumulated experience of thousands of years of living in an ocean where things sometimes changed in ways that required patience, of a kind the ocean itself had taught her. She did not transmit anything to the researchers who came to the interface during this period, or perhaps she did, and they were not in the state required to receive it. Perhaps she had been transmitting it for some time, the quality of patience, the felt sense of deep time, the implicit argument about scale, and the researchers had been receiving it as a remarkable achievement of interspecies communication rather than as what it also was, which was a warning, offered in the only language available to something that understood time at the scale she understood it, to people who were beginning to discover what it meant to face something for which the time they had available was not enough. The mobilization happened quickly by architect standards. By architect standards meant with the careful, documented, committee-reviewed deliberateness that architect institutional culture applied to everything, including emergencies. There were meetings. There were formal assessments of the situation that required time to produce and time to review and time to respond to in writing before the responses could be acted on. There were specialists contacted at other facilities across the network who needed to be briefed and who had questions that needed to be answered before they could contribute meaningfully. And the briefing and the answering took time, and the time passed, and the Kharaa spread at the rate the Kharaa spread, regardless of how many meetings were being held about it. The architects were not slow because they were careless. They were slow because the systems they had built for careful collective decision-making were designed for a pace of research and development that did not include, as a common scenario, the kind of biological emergency that required decisions in days rather than months. They adapted. This was also characteristic of the architects, the capacity to recognize when their systems were inadequate to a situation and to modify those systems imperfectly and under pressure in the direction of adequacy. The facility director assumed emergency authority over research resource allocation. The disease research facility, which had been conducting long-term documentation studies of the blood kelp zone's thermal vent organisms, was repurposed entirely within 2 weeks. Researchers with relevant specializations were reassigned from other projects. The communication network transmitted requests for additional specialist personnel to facilities across the architect network, and the responses came back, some positive, some delayed, some never arriving, because the architect network was large and the capacity to respond to one facility's emergency without compromising work at other facilities was not unlimited, and the disease research facility began to fill with people who understood at various levels of technical depth what they were dealing with. What they were dealing with was unlike anything in the architect research record, not entirely unlike. The Kharaa shared basic biological characteristics with agents the architects had encountered and managed before, and those shared characteristics were where the initial research efforts concentrated, on the reasonable principle that approaches that had worked against similar agents were the most promising starting point. The approaches did not work, or rather, They worked partially in the way that a strategy that is approximately right sometimes produces approximately the expected results before the situation adjusts to the strategy and the partial success collapses back into the original problem. The Kharaa adapted. This word appeared in the research records with increasing frequency over the following months, appearing first as an observation, and then as a theme, and then as a conclusion. The agent adapted. The adaptation was not random. It was directional. The Kharaa modified its behavior in response to the measures applied against it in ways that consistently increased its resistance to those measures, ways that looked from the outside like learning, though what was actually happening was selection operating at a speed that the Kharaa's reproductive rate made possible and that the architects had never needed to account for before. The spread calculations were updated monthly and were wrong every month, consistently in the same direction. The Kharaa was moving faster than the models predicted. Not dramatically faster, not so fast that the calculations seemed obviously wrong on their face, but consistently faster by margins that accumulated so that the gap between where the models said the infection would be and where the sampling data showed it to be grew gradually wider. The researchers who maintained the models understood what the gap meant, which was that some assumption in the models was incorrect. And they worked to identify which assumption and to correct it, and they corrected it, and the next month's data showed the gap had grown again. The thing they were modeling was not behaving the way the model assumed it would behave, and the gap between model and reality was not a measurement problem. It was the Kharaa, being something that the architects' accumulated experience of biological agents had not equipped them to model accurately. The infection was in the blood kelp zones by the 3rd month, in the Lost River by the 5th. The creatures of the upper biomes showed the first visible symptoms of advanced infection. The changes in appearance and behavior that the Kharaa eventually produced in organisms that had carried the infection long enough for the cellular modifications to accumulate to a visible level. The researchers documented these with the thoroughness that architect scientific culture required, and the documentation was thorough, and the data was good. And it was the record of a catastrophe unfolding in real time in an ocean that did not know what was happening to it and could not have done anything about it if it had. It was during this period that the research team working on therapeutic approaches, the group tasked specifically with finding something that would stop or reverse the Kharaa infection, turned serious attention to the Sea Emperor. The enzyme she produced, Enzyme 42, had been documented during the initial ecological survey of 4546b as a biological compound of interest. Its role in the ocean's chemistry had been partially characterized. The architects understood that it had regulatory effects on certain biological processes, that it was distributed through the ocean in trace amounts via the Sea Emperor's normal metabolism, that the organisms of the planet had evolved in its presence and incorporated it into their biology in ways that the survey team had begun to document but had not yet fully traced. What the therapeutic research team now recognized, working backward from the Kharaa's mechanism of action, was that Enzyme 42 interfered with that mechanism at a fundamental level, that the compound the Sea Emperor had been producing for millions of years, as a byproduct of normal metabolic function, was structurally capable of reversing the cellular modifications the Kharaa produced, of restoring infected cells to something close to their original function. The ocean had been carrying the cure for as long as the Sea Emperor had existed. The implications of this discovery took time to absorb, because the implications were not simple. The enzyme had been maintaining the health of the ocean's biological systems for millions of years, not as an intentional therapeutic agent, not as something the Sea Emperor produced for the purpose of protecting the ecosystem, but as a metabolic byproduct that the ecosystem had evolved around, that had become part of the background chemistry of 4546b's ocean, the way oxygen is part of the background chemistry of a terrestrial atmosphere. The Kharaa, arriving from outside this system, encountered an ecosystem that had a natural, evolved defense against exactly this kind of cellular disruption, a defense that had been present long before the disruption arrived. The defense was not sufficient, not at current levels. The trace amounts of Enzyme 42 in the ocean were calibrated to the normal background level of cellular disruption that an ocean of 4,546 B's biological complexity produced over time. Minor damage, cellular aging, the ordinary entropy of biological systems that the enzyme helped to regulate. The Kharaa was not ordinary entropy. The Kharaa was an exponentially spreading infection that was producing cellular disruption at a rate orders of magnitude beyond what the enzyme's natural concentration in the water was designed to address. The researchers understood this quickly. They understood just as quickly what the solution implied: more enzyme. Not the trace amounts circulating naturally. Concentrated quantities, produced deliberately, introduced into the ocean in amounts sufficient to overwhelm the Kharaa's advance and begin to reverse the infection that had already established itself. The synthesis attempts began immediately and failed consistently. Enzyme 42 was a complex biological compound, and complex biological compounds are sometimes synthesizable in laboratory conditions and sometimes are not. And the difference between the two categories is often discovered only through the attempt. The architect chemists working on synthesis were competent, more than competent, specialists in the production of complex biological compounds, with records of success in exactly this kind of work. They failed, not because of errors in technique or inadequate equipment, but because the enzyme structure was more sensitive to the conditions of its production than anything they had attempted to synthesize before, because the biological process that produced it inside the Sea Emperor's body maintained conditions that the laboratory could approximate but not replicate exactly, and the approximation was not close enough. The synthesized compounds were similar to Enzyme 42. They were not Enzyme 42. The difference was measurable, and the measurement mattered. The synthesized compounds had reduced efficacy against the Kharaa's cellular modifications, efficacy that declined further with each iteration of the Kharaa's adaptation to the therapeutic approach. The real enzyme, produced by the Sea Emperor herself, did not show this pattern of declining efficacy. It remained consistently effective against the Kharaa in every test the researchers ran. But the real enzyme existed in the ocean only in trace amounts, produced at the rate the Sea Emperor's metabolism produced it, and that rate was not sufficient. The researchers turned to the Sea Emperor directly, not with the open quality of the Contact project, not the posture of availability that the resonance specialists had developed, the quiet waiting at the interface that made reception possible. They turned to her with urgency, with the compressed focus of people who had identified a specific thing they needed and who had no other source for it. And the urgency changed the quality of the contact in ways that the resonance specialists noted with concern but could not fully mitigate because the urgency was real and the people carrying it were not capable of setting it down. The Sea Emperor had eggs. This was known. The survey team had documented the eggs as part of the initial ecological assessment, the clutch that rested in the primary containment facility in the section of the tank that the Sea Emperor had organized her occupancy around, the eggs that had not hatched in the time since she had been brought into the facility, whose developmental status the biological monitoring team checked periodically and reported as unchanged. The eggs were the source of the enzyme in its most concentrated, most potent form. A juvenile Sea Emperor, newly hatched, would produce the enzyme at levels that the researchers calculated would be sufficient in the enclosed system of the containment facility to generate therapeutic quantities that could be processed and introduced into the ocean. They asked her to hatch the eggs. The asking was imprecise because precise asking required the kind of linguistic channel that the Contact project had not established. What they did was transmit need with the directness that urgency produces in the contact sessions that continued even as the research program intensified. They came to the interface and attempted to communicate what they required in the only way available to them, which was the transmission of state and image and the felt quality of the situation. And they hoped that the intelligence on the other side of the interface was capable of understanding what they were transmitting. She was capable of understanding it. She was capable of understanding it far better than they knew, and she did not hatch the eggs. This was not refusal in the sense that implies opposition or withholding. The Sea Emperor did not have the kind of mind that refuses in that way. What she had was knowledge, the specific embodied knowledge of an organism that had lived for thousands of years in the ocean of 4546b, that had produced and cared for eggs across a lifespan long enough to have observed what the eggs required and what happened when those requirements were not met. The eggs needed specific conditions to hatch, not the conditions of the primary containment facility, the water chemistry, the pressure, the particular biological environment that a naturally occurring hatch site in the deep ocean provided. The facility was not wrong exactly. It was close, but close for something as biologically sensitive as the development of an organism whose embryonic environment had been shaped by millions of years of evolution in a specific place, was not close enough. She knew this. She had known it since the eggs were brought into the facility. She had been trying to communicate it, not with the urgency that the researchers now brought to the interface, not with the directed intentionality of someone transmitting a specific piece of information, but with the patient accumulation of what she could offer, which was the quality of time and the felt sense of what the situation required, and the knowledge, older than anything in the architect research record, that some things cannot be hurried. The researchers came to the interface and transmitted urgency and received something that the resonance specialists, reviewing the session records, described as sorrow. Not the Sea Emperor's sorrow exactly, or not only hers, something that was the quality of a situation in which two minds were attempting to communicate across a gap that neither had the tools to fully bridge, in which one of those minds held an answer and the other held a need. And the gap between them was not a gap of intelligence or of willingness, but of method, of the means of transmission, of the specific channels that were available and the information that those channels could carry. She was willing. She had always been willing. She was waiting for someone who could understand what willingness, in her situation, actually required. The safe shallows were the same as they had always been. The gasopod drifted through the pale water in the early light, trailing its spores in the unhurried pattern of an animal that has never needed to hurry, and the peepers moved through the coral formations in their schools, and the creep vines swayed at the boundary of the kelp forest in the particular rhythm of things that bend rather than break. If you had been in the safe shallows in this moment, suspended in the warm water, looking at the coral that had been growing in these formations for centuries before any architect ship arrived in orbit, you would not have known that anything had changed. The ocean did not announce it. The peepers did not behave differently. The gasopod continued its drift. The water caught the light from above and distributed it in the columns and shafts that moved with the current, in the patterns that had no name in any language. But the water was different now. The instruments in the architect monitoring stations throughout the upper biomes registered it. The change in certain chemical ratios, the presence of Kharaa in concentrations that the fifth-month sampling data had confirmed throughout the safe shallows and the kelp forest and the grassy plateaus and deeper. The infection was here, in this warm and ordinary water, in the familiar peepers and the familiar coral and the familiar pale light of morning. It was here and it was growing, and the ocean did not know and could not know and would not have done anything differently if it had. This was the safe shallows. This was the same water that had been here for hundreds of millions of years. This was the beginning of everything, the biome from which all the deeper layers ultimately traced their biological lineage, the warm and generous surface of a world that had been alive for longer than most things in the galaxy had been anything at all. It was infected now. It was still beautiful. Both of these things were true at the same time and would continue to be true simultaneously, and the ocean did not find this contradictory, because the ocean did not find things. The gasopod drifted, the spores dispersed, the light moved through the water in its columns and shafts. Something had changed in the water. The ocean did not announce it. The death toll among the architect researchers on 4546b began in the 14th month. Not dramatically, not all at once in the way of catastrophes that announce themselves with a single event large enough to mark the boundary between before and after. The first deaths were individual, separated by weeks, each one documented with the care that architect scientific culture applied to everything, including its own losses, cause of infection, duration of symptomatic period, the specific progression of cellular disruption that the Kharaa produced in architect biology, which was different in its details from the progression in the ocean's native organisms, but identical in its direction, which was toward the failure of the biological systems that kept an organism alive. The researchers documented their colleagues' deaths the way they had documented everything else at 4546b, carefully, thoroughly, with the consciousness that the record mattered, that what was being written would be read by someone and would need to be accurate to be useful. The person reading it, they were beginning to understand, would not be anyone on 4546b. The containment protocols for the research personnel were stricter than the protocols for the ocean. The ocean could not be physically isolated in the way that a research station could be isolated. You could not build a barrier around 16 biomes covering a planet's entire surface and maintain it. But the facilities could be managed, the researchers' exposure monitored, the internal systems maintained at standards that should, according to the protocols, have prevented transmission from the ocean environment to the sealed research stations. Should have. The Kharaa was in the water systems by the 8th month, not in quantities sufficient to trigger the automated monitoring alerts, but in quantities sufficient to matter, and the automated monitoring alerts had been calibrated to the parameters of agents the architects had encountered before, not to an agent that had demonstrated consistent ability to operate below the threshold of detection until it had established itself sufficiently to no longer need to. The facility director called the Emergency Council in the 16th month. The Emergency Council was not a body that had previously convened in exactly this form. It was assembled from the senior researchers across the facility's departments, from the communication specialists who maintained the network connection to the broader architect civilization, from the security systems team responsible for the quarantine enforcement platform that sat in orbit above them, doing nothing, waiting. The facility director presented the situation as it stood. The infection in the ocean at estimated 73% coverage of all biomes. The research station containment compromised. 14 confirmed deaths among the research personnel, with the infection established in an unknown number of additional individuals currently asymptomatic. The synthesis program failed. The direct approach to the Sea Emperor producing results that the resonance specialists characterized as communicative but not actionable on the timescale the situation required. She presented the projections. The projection showed where the infection would be in 30 days, and in 60 days, and in 90 days. They showed the research personnel mortality curve under the current conditions. They showed what happened to the infection's spread if the QEP was not activated, and a vessel from the broader architect network arrived to evacuate the facility personnel, which was that the vessel would become a vector, and the infection would leave 4546b in the bodies of the people being evacuated, and in whatever biological material those people carried, and would travel through the network to wherever the vessel went first, and from there through the connections that made the architect network a network. The council considered this for a long time. Long. even by architect standards, the standards of a civilization that had never been accused of making important decisions quickly, that had built its philosophical identity around the value of careful deliberation, that had produced, over centuries, a decision-making culture in which the acknowledgement that a decision had to be made was considered insufficient justification for making it before it had been adequately considered. The Council considered the projections. They considered the alternatives which had been prepared in writing by the analysis team and which were presented in the meeting and which resolved, under examination, into variations on two options rather than genuine alternatives. Activate the QEP and seal the planet, or do not activate the QEP and accept the projections. They considered what sealing the planet meant. It meant the QEP would fire on any vessel attempting to enter or leave the star system. It meant the facility personnel currently on 4546B would not be evacuating. It meant the infection would remain contained to this world and to the organisms already on it, and would not travel through the Architect network to the dozens of other research sites and inhabited worlds connected to that network. It meant that whatever happened on 4546B after the QEP was activated would happen without outside assistance, without the possibility of reinforcement or resupply, or the kind of continued engagement with the broader Architect civilization that had sustained the facility's research program until now. It meant the Council was deciding not just for the people in the room, but for every person currently on 4546B. The researchers who had not yet been infected, the researchers who had been infected and were asymptomatic, the researchers who were symptomatic and who had been told, in the careful, honest way that Architect institutional culture required, what the projections showed for people in their condition. The Council voted. The record of the vote is part of the facility's historical archive. It is not a dramatic document. It records the names of the Council members, the motion that was put to the vote, the outcome. It does not record what any individual Council member said before casting their vote, or what they were thinking, or what the room felt like in the moments between the last statement made before the vote was called and the announcement of the result. These things were not recorded because they were not the kind of thing the formal record captured, and the formal record was what would survive, and the people making it knew that the formal record was what would survive, and they recorded what they recorded anyway. The motion carried. The facility director transmitted the activation code to the quarantine enforcement platform in orbit, and the QEP received the code and confirmed receipt, and began its activation sequence, and the sequence completed, and the platform was active. It did not fire immediately. There was nothing in the star system to fire at. It simply became ready, as it had been built to be ready, and began the continuous scan of the star system's approaches that it had been designed to maintain indefinitely, powered by systems that the architects had built to run without maintenance for centuries, watching for vessels that were not authorized to be there and prepared to ensure that they would not reach the planet. The door closed, not with sound. There was no sound in the vacuum above the planet where the QEP sat in its orbit and watched. Not with ceremony, because the ceremony had been the vote and the activation sequence, and those had been conducted with the plain, purposeful efficiency of people who had decided what needed to be done and were doing it. The door closed with the particular quality of finality that comes not from drama, but from the absence of remaining options. The sense that a thing has been done that cannot be undone, that the path back has been removed not by accident or by force, but by deliberate choice, by the understanding that the path back led somewhere the choice makers were not willing to go. The researchers on 4546B were now alone in a way that the word alone does not quite capture. The transmissions continued. This was important to them. The maintenance of the communication link to the broader Architect network, the continued exchange of data and reports, and the kind of contact that communication provides even when the content of the communication cannot change the situation. The facility's communication systems were not affected by the QEP activation. The platform prevented physical passage, not electromagnetic transmission, and the architect network received the facility's continued transmissions and responded to them, and the exchange went on, and the researchers who were still capable of working continued to work, and the data continued to accumulate, and the formal records continued to be maintained. The personal logs from this period are different from the formal records. They are in the facility's archive alongside the formal records, preserved with the same care, accessible in the same way. They were written by researchers who understood that they were writing them for an audience that would read them after the writers were gone. And the knowledge of this shaped what was written, not into performance or into the artificial solemnity that the knowledge of posthumous readership sometimes produces, but into a particular quality of honesty, the honesty of people who have nothing left to manage or protect and are therefore free to say what they actually think. Some of them wrote about the ocean, not about the infection, not about the research, not about the situation that had produced the need for the personal log, but about the ocean itself, the view from the observation interfaces, the specific quality of the water at different depths, the creatures they had been studying and had come to know in the particular way that long observation produces. One researcher wrote at length about the stalkers in the kelp forest, about their habit of collecting metal fragments, about the way they approached unfamiliar objects with the specific quality of curiosity that she had spent months trying to characterize accurately, and had eventually decided could only be described by reference to how it felt to be the object being approached, observed, considered, incorporated into a worldview whose structure she could not fully imagine. She wrote that she thought the stalkers were doing something that she did not have a word for. She wrote that she was glad she had spent time watching them. The infection progressed through the architect population on 4546b at the rate the projections had indicated. The research continued for as long as there were researchers able to conduct it. The disease research facility operated at reduced capacity, then at minimal capacity, then at the level of automated systems carrying out protocols that had been set up by people who were no longer available to monitor them. The communication link to the broader network continued. The transmissions went out, the responses came back, the exchange continued, though the content of the transmissions changed as the number of people producing them declined, and the automated systems took over more of the data transmission burden. The formal records were maintained. The archive grew. The last human-authored transmission from 4546b's primary facility was sent in the 23rd month following the Kharaa's detection. It was not a farewell transmission. It was a data report, a summary of the most recent sampling data from the lower biomes, including the Lost River and the upper inactive lava zone, formatted according to the standard architect reporting protocol, accurate and complete, and utterly ordinary in its presentation of information that described a catastrophe. The researcher who wrote it had been living with the infection for months. This is apparent from certain irregularities in the report's formatting, minor things, the kind of small deviations from standard that appear when the person producing a document is operating under conditions that compromise the kind of attention to detail that standard formatting requires. But the data was good. She had checked it. The data was accurate and complete, and she had checked it and she sent it, and it was received, and it was acknowledged, and it was incorporated into the archive. There were no more transmissions after that one from a human voice. The facilities continued to run. This was the final extraordinary thing that the architects had done on 4546b, built systems robust enough to operate without human oversight for timescales that stretched from months into years, and from years into decades, and from decades into centuries. The power systems drew on the volcanic activity of the ocean floor and converted it into the energy the facilities required. The environmental monitoring continued. The data storage systems maintained the archive. The quarantine enforcement platform in orbit continued its watch, continued its scan of the star system's approaches, continued its readiness to fire on anything that came close enough. The lights in the corridors continued for a while, in the sections of the facility where the lighting systems were still functioning, illuminating rooms that no one was in. See hallways that no one walked, interfaces at which no one sat. Gradually, one by one, the lights dimmed. Not all at once. The power allocation systems were designed to maintain critical functions at the expense of non-critical functions when total power availability declined, and lighting in unused corridors was a non-critical function, and so the corridors went dark in the order that the power allocation systems determined, based on parameters set by people who had known, when they set them, that the people who set them would not be there to see the results. The archive remained powered. The environmental monitoring remained powered. The communication systems remained powered, sending their automated transmissions into the network and receiving the acknowledgments that the network continued to send. Sought the exchange of data between a civilization and the place where some of it had ended. The hum of the systems in the empty rooms was the last voice the facilities had. Not a voice exactly, the sound of machinery doing what machinery does when there is no one to tell it to stop. The ambient acoustic presence of systems maintaining themselves in the silence of spaces that had been full of people and were now full of nothing except the sounds of the systems themselves. The hum was consistent. It did not change as the months passed and the years passed because the systems were designed for consistency, for the maintenance of stable conditions, and they maintained them. Below, in the tank that had been built to be adequate to her, the Sea Emperor moved. She had known, in whatever way she knew things, what the vote had produced. She had felt it in the change in the facility, the gradual stilling of the minds around her, the shift in the ambient quality of consciousness in the water and the structures that surrounded her, the specific quality of absence that follows presence when presence ends. She had felt it the way the ocean feels things, not with the sharp clarity of perception, but with the slow, distributed sensitivity of something that has been in contact with its environment for long enough that the boundary between self and world has become permeable in both directions. She moved on her ancient roots, reduced now to the dimensions of the tank. The eggs rested where they had always rested, unchanged, waiting as the Sea Emperor waited, in the manner of things that have learned to hold time rather than to be held by it. Outside, the ocean continued. The safe shallows held their pale light and their drifting peepers and their gasopods and their ancient coral. The kelp forest swayed, the mushroom forest pulsed, the blood kelp moved in its thermal rhythms. The lost river ran through its stone passages in the dark, its ghostly trees bioluminescent, its ghost leviathans moving like memories through the corridors. The Kharaa spread. The ocean absorbed this the way it had absorbed everything, indifferently, completely, without acknowledgement or alarm. The infected creatures continued to exist within the infection the way the ocean existed within the quarantine, which was to say, entirely and without an alternative, and with the specific kind of continuance that has nothing to do with choice. The QEP watched the sky. Nothing came. 1,000 years is not a long time for an ocean. It is a long time for most other things. For civilizations, 1,000 years is the difference between the invention of writing and the collapse of empires, between the first cities and the first satellites, between one version of a world and another version so different that a traveler from the beginning of the period would not recognize the end of it. For individual organisms, 1,000 years is so far beyond the scale of a single life that it functions not as duration but as abstraction, the kind of number that a mind can hold as a number without being able to feel it as time. For geological formations, 1,000 years is a rounding error, a duration so brief that the rock cannot record it, that the layers of sediment accumulating on the ocean floor would show it only as a thin band, distinguishable from the bands above and below it only by the chemistry of what was happening in the water when it was deposited. The ocean of 4,546 B measured the 1,000 years in chemistry. The Kharaa spread through all 16 biomes within the first century. Not uniformly, the infection was denser in some zones than others, shaped by current patterns and the specific biology of each biome's dominant organisms, and the varying susceptibility of different cellular architectures to the modifications the Kharaa produced. The safe shallows were heavily infected, but continued to function as biomes in the way that ecosystems continue to function under stress, reduced, altered, carrying the weight of the infection in the changed behavior of their organisms and the changed chemistry of their water, but continuing. The kelp forest continued. The mushroom forest continued, its bioluminescence perhaps slightly altered in the specific wavelengths it produced, a change too subtle for any instrument that remained calibrated and operational to detect with certainty, but present in the data that the automated monitoring systems continued to collect and store in the archive that no one was reading. Some species declined, not to extinction. 4, 5, 4, 6 B's, biological diversity was deep enough, old enough, redundant enough in its ecological relationships that the infection did not produce the cascading collapses that a less complex system might have suffered. But some species declined in the way that species under sustained biological stress decline. Their populations reduced, their ranges contracted, their behavior modified by the infection in ways that made certain activities more difficult or certain environments less accessible. The bone sharks of the mushroom forest maintained their territorial behaviors, but in smaller territories. The stalkers of the kelp forest continued to collect objects, but their ranges shifted, concentrated in the sections of the kelp where the infection was less dense, where something in their biology or their behavior or the intersection of both led them to spend more time. The peepers continued to school in the safe shallows, but the schools were smaller than they had been, and the individuals within them moved with a slightly different quality of attention. Not fear exactly, because fear implies anticipation, and the peepers were not anticipating anything, but a quality of altered alertness that the infection had produced in their nervous systems along with everything else. The ghost leviathans of the Lost River reached a kind of biological stasis. The Kharaa in their systems had progressed to the point where its effects and the organism's biology had achieved a rough equilibrium. Not health, not the reversal of infection, but a state of mutual limitation in which the infection could not eliminate the host, and the host could not eliminate the infection, and both continued in the impasse of things that have been fighting the same fight for so long that the fight has become the condition. The ghost leviathans continued to move through the Lost River's passages. They continued to navigate the bone-white formations and the ghostly trees and the bioluminescent water with the ease of creatures on ancient routes. The infection had changed them visibly. Their translucency was deeper than it had been, their bioluminescence altered in color and pattern, their behavior slower and more conserving of energy. But they were alive. They moved. The Lost River held them as it had always held them, and they moved through it as they had always moved, changed but continuing. The precursor facilities dimmed across the first 2 centuries, not all at once. The power allocation systems did what they had been designed to do, which was to maintain critical functions at the expense of non-critical ones. And they did this through the decade-long progressions of power decline that the volcanic systems experienced as the facility's maintenance needs outpaced the capacity of automated repair systems to address them without human oversight. Sections went dark in the order the allocation systems determined. Laboratories went dark. Observation areas went dark. Corridors that had been traveled daily by the researchers who built and used them went dark over years and decades, the darkness accumulating the way darkness accumulates in abandoned places, not suddenly but gradually, one light at a time, the spaces between the remaining lights growing wider until the darkness was the condition and the light was the exception. The archive remained powered. This was deliberate. The power allocation hierarchy had been designed by people who understood that the preservation of the data mattered more than the preservation of the facilities, that the records of what had been learned and what had happened and what had been decided were the facility's most important output and deserved the last of the available power if it came to that. It came to something close to that in the 3rd century, when the automated repair systems reached the limit of what they could maintain without human oversight, and the power allocation began its final long decline toward the systems that had been designated critical and would remain powered as long as the volcanic sources continued to supply anything at all. The archive continued, the environmental monitoring continued, the communication systems continued, sending their automated transmissions into the network, receiving acknowledgments, exchanging data between a civilization and the evidence of what it had lost. The broader architect civilization received these transmissions and filed them and, eventually, stopped expecting anything from them that it had not already received. This is not indifference. The architect civilization mourned what had happened at 4546b in the ways that civilizations mourn, formally in the institutional records that documented the loss, and individually in the private acknowledgments of the people who had known the researchers who died, who had worked with them or studied under them, or simply known their names and their work. The mourning was real. But the mourning existed alongside the continuing functions of a civilization that had other research sites and other concerns and other decisions to make. And over time, over the long time of centuries, the automated transmissions from 4546b became part of the background of the network rather than a signal that required response. A regular data feed from a sealed world that contained no new human content, only the continuous output of automated systems doing their jobs in empty rooms. The network moved on, as networks do. 4546b continued, as 4546b did. The ocean's adaptation to the Kharaa was a process that operated on the timescale the ocean had always operated on, which was slow, which was geological, which measured change in populations rather than individuals, and in centuries rather than years. The organisms that were more susceptible to the Kharaa's cellular modifications reproduced less successfully than the organisms that were less susceptible, and over generations, over the many generations that a century represented, for the smaller, faster reproducing organisms of the upper biomes, and the fewer generations that a century represented for the larger, slower reproducing organisms of the deep, the composition of the ocean's biological communities shifted, imperceptibly in any given decade, measurably over a century, significantly over 5 centuries. The ocean was learning the Kharaa, the way oceans learn things, which is by incorporating what they encounter into the biological record of their species and allowing the record to change the species across time. It was not a cure. The infection persisted. But the relationship between the ocean's biology and the infection was not static. It was a dynamic equilibrium, constantly negotiated at the cellular level across billions of organisms in 16 biomes, constantly shifting in the direction that selection pressures pushed it, which was in the direction of organisms that could carry the infection and function, that could be infected and still reproduce, that could persist in the altered condition the Kharaa produced without the alteration becoming fatal. The ocean was doing what the ocean had always done. It was continuing. In the deepest zone in the volcanic warmth that the planet's interior continued to provide regardless of what was happening in the biomes above, The Sea Emperor moved in the reduced routes available to her. The tank's geography rather than the deep ocean's geography, the routes that the tank permitted rather than the routes that 10,000 years of migration pattern had established. She had adapted to this. Not easily and not quickly, and not without cost in the ways that ancient minds pay costs when the world they have been formed by is reduced to a fraction of its former dimensions. But she had adapted because adaptation was what living things do, because the alternative to adaptation is not the preservation of what was, but the end of what is, and she was not ready for the end of what was. Her eggs remained unhatched. This is worth saying plainly, without elaboration or interpretation, because the plainness of it contains everything that needs to be understood. For 1,000 years, the Sea Emperor's eggs did not hatch. They rested in the section of the tank she had organized her occupancy around, in the particular orientation and the particular water conditions she maintained through her presence and her behavior, in the state of developmental suspension that the eggs had entered when the conditions for hatching were not met. They were alive. The biological monitoring systems that continued to function confirmed this. The eggs were alive, metabolically active at the low level of organisms in developmental stasis, maintaining themselves in the manner of things built by millions of years of evolution to wait. The Sea Emperor knew they were waiting. She knew it the way she knew everything. Not with the explicit, unarticulable knowledge of a mind organized around language and proposition, but with the embodied, distributed knowledge of an organism so ancient and so thoroughly integrated into the biological memory of her species that what she knew and what she was had become largely the same thing. She knew the eggs were waiting for conditions that the tank did not provide. She knew those conditions required something the tank could not contain on its own. She had tried to communicate this to the architects in the months before the silence, in the sessions at the interface when she transmitted what she could and received what they were capable of receiving, which was some of it, but not enough. She waited with the eggs, not with the urgency of waiting, not with the quality of attention that urgency produces, or the forward lean of a mind straining towards something expected to arrive, with the patience of something that has learned to hold time rather than to be held by it, to carry the weight of an unknown duration without requiring that the duration be known before the carrying begins. She moved on her reduced routes. She ate what the automated feeding systems provided. She maintained the water conditions around her eggs with the precise, instinctive attention of a creature for whom this maintenance was not a task, but a biological imperative as fundamental as breathing. She was alive and she was waiting, and the two things were, for her, not distinct. The facilities hummed in their emptiness, the hum of the systems, the power distribution systems, the environmental monitoring systems, the archive and the communication systems and the automated maintenance protocols that kept the remaining powered sections of the facility functioning, was the only consistent sound in spaces that had once been full of voices. It was not a small sound. It was distributed across large volumes of constructed space, present in every section that remained powered, a constant background that the Sea Emperor had incorporated into her experience of the tank, the way she had incorporated everything else the tank provided. It was not comforting. It was simply there, as the tank was there, as the reduced roots were there, as the 1,000 years were there. Conditions to be inhabited rather than assessed, facts of her world rather than features she had chosen. The hum continued. The archive grew, entry by entry, with the automated data that the monitoring systems continued to produce. Not human-authored, not the kind of record that contains the mark of the minds that created it, but data, numbers, measurements, the ongoing output of instruments doing their jobs in rooms where the people who built the instruments were long gone. The communication systems transmitted the data and received acknowledgments and transmitted again. A conversation between an automated facility and a civilization that had moved on. A regular exchange of information that contained, beneath its surface, the long record of an ocean continuing to be itself in the dark. Outside the facility, the ocean continued. The safe shallows held their pale light and their peepers and their ancient coral and their gasopods drifting through the morning water in the unhurried way of animals that have never been given a reason to hurry. The kelp forest swayed. The mushroom forest pulsed its blue-green light into the middle water, illuminating nothing in particular and everything at once, as it had pulsed for millions of years before the architects arrived, and would pulse for millions of years after everything that was happening now had resolved into something the ocean could absorb and incorporate and carry forward. The lost river ran through its stone passages in the dark. The ghostly trees bioluminesced. The ghost leviathans moved through the corridors of rock and water on their ancient roots, infected, persisting. Their translucence deeper than it had been, but their movement unchanged in its fundamental quality. The ease of creatures at home in a place they have inhabited for long enough that the place has become them. They moved through the lost river, the way the lost river moved through the rock, continuously without urgency, in the manner of things that are not going anywhere because they are already where they are. The lava lakes pulsed with the planet's heartbeat. The Sea Emperor's young, the adults that had once shared the deep ocean with her before she was brought into the facility, before the Kharaa came, before the quarantine, were gone. She was the last. She had known she was the last for a long time, for longer, measured in years, than any civilization in the galaxy had been keeping records. Or the knowledge did not produce despair in her, because despair is the response of a mind that has expected something different from what has happened, and she had long since moved past expectation into something quieter and more fundamental. She knew what she was, she knew what she held, she knew that the eggs could hatch, if the conditions were met, and she knew what conditions were required, and she knew that she could not produce those conditions alone. She was waiting for someone who could help her. She did not know if anyone would come. The architects had come, and they had built the facility around her, and they had tried to communicate across the gap between their kind of mind and hers, and they had failed to fully bridge it, and they were gone. The ocean was still here. The eggs were still here. She was still here. These were the facts as she held them, not with bitterness, not with the quality of suffering that a human mind would bring to 1,000 years of confinement, but with the specific quality of patience that she had transmitted to the architect researchers at the interface, that had been her most consistent communication, that had been received as remarkable and had perhaps not been fully understood. It was not a performance of patience. It was not the management of impatience. It was time experienced at the scale she experienced time, which made 1,000 years something that a human mind might call long, and that she simply called what had happened and what was still happening and what would continue to happen until something changed. Something would change. She did not know when. She did not know how. She did not know in what form the change would arrive, whether it would come from the sky as the architects had come, or from the ocean itself, or from some direction she could not anticipate. She knew only that the eggs could hatch, and that the enzyme could flow, and that the ocean's relationship with the Kharaa was not permanent in the way that the ocean itself was permanent. Things changed. Oceans changed slowly, but they changed. The infection had changed the ocean, and something could change the infection, and the change required things she could not produce alone. She waited. The ocean waited with her, in the way that oceans wait, which is to say that it did not wait at all, that it simply continued. That waiting and continuing are the same thing at the scale of an ocean. That the distinction between them requires a kind of impatience that water does not possess. The safe shallows continued their pale morning light. The kelp forest swayed, the mushroom forest pulsed, the lost river ran, the lava lakes beat with the planet's heartbeat. The QEP watched the sky. Nothing came. And then, in the fullness of what 1,000 years means to an ocean, something did. The Degasi was not supposed to be here. This is the first and most important thing to understand about the ship and the people on it. That their arrival at 4546b was not the product of intention, not the result of a mission or a survey, or the deliberate extension of any civilization's reach toward this particular star. The architects had come with instruments and philosophy, and the weight of centuries of institutional purpose behind them. The Degasi came because of a storm, or rather because of the accumulated consequence of decisions made in haste and navigation errors compounded by equipment that was functioning below specification and weather that a better maintained ship with a more experienced crew would have managed, and that this ship, with this crew in these circumstances, did not. The specific chain of causation that brought the Degasi to 4546b is long and mundane and full of the kind of human details. The cost-cutting on the maintenance schedule, the argument between the navigator and the captain that distracted both of them at a critical moment, the sensor array that had been reporting slightly wrong for 3 months without anyone filing the repair request that would have fixed it, that are always present in disasters of this kind, and that are always, in retrospect, obvious. None of it mattered once the ship was in the atmosphere. The Degasi was a Mongolian trading vessel, not a research ship, not a military vessel, not anything built for the kind of encounter it was about to have. It was built for the movement of cargo between established routes, for the reliable execution of journeys that had been made before, and that were expected to be made again, for the specific kind of operational competence that routine requires, rather than the specific kind of competence that emergencies require, which is different and much harder to maintain in the absence of emergencies to maintain it against. It entered 4546b's atmosphere in a state of systems failure that its crew was attempting to manage, and that the atmosphere itself, the violent weather patterns that a total ocean world generates when warm surface water meets cold upper air masses across the entire planetary surface with no land to interrupt or redirect, did not accommodate. The QEP did not fire. This is worth noting because the QEP was designed to fire on vessels attempting to enter or leave the system, and the Degasi was entering. The platform's targeting systems registered the vessel and assessed it and determined, correctly according to the parameters the architects had built into it, that a ship in the state of systems failure the Degasi was in, entering the atmosphere in an uncontrolled descent, did not require the QEP's assistance in its destruction. The platform watched. The Degasi came down in the middle of an ocean that had no shore to interrupt it, that offered no options for anything resembling a conventional emergency landing, that received the ship the way it received everything that fell into it from above, completely, without discrimination, on its own terms. Most of the crew did not survive the crash. 3 people did. Paul Torgel, the ship's owner, a businessman of some standing in the Mongolian corporate world who had been traveling aboard his own vessel for reasons that were primarily financial and that now seemed in the context of floating in an alien ocean with a damaged life pod and no rescue signal reaching anything that could respond, entirely beside the point. His son Bart, a young man in his early 20s who had accompanied his father on what was meant to be a routine commercial journey, and who had, in the months since his childhood and adolescence, developed the specific intellectual curiosity about biological systems that the ocean around them would, in the time remaining, give him both the opportunity to pursue and the occasion to regret. And Marguerit Maida, a mercenary, hired by Paul Torgal for the kind of security purposes that wealthy people traveling in the less regulated regions of commercial space sometimes considered necessary, a woman whose professional history included a number of situations that had been dangerous and that she had survived, and who looked at the situation she was now in and made her assessment of it with the particular clarity of someone who has learned to assess dangerous situations quickly and without the interference of feelings about what the assessment reveals. Her assessment was that they were alive and that the ocean was very large, and that the immediate priority was to find something to stand on. The floating island appeared on their sensors within the first day, which was fortunate in the way that things are fortunate when the alternative is drowning. Not luck in any warm sense of the word, but the specific good fortune of a universe that does not particularly care about your survival, and that has, on this occasion, arranged itself in a way that does not immediately preclude it. The island was a geological anomaly, the only exposed surface on 4546b, a formation of rock and island substrate that the planet's tectonic history had produced, and that buoyancy forces kept at the surface despite the absence of any continental structure to anchor it. It was not large, it was land, which was something that the ocean of 4546b otherwise did not provide, and land was what 3 people with a damaged life pod and no other options needed. They reached it and established what could generously be called a base. The island's surface was unlike anything in the records of worlds they had visited. The biology of a place that existed at the interface between ocean and atmosphere, on a world where that interface was everywhere and land was a single small exception, where the organisms that occupied the island had evolved not to the island itself, but to the island's particular position in the ocean, to the storms that crossed it from every direction, with nothing to break or redirect them, to the salt spray and the wind and the specific light quality of an alien sun on an alien sea. The flora was low and dense and built for resistance rather than height, clinging to the rock with root systems evolved to hold against the storms that moved across the island's surface regularly and without mercy, as if the ocean resented the island's existence and sent weather periodically to remind it of its vulnerability. Paul Torgal found the storms intolerable. This was not weakness. The storms were, by any measure, objectively difficult, violent weather that the island's lack of windbreaks allowed to express itself at full force across every surface. He wanted to call for rescue. He wanted to maintain the signal and wait, and trust that a civilization capable of faster-than-light travel was also capable of finding 3 survivors of a crashed ship in a reasonable time frame. He was not wrong that this was possible. He was not accounting for the QEP, which he did not know existed, which would have destroyed any rescue vessel that responded to their signal before it reached the planet. The signal went out and nothing came, and Paul Torgal made the reasonable inference that the signal was not being received, and adjusted the transmitter and tried again, and nothing came. And he tried to understand why and could not, and the ocean offered no explanation. Marguerite went into the water, not immediately, and not without the careful assessment of risk that characterized everything she did. But she went, because the island's resources were limited and the ocean's resources were not, and because the specific kind of person she was had always learned environments by entering them rather than by observing them from outside. She learned the safe shallows the way she had learned other dangerous environments, by being in them, by making mistakes that did not kill her and learning from the ones that came close, by developing through contact rather than study a model of what the ocean was and what it would tolerate and what it would not. She brought things back to the island: food, materials, information in the form of first-hand experience of a world that Bart, who had begun keeping records of everything he could observe, documented with the careful enthusiasm of a young scientist confronting a biological system of extraordinary richness. Bart's logs from this period are part of what eventually entered the broader record of 4546b. They are not formal scientific documents. He had not been trained as a scientist, and the instruments available to him were improvised from the salvage of the Degasi, and the methodology was whatever methodology a curious mind with limited resources could construct in the circumstances. But they are careful. They are observant in the specific way of someone who looks at something genuinely new and wants to understand it rather than simply survive it. He wrote about the peepers with a kind of delighted attention that the ocean's circumstances did not diminish. The way they schooled, the specific quality of their bioluminescence in the dim light of the deeper shallows, the behavior he observed that he could not explain and that he noted as unexplained, because noting things as unexplained is what careful observation requires. He wrote about the reefbacks and their passenger ecosystems with a sustained wonder that accumulated across entries into something that resembled love, or at least the scientific equivalent of love, which is the willingness to keep paying attention long after you have enough data to write your report. He also wrote about the infection. Not with that word. He did not have the word, did not have the architect records that would have given him the framework to understand what he was observing as a coherent biological phenomenon, rather than as a series of anomalies that he could not explain. But he observed the anomalies. He noted the creatures that behaved differently from what he had learned to expect, the water chemistry readings from his improvised instruments that did not match across locations the way they should have if the ocean were a uniform system, and the specific quality of discomfort he felt in certain sections of the shallows that he could not attribute to any single observable cause. He was seeing the Kharaa without knowing what he was seeing, the way you sometimes see the effect of something before you know the thing that caused it, and he noted what he saw because that was what he did. Marguerit, who was also observing but with different instruments, noted it differently. She noted that certain areas felt wrong in a way she could not articulate. She noted that the creatures in those areas moved differently. She noted that she had spent enough time in environments that were trying to kill her to recognize the specific quality of a place where the killing was not coming from the obvious direction, and that the ocean had that quality in patches, distributed in ways she could not yet map. She did not write this down. She carried it in the way she carried everything, as operational information, as data relevant to survival, as part of the continuous assessment of the environment that she maintained the way other people maintain breathing. They descended. This was partly necessity and partly something else. The specific pull that depth exerts on certain kinds of people, the feeling that the answers to the questions you are carrying are further down, that the surface of a thing is not where its nature lives. Paul wanted to stay on the island, or failing that to find a way off the planet, and his arguments for both positions were reasonable, and Marguerite and Bart overrode them, not because the arguments were wrong, but because the island's resources were finite and the oceans were not, and because there was something in the deeper water that Bart's logs described as the strongest biological signal he had ever encountered, and that Marguerite's assessment described more practically as where the food was. The jellyshroom caves occupied a depth below the safe shallows where the substrate opened into chambers of considerable size, spaces that the ocean had carved through rock over geological timescales, that had been colonized by bioluminescent organisms of extraordinary variety that glowed in the purple and violet spectrum with a light that was different in character from any of the upper biomes' illumination. Purple light. Not the blue-green of the mushroom forest above, not the white-violet of the lost river below, but something in between. Warmer than the mushroom forest, more concentrated than the lost river, present in the caves with an intensity that made the caves feel inhabited, even when the only inhabitants were the luminescent organisms producing the light and the creatures that had made the caves their home across evolutionary timescales too long to imagine. Bart wrote about the jellyshroom caves with a sustained intensity that was different from his writing about the upper biomes. The difference was the infection. Here, in the caves, the anomalies he had been noting in the shallows were more concentrated, more visible, more difficult to attribute to instrument error or observer inexperience. The creatures of the caves showed the modifications that the Kharaa produced at a density that made the modifications a pattern rather than isolated incidents. He did not know what the pattern described. He knew that it described something, that the consistent direction of the changes he was observing, the specific nature of the modifications, pointed toward a cause that was biological and systematic rather than environmental or random. He attempted to characterize the cause from the effects, working backward from what he could observe to what might have produced it, and arrived at hypotheses that were, given the instruments available to him and the absence of the architect research record, remarkably close to accurate. He was trying to find a cure with improvised instruments on the ocean floor of an alien world, working from first principles, without any of the institutional knowledge that the architects had brought to the same problem and failed with. He was not going to succeed. He knew by the time his logs from this period end that he was not going to succeed. The logs do not say this directly. They continue to document, continue to hypothesize, continue to propose next steps with the forward momentum that scientific habit maintains, even when the scientist is no longer certain there is anywhere to go. But there is a quality to the later cave logs that is different from the earlier ones, a quality that the reader notices without being able to point to a specific sentence that produces it. The wonder is still there. The careful observation is still there. But something else is there too. The awareness of a mind that has looked at what it is facing and has not yet said out loud that it is too large, but has understood it. They descended further to the deep Grand Reef. This was Marguerit's decision, or became Marguerit's decision, when Paul's opposition to further descent reached the level where a decision was required, and she made it. The deep Grand Reef offered what the jelly shroom caves had offered in greater quantity: resources, space, the possibility of a more sustainable base than the island's surface allowed. They built there. The construction was not elegant, improvised from salvage, modified as understanding of the environment improved, built to serve immediate needs rather than long-term plans, because long-term plans required a confidence in the future that the situation did not support. But it was built, and it stood, and it was a human presence in a part of the ocean that had not had one since the architect researchers, whose facilities existed at other depths and whose bases, unknown to the Degasi survivors, were still humming in their emptiness in other parts of the ocean floor. Paul wanted to surface. He had always wanted to surface, but in the deep Grand Reef the wanting had become something more urgent, something that the pressure of depth and the increasing evidence of the infection in the water around them, and the absence of any rescue signal response had compressed into a conviction. They needed to go up, needed to find a way to a surface where rescue remained theoretically possible, needed to not be this deep in an ocean that was showing them, with increasing clarity, what it was capable of. He was not wrong about what the ocean was capable of. The Reaper Leviathan that destroyed their deep base was not acting with intention. This is important and worth holding clearly, because the loss that followed was so total that the temptation is to assign it meaning, to make the ocean responsible in a moral sense for what was a biological event, a large predator in its territory, encountering a structure that did not belong there, and that produced, through its materials and its power signature, and the activity of the organisms inside it, the kind of stimulus that a Reaper Leviathan's biology responds to with the behavior the Reaper Leviathan had evolved to use in exactly these circumstances. The ocean was not punishing them. The ocean does not punish. The ocean contains creatures that operate according to their biology in the environments they have evolved for, and the deep Grand Reef was the Reaper Leviathan's environment, and the base was an intrusion into it, and the intrusion ended the way intrusions into a Reaper Leviathan's territory end. Paul and Bart were lost. The ocean received them the way it receives everything, completely, without acknowledgement, in the manner of something so large that the distinction between containing and consuming has ceased to be meaningful. Bart's logs ended. The records he had kept, the careful observations, the hypotheses, the documented wonder of a young mind encountering something extraordinary, remained in the improvised storage system of the Degasi's salvaged equipment, recording nothing further, waiting to be found. Marguerite was not in the base when the Reaper came. She had been outside in the water, in the specific manner of someone who is always more comfortable outside than in, who trusts the open environment more than the constructed one, whose entire professional history had trained her to be somewhere else when the thing that destroys the place she was supposed to be arrives. She was not present to observe what happened to Paul and Bart. She found out in the way you find out when you return to somewhere, and it is no longer there. Not through information, but through absence. See, through the particular quality of a space that has been occupied and is now not. Through the specific silence of a structure that was producing sound and is now producing nothing. She did not stay. There was nothing to stay for, and she had survived too many situations by understanding quickly what was available and acting on that understanding to spend time with what was not. What was available was the ocean, the open water, the currents, the direction that her improvised navigation could determine as approximately north. She had been in the water long enough to know the water. She had learned the ocean the way the ocean teaches, which is through contact, through the accumulation of experience that contact produces, through the development of a relationship with an environment that is fundamentally not interested in relationships, but that rewards, in purely biological terms, the organisms that understand it well enough to move through it. She moved through it. North, on a current that ran north, clinging to the body of the Reaper Leviathan that had destroyed everything she had been part of at 4546b, not because she chose the Reaper Leviathan as transport, but because the Reaper was moving north and the current was moving north, and she was alive and north was away from here, and alive and away from here was what was available, and she took it. The ocean carried her north. The ocean does not make decisions about who it carries. It does not accommodate. It does not extend grace or mercy or any quality that requires intention. But it is large, and its currents run in the directions they run, and the creature that knows how to be in the water rather than fighting it will be moved by what moves the water, will go where the water goes, will arrive eventually at wherever the current arrives. Marguerite arrived in the Arctic, unconscious and alive, on the body of a Reaper Leviathan that deposited her in the polar water and moved on, indifferent to what it had carried and where it had taken it. The ocean continued. Paul Torgal was gone. Bart Torgal was gone. Their presence on 4546b. The 11 months of the island, the jelly shroom caves, the deep Grand Reef base, the careful logs and the improvised instruments, and the sustained attempt of a curious mind to understand a world that was trying to kill him, was absorbed into the ocean the way everything was absorbed into the ocean. The stalkers in the Kelp forest found new fragments among the debris of the crashed Degasi, incorporated them into their collections with the same unhurried curiosity they had applied to fragments from ancient impacts. The creatures of the deep Grand Reef returned to the territory the base had occupied and found it unoccupied and continued. The silence resumed. Not quite the same silence as before. The silence now held, somewhere in the Arctic water, a woman who had learned the ocean from the inside and who was not yet done with it. But the silence of the facilities, the silence of the empty corridors and the humming systems and the archive accumulating its automated data in empty rooms. That silence continued as it had continued, deep and patient and indifferent to the interruption that had just occurred and that the ocean had already absorbed. The QEP watched the sky. In the primary containment facility, the Sea Emperor moved on her reduced routes, her eggs unhatched, her patience unchanged by the Degasi's arrival or by its end. She had been aware of them, of the small, brief flare of consciousness that 3 human minds represented in the water around her facility, perceptible at the edges of whatever sense allowed her to register the presence of minds in her vicinity. They had come, and one had remained, and the one that remained had moved north. And the ocean continued, and the eggs continued, and her waiting continued in the manner of things that are not counting the time, because the time will be whatever it will be, and counting does not change it. She waited. The 1,000 years that had passed since the architect's last transmission deepened by another decade, and by another, and by another. Something would come. The Aurora was on a routine assignment. This is the kind of sentence that contains, in retrospect, a weight it did not have at the time of its writing. The word routine doing the work of describing a state of mind that makes certain kinds of attention possible and certain kinds of attention impossible, that creates the conditions for competence at familiar tasks and the conditions for missing things that are not yet familiar enough to be in the category of things you look for. The Aurora's crew were competent people doing a job they understood, on a ship they understood, in a region of space that their charts described accurately, as far as anyone in possession of those charts was aware. The gap between what their charts described and what was actually at the coordinates they were approaching was not their failure. It was the gap that 1,000 years of quarantine produces. The difference between a star system as it was recorded before the quarantine and a star system as it is after 1,000 years of a civilization's automated systems running in the silence of a sealed world. The Aurora was an Alterra Corporation vessel. Alterra was, at the time of the Aurora's mission, one of the largest corporate entities in the human-inhabited regions of the galaxy. Not the largest, and not without competitors, and not without the specific internal contradictions that organizations of that scale accumulate over the decades of their growth, but large enough that its operational footprint extended to the kinds of distant, relatively unmapped regions of space where phase gate construction made economic sense and where the company's long-term strategic interests were served by infrastructure development in advance of the settlement and commercial activity that infrastructure reliably attracted. The Aurora's mission was phase gate construction, the installation of a faster-than-light transit node that would reduce the travel time between this region and the broader network of human-inhabited space that would open this star system and its neighbors to the kind of commercial engagement that proximity to the network enables. It was, as missions go, ordinary. The Aurora was large, not large in the way of the precursor facilities on the ocean floor, not large in the way that a thing becomes large when you are inside it and trying to understand the full scale of what you are inside. Large in the way of a major commercial vessel, of a ship built to carry both the equipment required for a significant construction project and the crew required to operate that equipment and the supplies required to sustain that crew across the duration of a mission that would take months. Several hundred people. Engineers, technicians, construction specialists, the support personnel that large operational crews require, medical, logistics, administration, the people whose jobs exist because organizations of sufficient size need infrastructure to function, and infrastructure requires people to maintain it. They were living the specific life of people on a long commercial mission, the routines. See the familiarity of repeated days, the particular social world of a closed community in transit, the ways people learn each other when they are together long enough, and the ways they fail to. The approach to the star system was unremarkable until it was not. The Aurora's sensors registered the system's primary star and its planets at the expected ranges, registered the planet at the expected orbital position, registered the planet's surface characteristics as consistent with the long-range survey data that had flagged this system as a suitable location for phase gate construction. A large water world, suitable as a transit reference point, far enough from the star to be outside the primary hazard zones that stellar proximity creates for construction operations. The sensors registered nothing that should have concerned them. The quarantine enforcement platform was not broadcasting its presence. It was not a navigation hazard in the conventional sense. It was not a large object in a shipping lane, not an electromagnetic emitter that would appear on standard hazard scans. It was a purpose-built weapon system in a high orbit, and it was quiet, and it was watching, and the Aurora did not know it was there. The platform registered the Aurora at the edge of the system. The assessment took the time the platform's systems required, not long, because the systems had been built for speed in exactly this kind of assessment, built by people who understood that the purpose of the platform was to prevent unauthorized entry, and that prevention required identification and response on timescales that a vessel traveling at approach velocities made urgent. The Aurora was not broadcasting a precursor authorization code. The Aurora did not know that precursor authorization codes existed. The QEP's targeting systems tracked the vessel's approach vector and calculated the intercept parameters and prepared. The Aurora entered the inner system and the QEP fired. Not at the Aurora directly, not with the precision of a weapon targeting a small specific point. The QEP was a planetary defense system built to the scale of planetary defense, and its discharge was scaled accordingly. It struck the Aurora across its drive systems, across the engineering sections at the rear of the vessel, where the systems that made faster-than-light travel possible, and the systems that made controlled atmospheric entry possible, were located in the configuration that ships of this class used. And the result was what the result of losing those systems during an approach to a planet's gravitational field always is. The Aurora fell, not cleanly, not in the controlled arc of a vessel executing a planned atmospheric entry, not with the precision of systems designed for the transition from space to atmosphere operating as intended. It fell in the way of a very large object whose ability to manage its own descent has been removed, spinning, breaking apart at the seams that the stress of uncontrolled entry found and exploited, shedding pieces of itself into the atmosphere in patterns that the planet's gravity and the atmosphere's density and the structural characteristics of the ship's construction determined. With no input from the people inside who were attempting to manage a situation that had moved past the point where management was the right word for what was possible. The life pods launched. This was automatic. The systems that managed life pod deployment were among the most redundant and most hardened systems on any commercial vessel, because the scenarios in which life pods are needed are exactly the scenarios in which other systems fail, and the engineers who designed them understood this and built accordingly. Some pods launched cleanly and stabilized and descended under their own systems. Some were damaged in the launch process or in the debris field that the Aurora was generating as it came apart, and descended less cleanly, and arrived at the ocean's surface in states ranging from functional to barely intact. Some did not launch at all, or launched too late, or were in sections of the ship that were no longer intact enough to contain functional life pods by the time the deployment systems activated. The Aurora's main hull impacted the ocean at a velocity that the ocean received the way the ocean receives everything, completely, without ceremony, with the specific indifference of something so large that a ship the size of the Aurora is an event rather than a presence, a disruption that the surrounding water absorbs and distributes and reduces over hours and days to the question of what settles and what floats and what the currents do with both. The wreck burned. It burned because the fuel systems had not been entirely spent in the descent. Because fire is what certain chemical reactions produce when they are not contained, and the Aurora's containment was no longer adequate to contain them. Because fire in an atmospheric environment where oxygen is available does what fire does and burns until it has consumed what is available to consume. From below the surface, from the safe shallows where the water was warm and clear, and the light from above arrived in the columns and shafts that it always arrived in, the Aurora's burning was visible as something different. Not the clean solar light of a star, but firelight. The warmer and more variable light of combustion filtered through the water's surface and diffused into the water column, arriving at depth as something that did not belong here, that the ocean had no framework for, that moved and pulsed in ways that the light of a star does not move. The peepers in the safe shallows moved away from it. Not in alarm. Peepers do not experience alarm in the way that implies a higher-order assessment of threat. They moved because the light was different, and different is not safe, is the calculus of small prey animals, and they moved to the edges of their formations and held there while the light from above was wrong, and returned when it became less wrong, with the specific resilience of organisms that have been living in an environment full of things that are wrong and that have learned to wait out the wrongness without requiring it to be explained. One life pod had come down in the safe shallows. Pod 5. It had descended more or less intact, more intact than several other pods, less intact than it would have been under planned conditions, functional in the ways that mattered for immediate survival, and damaged in the ways that mattered for medium-term survival, and entirely unprepared for long-term survival in an ocean that it had no information about beyond what the Aurora's sensor data had managed to transmit before the descent became too violent for data transmission to be the priority. Inside it was Ryley Robinson. One person. Not a research specialist or a survival expert or someone whose professional history had included the kind of training that prepares you for finding yourself alone in an alien ocean. An engineer, someone with the specific competencies of a person who maintains and repairs the systems that keep a ship functional, whose skills were calibrated to the known environment of a commercial vessel of the Aurora's class, whose understanding of survival in unknown environments was the understanding that most people have, which is to say, theoretical, derived from training materials rather than practice, present as knowledge but not yet tested as capability. He had been unconscious during the descent. He was conscious now, in the specific way of someone who has regained consciousness and is in the process of understanding where they are and what has happened, the initial inventory of self, the assessment of the immediate environment, the slow expansion of attention from the immediate to the surrounding as the mind confirms that it is intact and begins to accept the information the senses are providing. The life pod systems reported. Water world. No landmass detected within sensor range. Hull integrity compromised at 2 points. Fabricator functional at reduced capacity. Emergency beacon transmitting. Hull temperature elevated, normalizing. The emergency beacon was transmitting into a star system guarded by a platform that had just demonstrated its willingness and ability to destroy a ship the size of the Aurora. The beacon would be received by any vessel that came close enough to receive it. No vessel that came close enough to receive it would survive long enough to respond. This was not information the life pod systems could provide. Outside the pod, the safe shallows continued. The peepers had returned to their formations now that the light from above was settling back into something more familiar. The gasopods drifted through the middle water in their unhurried way. The ancient coral continued its centuries-long growth in configurations that the crash of the Aurora had not meaningfully disturbed. The debris field was at the surface and in the shallower water, and the coral was in the places coral had always been, at the substrate depth that the safe shallows provided, doing what coral does. The reef backs moved through the far edge of the shallows, carrying their passenger ecosystems, thinking about something very far away. The ocean was exactly what it had always been. It was also now the environment of a single person who had woken up in it without choosing to be there, who had the resources of one partially functional life pod, and the skills of a ship's engineer and the information that the Aurora's systems had managed to log before the descent, made logging the lowest priority. Who was alive in the specific tenuous way of being alive when the conditions for remaining alive are not yet secured, and the gap between current state and the state required for continued existence requires active effort to close. Ryley Robinson opened the life pod's hatch. The ocean received him the way it receives everything, completely on its own terms, with the specific indifference of something that has been here for hundreds of millions of years and has no investment in the outcome of any particular organism's attempt to persist in it. The water was warm. This was something, in a situation with very little that was immediately reassuring. The temperature of the water was reassuring, was the ocean's accidental gift to someone who needed every small gift available. The light from above was present and sufficient. The safe shallows were not dark. The creatures moving through them were not, in this biome, at this depth, the creatures that would immediately represent a lethal threat to a human swimmer. He looked up. The Aurora's wreck was still burning at the surface, the hull visible from below as a massive, dark shape, with the particular silhouette of something built for one environment that had ended up in another. The debris field spread from the wreck across a significant area of the safe shallows. Pieces of the ship in sizes ranging from fragments small enough to drift in the current to sections of hull large enough that the creatures of the shallows were already beginning to treat them as features of the environment, as surfaces to investigate and eventually to colonize. The ocean absorbs what falls into it. The Aurora had fallen into it. The process of absorption was already beginning, with the patient thoroughness of a system that has been absorbing things for longer than most things have existed to fall. He looked down. The seafloor of the safe shallows was visible in the light that filtered down from the surface. Not clearly, not with the detail that full illumination would have provided, but present, mappable, the substrate and the coral and the creep vine formations distinguishable from each other at this depth in this light. Below the safe shallows, beyond the coral at the kelp forest's edge, the water deepened and the light changed, and the visible limit of depth moved downward into something that could not be seen from here, that required going further down to be understood. The ocean was very large, it was very deep. It had been here for a very long time without anyone like him in it, and it would be here for a very long time after whatever happened to him had resolved itself into one outcome or another. He needed water that was safe to drink. He needed food. He needed to understand the fabricator's remaining capacity and what materials were accessible in the immediate environment and what those materials could produce. He needed to understand the life pod's damage and whether it could be addressed and what the consequences were if it could not be addressed. He needed a great many things that the ocean did not owe him and would not provide without the specific effort of finding them in a place that had not been organized for finding. He began. Below him, in the depths he could not yet see, 16 biomes continued their uninterrupted business. The Precursor facilities hummed in their emptiness. The Sea Emperor moved on her reduced routes, her eggs unhatched, her patience unchanged by the arrival of the Aurora or the presence of the person who had survived it. The Kharaa spread through the water that surrounded all of it, the water Ryley was swimming through, the water of the safe shallows, the water that connected everything from the surface to the volcanic core. Present, ancient, patient in its own way, having been spreading for 1,000 years without the cure it had never encountered, and that the ocean had been holding for exactly as long. The emergency beacon transmitted. The ocean held its secrets, the way it had always held them, not with intention, not with the consciousness of holding, but completely, in the manner of something so large that its secrets are not hidden, but simply present in places that have not yet been reached. He had a lot of reaching to do. The ocean introduces itself slowly. This is not courtesy. The ocean has no interest in courtesy, no awareness of the person encountering it, no investment in whether the encounter goes well for the person doing the encountering. But it has structure. and structure reveals itself in the order that proximity imposes, which is from the nearest to the furthest, from the shallowest to the deepest, from what is immediately available to what requires effort and descent to reach. The safe shallows were what was immediately available. They were also, in the specific way of first environments, the context through which everything that came after would be understood, the baseline against which the kelp forest's green-filtered light would seem darker, against which the mushroom forest's bioluminescence would seem stranger, against which the lost river's silence would seem more complete. You understand depth by beginning at the surface. You understand what the ocean becomes by knowing first what it is. The safe shallows, in the days after the Aurora's crash, were the same as they had always been. This requires a moment's attention because the same as they had always been contained the Kharaa and the debris of a wrecked ship, and the emergency beacon still transmitting into the uncaring sky, and all of these things were present, and none of them had changed what the safe shallows fundamentally were, which was the warm and abundant and ancient introductory biome of a planet that had been alive for hundreds of millions of years. The peepers drifted through their formations of coral. The gasopods moved through the middle water in their unhurried way, on trailing their spores. The creep vines swayed at the biome's deeper edge. The reefbacks continued their slow transit of the shallow's outer reaches, carrying their passenger ecosystems, their passage as unhurried and as complete as it had always been. The crash had added debris to the surface layer and had changed the light briefly, and had introduced a human presence into water that had not had one since Marguerit drifted north on the body of a Reaper Leviathan an indeterminate number of years before. The safe shallows had incorporated all of this the way they incorporated everything, without acknowledgement, completely, as additional facts of the environment rather than as disruptions to it. Ryley learned the shallows the way you learn an environment when learning it is the same as surviving it, not leisurely. Not with the quality of attention that Bart Torgal had brought to his observations, the sustained, curious, wonder-inflected attention of someone who is gathering knowledge for its own sake, who has the luxury of letting the question expand in all directions simultaneously. The attention of someone managing immediate needs is narrower than that, more directed, organized by the hierarchy of what the body requires, rather than by the hierarchy of what the mind finds interesting. Water first, food second, the fabricator's remaining capacity, and what materials were accessible in the immediate environment, and what those materials could produce. The answers to these questions shaped the first days in the safe shallows, and the answers were, partly, provisionally, adequate. The water could be processed. The organisms of the shallows could, with the fabricator's assistance, be converted into forms the body could use. The life pod's damage was significant, but not immediately catastrophic. The immediate catastrophe had already happened. What remained was everything else. In the gaps between the demands of immediate necessity, the shallows offered themselves. The peepers approached the life pod with the curious fearlessness of organisms that had never evolved a fear response calibrated to human presence, because human presence had never been a feature of their environment before, and evolution does not prepare you for things that have not happened. They came close. They regarded with their luminous eyes whatever it was they could perceive of Ryley and the life pod and the general situation, and they found it neither threatening nor particularly interesting. And they returned to their business, which was the business the peepers had always been in, drifting, schooling, avoiding the things that ate them, finding the things they ate, persisting in the warm water with the stolid competence of animals that have been doing this successfully for long enough that the success has become structural. The gasopods were indifferent in the more thoroughgoing way of organisms that have reduced their interaction with their environment to the essentials, moving through the middle water, releasing their spores, processing whatever the water column provided. One drifted close to the life pod in the second day, close enough that the spore cloud it released settled for a moment around the pod's exterior before dispersing in the current. It was the first time the specific quality of the gasopod's drift had been witnessed from inside the situation rather than described from outside it, and the witnessing produced something that was not quite wonder. Wonder requires a margin of safety that the situation did not provide, but that was in the same direction as wonder, the specific quality of attention that extraordinary things command even when you are not in a position to give them the attention they deserve. The Aurora was still at the surface. The wreck had ceased burning by the third day. The fuel systems had been spent in the descent, and the crash and the subsequent fire, and what remained was a very large structure of metal and composite materials in the process of being reconfigured by the ocean into something the ocean could work with, which was not a ship but was material, and material was what the ocean's processes of absorption operated on. The debris field spread from the wreck across a significant area of the safe shallows, and the stalkers in the kelp forest had already begun to investigate the fragments in the way that stalkers investigated everything, with the patient, persistent curiosity of animals who collect things, who have always collected things, who find in the debris of the Aurora the same quality of interesting foreignness that they had found for centuries in the metal fragments from ancient impacts, and who were incorporating the ship's debris into their understanding of their environment with the same unhurried thoroughness they applied to everything. The wreck was very large. It would take time to sink fully. And while it sank, it was both obstacle and resource, a source of materials that the fabricator could process, a source of information in the form of whatever data systems remained intact and accessible, a source of the specific quality of grief that comes from seeing the place you came from rendered into wreckage, that the body registers as loss before the mind has time to frame it as anything. Ryley went into the kelp forest, not on the first day or the second or the third, on a day when the immediate demands of the shallows had been provisionally addressed, and the deeper demands of understanding where he was and what surrounded him required the kind of information that only going further in the direction of further would provide. The kelp forest was at the shallow's edge, visible from the life pod's position as a change in the water's character. The light different there, greener and more enclosed, the vegetation denser, the sense of open water giving way to something more structured. He went toward it with the specific kind of courage that is not bravery, but is closer to the absence of alternatives, the understanding that staying in the shallows was a choice with a limited horizon, and that the horizon required expanding. The kelp forest received him the way it received everything, indifferently, completely, as another organism moving through an environment it had not consulted him about designing. The light changed immediately. This was the first and most visceral thing, the shift from the safe shallows' relatively open illumination to the green-filtered directional light of the kelp forest, the sense of the water becoming enclosed, of the space around him organizing itself into something with structure rather than extent. The creep vine formations reached from the deeper substrate toward the surface in the slow sway of things that are flexible by necessity, that have evolved to move with what they cannot resist. And the light that filtered through them was the light of a forest, the specific quality of illumination that passes through living things before it reaches you, that carries the green of what it has passed through, that arrives at depth softened and shifted from whatever it was before the living things got to it. The stalkers watched him. This was not alarming exactly, though it was the kind of thing that occupies the attention of anyone with the instincts of a social primate in an environment where being observed by something larger than you has historically implied a relationship worth being cautious about. The stalkers were not being cautious. They were being curious in the way that the stalkers of 4546 B's kelp forest had always been curious. The persistent, apparently interested attention of animals who have decided that something in their environment is worth continued observation. They circled at a distance that maintained their comfort, while allowing observation. They did not approach. They did not retreat. They watched with the quality of watching that implies the watcher is deciding something, working something out, or incorporating the observed object into a model of the environment that was being updated in real time. One of them was carrying a metal fragment that had come from the Aurora. This required a moment to understand. The specific fragment was identifiable as Aurora material by its surface texture, and the partial manufacturer's mark still visible on one edge, recognizable as something that had been part of a human-made object before the ocean began the process of making it into something else. The stalker had incorporated it into its collection with no apparent understanding of what it was or where it had come from, with the same quality of interested acquisition that it applied to all collected objects, and it carried it through the kelp with the ease of an animal for whom carrying things is a natural behavior fully integrated into the biomechanics of its movement. The Aurora's debris becoming part of a stalker's collection, the ocean working with what it had been given. The first precursor signal arrived in the kelp forest, not as a transmission, not as something that the life pod's communication systems received and parsed into content, as a fragment, a piece of data embedded in the electromagnetic environment of the kelp forest, present in the background of the signals the life pod systems were continuously monitoring, recognizable as data rather than noise by its structure, by the non-random pattern of it, by the way it repeated at intervals in a way that random electromagnetic variation does not repeat. The life pod's systems flagged it. The flag was passed to the display systems that Ryley could read. It was precursor in origin. This was not immediately apparent. The systems that could have identified it as precursor required calibration to the specific encoding the architects had used for their data transmissions, and that calibration was not available in the life pod's systems, which had been built by people with no knowledge of precursor technology. What was apparent was that the signal was artificial, that it was encoded, that it was not Aurora in origin and was not any known human encoding system, that it was coming from below, not far below, somewhere in the upper range of the kelp forest's depth, in the substrate or in a structure attached to the substrate. A system was running that had been running for a very long time, running since before the Aurora, since before the Degasi, since before the 1,000 years of the Quarantine, since before the Kharaa arrived in a research sample, and that was still, in its automated way, performing the function it had been built to perform, which was to transmit data at regular intervals into the water around it, to maintain the information exchange that had been the foundation of the Precursor Research Network, when that network had been active, and that continued to maintain itself long after the network's human component had ceased. Something had been here. Something had built infrastructure in this ocean, not the infrastructure of survival, not the improvised constructions of people trying to persist in a hostile environment. Oh, but the infrastructure of long-term research, of a program of study planned to continue across decades and staffed by a civilization with the institutional capacity to sustain it. Something had arrived at this world and found it extraordinary and had stayed long enough to build, and the building was still here, and the building was transmitting. He went deeper into the kelp forest to find it. The deeper kelp was different from the upper kelp in the way that any environment becomes different as you move into it, rather than along its edges. The same fundamental character, but more concentrated, more itself. The organisms of the forest denser and larger, and more certain of their place in the environment, as the depth increased and the light decreased, and the sense of being inside something rather than on its threshold became more complete. The bone sharks were here, at the forest's inner reaches, holding their territories with the patient solidity of animals who have always held these territories and who find in Ryley's passage through their space the same quality of registered presence that they applied to anything that passed through. Noted, assessed, found neither threatening in the way that requires response, nor familiar in the way that requires no attention, and therefore watched with the mild, sustained interest of creatures who are confident in their own position and curious about things that are not yet categorized. He found the fragment of a precursor structure at the kelp forest floor. Not a complete structure, a piece of one, a section of the architectural material that the architects had used for the non-critical portions of their research network. The kind of installation that a monitoring station requires at its margins, that had been here long enough that the kelp forest's organisms had partially incorporated it, growing across its surfaces and into its crevices, with the patient colonization that living things perform on any stable substrate that persists in their environment long enough. The data signal was stronger here. The life pod's systems were receiving it clearly enough to begin the preliminary work of analyzing its structure, of identifying the encoding patterns that would eventually allow the content to be read. It would take time. The encoding was not human. The translation would require the kind of patient, iterative work that decoding an unknown system requires. Not dramatic discovery, but the accumulation of reference points, the gradual construction of a key from the patterns that the data itself provided. He noted the location. He continued. The grassy plateaus were visible at the kelp forest's deeper edge. The sense of the water opening again, of the enclosed green-filtered quality of the kelp, giving way to a broader, more open expanse of substrate, covered in the low-growing plant analogues that the plateau's currents and light conditions supported. The transition had its own quality, the specific feeling of emergence that, moving from an enclosed space into an open one, produces regardless of what kind of space the enclosure and the openness are. The plateaus were deeper than the kelp forest, but less enclosed, and the depth felt different from the darkness. The darkness here was the darkness of open water rather than the darkness of density, which is a different kind, more navigable, less intimate. He paused at the boundary. The instruments carried an earlier fragment of the broader history he was beginning to enter, a partial mapping record, incomplete, one piece of a survey that had covered this region of the ocean floor in a level of detail that made the life pod's sensor systems look rudimentary by comparison, produced by an entity with far better instruments and far more time and far more context for what they were recording. It described in the encoding that the translation work was beginning to crack, the organisms of the grassy plateaus in terms that were clinical in their precision, and that nonetheless conveyed, between the lines of the data structure, or the specific quality of attention that a mind brings to something it finds extraordinary, the density of observation, the care with which categories were maintained and distinctions drawn, the evidence of a surveyor who was not simply recording, but was genuinely interested in what they were recording. Someone had stood at this boundary before, or the equivalent of stood, and had looked at the grassy plateaus and had found them worth the care of careful documentation. 50% of the distance through the full history of this world, measured in what had been narrated and what remained. And here is what that milestone produces as an image. The instruments the precursors brought to map this world now sit in empty corridors, in rooms where the lights have dimmed and the automated systems continue to hum with the patience of things that do not know what patience means, but practice it regardless. The catalogs are complete. The data is preserved in the archive, in the records that the communication systems continue to transmit, and that the network continues to receive and file without response. Everything was recorded. The peepers were recorded, and the stalkers, and the reefbacks, and the gasopods, and the creepvine, and the coral, and the specific light quality of the safe shallows at dawn. Everything that Ryley was now encountering for the first time had been encountered before by minds carrying better instruments and more context. And the record of those encounters was in the ocean with him, distributed across the fragments of the research network, so waiting to be assembled into something that could be read. There is no one left to read them. There was no one left to read them until now. He was reading them. Not yet. Not with the full content accessible, not with the translation work complete. But he was in the ocean with them, and he was going deeper. And deeper was where they were, and the reading would happen in the way that things happen when you go in the direction they require. Gradually, incompletely, with increasing clarity as the distance between you and the thing you are approaching decreases. He would go to the mushroom forest. He would go to the blood kelp. He would go to the lost river and the inactive lava zone and the lava lakes. And at each depth, the fragments would be there, and the content of the fragments would accumulate, and the history he was inside would become, slowly and with effort, legible. The grassy plateaus opened before him, spacious and deep, the plant analogues moving in the current in the pattern that looked like breathing. He went deeper. The kelp forest closed behind him, its green filtered light receding above, the sounds of the stalkers and the bone sharks and the creep vines sway, absorbed into the increasing depth and silence of the water between him and the surface. The Aurora's wreck was invisible from here, too far above, too obscured by the layers of water and biology that the descent had placed between him and it. It was there. It would be there for a long time, settling slowly into the ocean's ownership, becoming progressively more part of the seafloor and less part of what had fallen from the sky. But it was not visible from here. And what was not visible from here was not what mattered from here. What mattered from here was the depth below, the mushroom forest, and below that the blood kelp, and below that the lost river, and below that the inactive lava zone, and below that the lava lakes, and in the lava lakes the Sea Emperor, and in the primary containment facility the eggs, and in the eggs the answer to a question that the ocean had been holding for 1,000 years, and that everything that had happened in those 1,000 years had been building toward without any of it knowing, the way things build toward each other when the building is driven not by intention, but by time, which is patient in the way of things that have no choice about being patient and that continue regardless. He did not know any of this yet. He knew the kelp forest and the safe shallows and the first fragments of a signal he could not yet read. He knew the water was warm and that the peepers were not afraid of him and that the stalkers watched with a quality of attention that implied curiosity without implying threat. He knew the Aurora's wreck was above him, and the ocean was below him, and that below was the direction that answers tend to be in when the surface has stopped providing them. He went deeper. The mushroom forest announced itself with light before it announced itself with anything else. This is how the mushroom forest always announces itself, not with a change in pressure or temperature or the character of the current, though all of these change at the threshold, but with light, with the specific quality of blue-green bioluminescence that the forest produces, and that begins to be perceptible from above before the forest itself is visible, filtering upward through the water column the way dawn filters upward through the sky. Not the light itself, but the suggestion of it, the sky brightening before the sun clears the horizon, the water brightening before the mushroom caps become visible below. Ryley descended through the zone of suggestion and into the zone of illumination, and the forest opened beneath him in the way of things that are experienced rather than anticipated. Larger than the imagining, more present, more various in its detail, more thoroughly itself than the approach had prepared him to expect. The caps spread across the plateau's substrate in formations that had no analogy in any environment he had previously occupied. They were enormous. Not enormous as a superlative, not the largest thing he had encountered, not even the largest thing in this biome, which contained creatures that made the fungal caps seem modest by comparison, but enormous as a quality, as the specific character of a thing that has grown to a size that removes it from the category of individual organism and places it in the category of landscape, that has become something you are inside rather than something you are looking at. The caps spread their bioluminescence into the water around them in the blue-green wavelengths that the forest had been producing for millions of years into water that had no one to receive it, and the reception was— the word that presented itself was involuntary, and it was the right word. The reception was involuntary, was not a decision to find something beautiful, but the body registering beauty before the mind could frame the category. The specific neurological response to encountering something that the perceptual system assesses as extraordinary before the cognitive system has time to agree or disagree. The crab squids moved through the cap level with their long trailing fins spread in the current. They were strange in the complete way. Not strange as a deviation from expectation, but strange as the thing itself. The quality of strangeness so thoroughly their own that it did not read as deviation but as definition, as what a crab squid is, rather than as what a crab squid fails to be. Their electromagnetic pulses were perceptible as a quality of the water, rather than as discrete events, a change in the ambient electromagnetic field of the forest that the body registered as a kind of presence, as the awareness that something was nearby that was doing something to the water, that the water around you was not simply water, but was the medium through which something larger than you was expressing itself in a way that had nothing to do with you, and that continued regardless of whether you were there to receive it. He moved through the mushroom forest slowly, not with the urgency that the upper biomes had required, not with the directed, task-organized movement of someone managing the demands of immediate survival. The mushroom forest allowed or produced something different, a quality of movement that was closer to drifting than to swimming, that was responsive to the forest's own rhythms rather than imposed on them. That followed the blue-green light through the cap level with the specific quality of following something you are not entirely sure is leading you somewhere, but that seems worth following regardless. The bone sharks held their territories at the forest's edges with the stolid patience that was their consistent character, and he was aware of them and gave them the distance that awareness recommended, and they registered his passage and returned to the business of holding their territories, which was what they had always done. The precursor data fragments were denser here than in the kelp forest. The monitoring network that the architects had distributed across the ocean floor had been concentrated more heavily in the deeper biomes, the biomes where the most scientifically interesting biological activity occurred. See, where the extraordinary diversity of 4,546b's deep ecology had warranted the most intensive documentation. The mushroom forest had been of particular interest. The crab squid's electromagnetic biology, the specific bioluminescent chemistry of the fungal organisms, the relationship between the forest's light production and the metabolic activity of the biome's food web. The fragments that accumulated in the life pod's translation system were becoming slowly more coherent, the encoding patterns more familiar, the content more parsable, the history more legible. Pieces of survey reports, fragments of biological assessments, the edges of data structures that contained, in the sections not yet accessible, the fuller account of what had happened here and why. He surfaced briefly at the mushroom forest's upper edge to check the beacon. This was routine, the periodic confirmation that the emergency signal was transmitting, that the life pod systems were maintaining the broadcast, that whatever was going to happen with the beacon was happening. The practice was not optimistic, exactly. It was the maintenance of possibility, the acknowledgement that rescue was theoretically available, and that the conditions for receiving it should be kept functional, even in the absence of evidence that anything was receiving the signal. The sky above the ocean was the particular blue-gray of a world whose atmosphere holds more water than a terrestrial world's, a color that had no name in any language that had ever reached this planet, because the sky of 4546b had never been named by anyone standing on land looking up at it, because there was no land, because everything here was ocean and sky and the negotiation between them. The Aurora's wreck was still visible at the surface, smaller now, lower in the water. The ocean's process of incorporation advanced enough that what had been a ship was becoming something else, something without a name, because what the ocean makes of what falls into it is not a category that requires naming. He was looking at the sky when the Sunbeam appeared. It was not visible as a ship at first, visible as a point of light moving across the sky with the specific character of movement that distinguishes something in high orbit from something atmospheric, the steady transit of an object following an orbital arc, present and then gone as the planet's curvature or the atmosphere's opacity intervened, and then present again. A ship, an actual ship, not a fragment of the Aurora, not a piece of the wreck still settling through the water column, but a ship that was whole and functional and in orbit and had come here in response to something, in response to the beacon, in response to the emergency signal that had been transmitting since the life pod systems came online in the safe shallows, in response to the fact of the Aurora's crash in a system that was not supposed to have anything in it that could produce an emergency signal of this kind. The Sunbeam, a cargo vessel, small relative to the Aurora, operating in the region of space around this star system on a route that had brought it close enough to receive the emergency transmission and that had now brought it into orbit. Its communication systems were transmitting. He could hear the transmission through the life pod systems. The Sunbeam's crew announcing their presence and their intention to attempt a landing, to come down through the atmosphere and retrieve the Aurora's survivors, to do what rescue vessels do when they receive an emergency signal and respond to it. They were going to land. The feeling this produced was complex in the way of things that arrive after an extended period of their absence. Not simple relief, not the clean emotional response that the word rescue implies when the word is used at a comfortable remove from the situation it describes. Something more layered. The awareness that the surface, the sky, the broader universe of human civilization and Alterra Corporation, and routes between inhabited systems and all the things that the Aurora's crash had placed at an impossible distance, all of it was suddenly present again in the form of a ship in orbit and a voice on the communication channel and the specific quality of being told that you are not going to be here indefinitely, that the situation has a resolution available. He did not have time to fully inhabit the feeling before the QEP fired. The light arrived before the sound, because light always arrives before sound, and the distance involved was large enough that the interval between them was perceptible. A flash of green, not the green of the mushroom forest's bioluminescence, but an unnatural green, a manufactured green. The specific wavelength of a weapon's discharge that the Precursor platform had been calibrated to produce, cutting through the cloud cover above the ocean in a line that was straight in the way that energy directed through atmosphere is straight, without the curves and imprecisions of natural light, without the diffusion that organic bioluminescence produces. Then the sound. The sound traveled through the atmosphere and into the ocean, and arrived at depth as something changed from what it had been at the surface. The specific transformation that water performs on sound, filtering its higher frequencies and preserving its lower ones, so that what arrived at the mushroom forest's upper edge was not the sharp report of an explosion, but its low resonant components, the sound that very large events make when the water has processed them. The specific base frequencies of a catastrophe rendered oceanic. The sound traveled across the water's surface first and entered the ocean from above, and it traveled through the water itself from the point where the debris entered the ocean, and these two arrivals were slightly different in their timing and their character, and the intersection of them produced the quality of presence that very large sounds have. Not perceived at a single point, but felt as an environment, as a quality of the water itself for the seconds it persisted. Then silence. Not the silence of the mushroom forest, which was not silence but the specific acoustic environment of a bioluminescent biome with its crab squids and its bone sharks and its fungal metabolic processes all producing their various contributions to the soundscape. Not that silence. The silence that follows a very large sound when the sound stops, and what was present before the sound is not what is present after it. The silence of an absence, of a thing that had been there and is now not there, of the sky which had contained a ship and now contained only the particular blue-gray that 4546b's atmosphere always produced, unmarked by anything except the debris that was already beginning its descent into the ocean below. The Sunbeam was gone. He understood this before he had the words for it, understood it in the way the body understands things, before the mind has finished constructing the sentences, in the specific quality of what his perceptual systems were reporting, and what that reporting meant, and what the meaning implied for everything that the appearance of the ship had produced in the previous minutes. The beacon was still transmitting. The beacon would continue to transmit. Whatever responded to it would be destroyed by the system that had destroyed the Sunbeam, which was the same system that had destroyed the Aurora, which was a system that he now understood, in broad and terrible outline, to exist and to be functional and to be positioned between him and any rescue that used the sky as its approach. The sky was not an option. He understood this with the specific clarity that arrives when an avenue closes, not gradually, but completely. Not through the accumulation of evidence that it is becoming less viable, but through a single event that removes viability as a category. The sky was not an option. It had not been an option since the QEP activated 1,000 years ago. And the Sunbeam's destruction was the demonstration of what had always been true since the moment the architects voted and the platform began its watch. The world was sealed. He was inside the seal. He looked down. The mushroom forest was below him, its blue-green light rising through the water in the way it had risen for millions of years, illuminating nothing in particular and everything at once. Below the mushroom forest was the blood kelp, and below that the lost river, and below that the inactive lava zone, and below that the lava lakes. The answers, whatever they were not above him. The sky had given him its answer, which was the sound of the Sunbeam coming apart above the ocean, and the answer was not here. The answers were below. If you are still with us out there, share where you are tonight. As the blood kelp zone is dark and strange, and surprisingly peaceful. So is wherever you are, I hope. He descended. The mushroom forest closed above him as he went deeper, the blue-green light receding the way all light recedes when you move away from its source, gradually, then faster. Then the specific moment when you look up, and the light is still visible, but has become something you are leaving rather than something you are in. The threshold between the mushroom forest and the blood kelp was the temperature, as it had always been. The cold that arrived not as a gradient but as a fact. The water on this side of the boundary, a different water from the water above, colder in a way that communicated something about the source of the cold, which was not the surface and not the absence of solar heating, but the deep geological processes that moved cold water upward through the blood kelp's thermal architecture. The red-black kelp moved in the thermal current. It moved differently from the creep vine above and the gel sac and the mushroom forest's organisms. Not the surface current rhythms that shaped the upper biome's movement patterns, not the biological rhythms of bioluminescent organisms pulsing with their metabolic cycles, but the specific motion of things driven by geological rather than meteorological or biological forces, by the slow upwelling of deep thermal processes that operated on timescales longer than seasons, longer than years, that were features of the planet's interior dynamics rather than of its surface or biological conditions. The motion was unpredictable in the way of things driven by deep processes whose surface expression is irregular, not the regularity of a tide, not the periodicity of a biological rhythm, but something more variable, more subject to the specific conditions of the geological moment. The precursor data was denser here than anywhere above. The blood kelp zone had been a priority documentation area for the Architect research program. The thermal vent biology, the deep pressure organisms, the specific chemical environment that the zone's upwelling geology produced, all of it had warranted intensive monitoring, and the monitoring infrastructure remained, distributed across the zone's substrate and vent structures, transmitting its data into the water as it had transmitted for 1,000 years. The life pod's translation systems were receiving it continuously now, and the translation work had progressed far enough that the content was becoming parsable. Not fully, not with the completeness of a text that has been fully decoded, but in the fragmentary, suggestive way of a translation that has enough reference points to produce meaning from some passages and inference from others. What emerged from the fragments was the shape of a history. Not the full history. Not yet. Not at this depth. Not with this level of translation. But the shape. A research program of enormous ambition, conducted by a civilization that had arrived at this world and found it extraordinary, that had built infrastructure across the ocean floor to support the documentation of something it believed was worth documenting, and something that had gone wrong. The fragments from the blood kelp zone's monitoring stations were from the period after the Kharaa had been identified. The data was different in character from the earlier survey records, more urgent in the density of its observations, more focused in the specific things it was measuring, organized around the questions of a research program that had changed its purpose from documentation to cure. The word that appeared in the translated fragments, repeatedly, was the same word in the original encoding and in translation. Enzyme. Enzyme. A compound. A biological compound produced by an organism that lived in the deep ocean. An organism that the architects had documented and studied and had brought into the primary containment facility for research purposes. The fragments did not tell the full story. The full story was in the records that lived in the PCF itself, in the facility that the monitoring data's transmission patterns, when mapped, pointed toward with the directional consistency of a network transmitting toward its hub. The hub was deeper still. The blood kelp creatures moved around him with the patient ease of animals at home in their environment, longer than their equivalents above, quieter, more capable of waiting, shaped by the specific demands of a biome that rewarded patience and punished urgency. The warpers moved through the blood kelp with the particular quality of their movement, which was unlike anything in the biomes above. Not swimming in the way that most aquatic organisms swim, but displacing, appearing and disappearing in the water in a way that the physics of their biology produced, and that the blood kelp zone's relative darkness made more apparent. Each displacement a brief disturbance in the water that closed as quickly as it opened. They had been produced by the Kharaa's modification of organisms that had lived in the blood kelp before the infection arrived, not damaged by the modification, or not only damaged, but changed in ways that had given them capabilities the original organisms had not possessed, changed in the specific direction that the Kharaa's cellular modifications tended when they interacted with biology that was already adapted to extreme conditions. They did not approach. They moved through the blood kelp on whatever routes their biology and their purposes required. And his presence in their environment was registered and assessed and found to be something that did not require response, and they continued. The blood kelp zone's darkness was complete enough now that the bioluminescence of the organisms he could see provided the primary illumination, the specific light of deep biomes, present in patches and intervals rather than as a general ambient condition, making the darkness between the patches of light feel more present than it would have felt in a fully lit environment. The lost river was below. He could not see it from here, could not see the ghostly trees or the bioluminescent river or the bone-white formations of its banks. But the monitoring data's transmission patterns pointed toward it with the same directional consistency they had pointed toward the PCF above it, the data flowing toward a hub that was further in, further down, the network's architecture expressing the research program's hierarchy of importance through the density and direction of its signals. Whatever was there was where the most important records were. Whatever was there was where the fuller account of what he was reading in Fragments would become something that could be read in whole. He went deeper. The blood kelp's thermal currents moved around him, cold and geological and indifferent to his passage through them. The red-black kelp swayed in its unpredictable rhythms. The creatures of the zone continued their patient business. The monitoring stations continued their 1,000-year transmission, adding his presence to the data they were collecting. Not noting it specifically, not flagging it as significant, but incorporating it into the environmental measurements, the way the automated systems incorporated everything, as data, as one more fact of the environment that the instruments were designed to record. Somewhere far above, the debris of the Sunbeam settled on the ocean's surface and began its slow descent. The ocean received it the way it received everything, completely, without acknowledgement, in the manner of something whose capacity for incorporation has never been exceeded by anything it has been asked to incorporate. The debris would settle. The ocean would work with it. The stalkers in the kelp forest would find the new fragments in due course and add them to their collections with the same quality of interested acquisition they applied to everything. And the ocean would continue, and the blood kelp would sway in its thermal rhythms, and the mushroom forest would pulse its blue-green light, and the safe shallows would hold their pale morning warmth, and none of it would be different for the Sunbeam's destruction in any way that the ocean's systems could measure. He went deeper, into the dark. The dark received him the way the dark receives everything, completely without preference, as simply more of what the dark already contained, which was the lost river, and below that the inactive lava zone, and below that the lava lakes, and in the lava lakes the planet's heartbeat. And beside the heartbeat, the thing he was descending toward, without yet knowing what it was, only that the signals all pointed in its direction, and that the direction was down. Down was the only way remaining. He went. The Grand Reef did not announce itself the way the mushroom forest had. There was no single quality, no light, no temperature, no change in the character of the water. That marked the threshold cleanly. The Grand Reef arrived gradually, in the way of things that are defined not by their edges, but by their accumulation, by the increasing density of the specific geological and biological structures that composed it until you were undeniably inside it without having been able to identify the precise moment of entry. The formations rose from the substrate in configurations that the geological history of 4546b had produced across timescales too long to hold as felt duration. Not biological structures, not the product of organisms building on organisms the way coral builds, though organisms lived on them and in them and had shaped their surfaces across millions of years of biological contact. They were rock, fundamentally, and the rock had the specific character of very old rock that has been in water for a very long time, that has been worked by pressure and chemistry and the slow abrasion of current into forms that look, in certain lights and from certain distances, like they were intended. They were not intended. They were the product of geological time, which produces forms that look like intention, the way very large numbers produce patterns that look like meaning. Not because the pattern is there, but because the mind that encounters it is built to find patterns and finds them whether they are there or not. But the looking like intention was part of what the Grand Reef was, part of its character. And the character was real even if the intention was not. The cove tree was at the Grand Reef's interior. He found it not by navigating toward it. He did not know it was there, did not know to look for it. But by following the density of the precursor monitoring signal, which was stronger here than anywhere above, which pointed towards the interior of the reef with the directional consistency of a network organized around a hub, and the cove tree was near the hub, and so he found it while finding the hub. It was the oldest visible landmark in the Grand Reef, one organism or a colonial structure so long established that the distinction between the two had been resolved by time into irrelevance, present in this location for longer than the architect research program had been running, longer than the Degasi crash, longer than the quarantine. Its bioluminescence was warmer in tone than the mushroom forest's blue-green, something closer to gold, to the specific color that certain biological light-producing chemistries produce when the energy budget of the organism producing them is directed toward lower frequencies, toward wavelengths that carry further through deep water, that persist where the higher frequencies of the mushroom forest's blue-green would attenuate. The light pulsed slowly, not with the metabolic urgency of a fast-living organism, but with the rhythm of something very old, something whose biological clock ran at a pace calibrated to a lifespan of extraordinary length, the kind of organism for which a year is a brief interval, and a decade is a meaningful unit, and a century is the span across which change is measurable, and a millennium is the scale at which the organism's relationship to its environment can be said to have history rather than simply duration. He stayed near it longer than efficiency recommended. This was not a decision so much as a failure to leave. The specific kind of lingering that extraordinary things produce in people who are too busy to linger, but who find themselves lingering anyway, who find that the body has stopped moving toward the next thing and is simply present with this thing, receiving what this thing provides. Which was the specific quality of the cove tree's light in the Grand Reef's surrounding water, and the silence of this interior space, and the knowledge, accumulating now from the monitoring data's increasing legibility, that this place had been documented before, had been described in the architect records with a specificity of detail that implied the same quality of attention he was now giving it, that someone else had been here and had found it worth the care of careful observation. The precursor data from the Grand Reef's monitoring stations was the most complete he had yet encountered. Not because the stations here were better preserved, they were in approximately the same condition as the stations in the blood kelp above. The same 1,000 years of autonomous operation, having produced the same slow degradation of peripheral systems, while the core transmission functions remained powered. But the data from this zone was from a later period in the research program, a period when the Kharaa had been identified and the therapeutic research had begun, when the records were organized around different questions than the survey records of the earlier period, when what was being documented was not the biological wonder of 4546B's ocean, but the desperate, methodical work of a civilization trying to understand something it needed to cure. The records were of the enzyme, specifically of the attempts to synthesize it. The record of each attempt, the parameters used, the results produced, the comparison of the synthesized compound's efficacy against the real compound at the same concentration. The record was long and consistent in the direction of its outcome, which was failure. Not failure in the sense of producing nothing, but failure in the sense of producing something insufficiently like what was needed, a compound that resembled Enzyme 42 closely enough to demonstrate that the researchers understood the structure, but not closely enough to replicate the function, that worked partially against the Kharaa's cellular modifications, and then worked less partially as the Kharaa adapted, and then worked barely at all. And then, the records of the Sea Emperor. The contact sessions, documented in the formal language of the architect scientific record, dates, duration, assessment of communication quality, the specific content of what had been transmitted and what had been received, the methodological notes about what had worked and what had not, and what the resonance specialists recommended for subsequent sessions. Dry records, formatted with the precision of institutional documentation, and yet containing, between the lines of the formatting, in the specific choices of language that even formal scientific records make, in what was emphasized and what was simply noted, the evidence of genuine feeling. The researchers who wrote these records were not indifferent to the Sea Emperor. They were not simply processing data. They were in contact with something that moved them, and the movement showed in the records the way real experience always shows in writing, even writing that is trying to be objective, even writing that is formatted to contain rather than express. She had known, the records suggested. She had been communicating something that the Contact Project had been receiving as philosophical content, the quality of deep time, the felt sense of patience. That was also, the therapeutic research team now understood, specific information about the situation. Information about what the eggs needed, about what the facility could not provide, about the conditions that hatching required and why those conditions were not present. The information had been transmitted. The receiving end had not had the framework to identify it as the specific information it was. He read this in fragments, reassembling it from the translated pieces that the life pod's systems were producing in the water of the Grand Reef. And he felt the specific quality of understanding something too late. Not too late for him, since he was here now, but too late for the people who had needed it, for whom the understanding would have changed the shape of what happened next. He went deeper into the Lost River. The transition from the Grand Reef to the Lost River was not marked by temperature or pressure in the way that the transitions between the upper biomes were marked. It was marked by geology, by the point at which the open water of the Grand Reef gave way to enclosed rock passages, at which the sense of being in an underwater landscape shifted to the sense of being inside something, of the walls being real and close and composed of the planet's own material rather than of water. The passages narrowed and widened alternately, or in the irregular pattern of spaces carved by geological rather than biological processes, and the narrowing always produced the specific awareness of enclosure that narrow spaces produce. The body knowing the dimensions of the space around it in a way that open water does not require it to know. The Lost River's light was present immediately, not the blue-green of the mushroom forest, not the gold of the cove tree. The cooler, more diffuse light of the bioluminescent organisms that the Lost River's current carried and that the river's own biology produced, present in the water itself rather than in identifiable sources, making the water luminous rather than making the water illuminated. It was the difference between a lake seen from above on a night when the moon is reflected in its surface, the light seeming to come from within the water rather than from above it, and a room lit by lamps where the sources of light are distinct from the medium that carries the light between them. The Lost River's light came from within. It was the river itself that glowed. The ghostly trees were on the banks. He had read about them, not about 4546Bs specifically, not in the architect records, which he had not yet read deeply enough to encounter the survey descriptions of the Lost River's arboreal formations. But the concept, the biological category of non-terrestrial formations that resembled trees in their vertical structure and branching pattern without being biologically related to trees, without sharing the evolutionary history that produces the tree form on worlds where trees have evolved. He had read about them in the abstract. The reading had not prepared him for the specific quality of these, for the particular character of their bioluminescence and their scale, and the way they covered the Lost River's banks in formations dense enough to create the impression of a forest, and sparse enough that the impression kept resolving into the recognition of individual structures, each one distinct, each one producing its light in its own rhythm. The rhythms not synchronized but not entirely independent either, something between the two, something like the way individual musicians playing the same piece in the same room will vary their timing slightly but remain recognizably in the same piece. The bone-white formations were below the trees, not bone in composition. The analogy was to color and texture rather than to material, to the specific quality of surfaces that had been in the Lost River's water for long enough that the water's chemistry had worked on them, had deposited or dissolved minerals according to the Lost River's specific geochemistry, had produced the white-gray surface that the formations presented to whatever light the river provided. They were geological rather than biological, formed by the Lost River's history rather than by anything living, and they had the quality that very old geological formations have, the quality of having been shaped by processes that preceded everything else in the environment, that preceded the trees and the ghost leviathans and the bioluminescent organisms in the water. That would still be here after all of those things had changed into something else. The ghost leviathans moved through the passages. He had read about them in the architect records, the fragments that had mentioned the infection's progression in specific species, the documentation of organisms that had reached the kind of biological stasis that long-term Kharaa infection produced in creatures of sufficient size and resilience. The records had described them in clinical terms as the monitoring data described everything: measurements, behavioral observations, assessments of infection status, and systemic function. The reading had not prepared him for the encountering. They were vast. Not vast in the way of the Sea Emperor, so whose vastness he would encounter later, and that was a different kind of vast. The vastness of something ancient and intelligent, of a presence you feel before you see. The ghost Leviathan's vastness was purely physical, the vastness of very large organisms in an enclosed space, of creatures whose size meant that their passage through the Lost River's passages produced changes in the water's movement that were perceptible at significant distance, that displaced water in volumes that the passages could barely contain, that created the specific awareness of enormous things nearby, that is one of the body's more ancient responses, and that the body does not distinguish carefully between contexts. They were translucent. This was the thing the clinical description had not communicated. The specific quality of the translucency, of looking at a creature this size and finding that your vision passes through it rather than stopping at its surface, that the structures inside are visible through the structures outside, that the bioluminescence of the Lost River's water is visible through the body of the ghost Leviathan as it passes through the water, dimmed and shifted in wavelength by the tissue it passes through, but present, making the creature a kind of lens for the light around it, a presence that does not so much block the light as alter it. They were infected. The Kharaa had reached its stasis equilibrium in their biology centuries ago, and the stasis had changed them in the specific way that very long infection changes very large organisms, slowly, progressively, in the direction of the modifications the Khara's cellular alteration produced, taken to their cumulative extent across centuries of exposure. Their movement was slower than the records suggested it had once been. Their bioluminescence was altered in pattern and color from the survey descriptions of their pre-infection state. But they were alive and they moved, and the Lost River held them as it had held them for the 1,000 years since the quarantine, and they moved through it as they had moved through it, changed, persisting, their ancient roots maintained by the body's memory of paths traveled long enough to become instinct. He moved through the passages carefully, giving them the distance that their size recommended. They did not attend to him. He was very small in the context of the Lost River, very small in the context of the ghost Leviathan's scale, a fact of the environment rather than a feature of it. Present but not significant, registered perhaps at the edges of whatever sensory systems the ghost Leviathans maintained, but not registered as anything requiring response. He moved through the river, and they moved through the river, and the river moved through the rock, and everything continued in the specific way of things that are not in competition with each other, that occupy the same space without the same space being contested. The monitoring data from the Lost River stations was the most complete he had yet encountered. All complete in the sense of assembled. The translation system had accumulated enough reference points from the upper stations that the Lost River's records were parsing at a level that allowed not fragments, but passages, not implications, but content, not the shape of a history, but portions of the history itself, in the specific language the architects had used to record it. He read about the Kharaa's identification. He read about the mobilization of the disease research program. He read about the synthesis attempts and their failure. He read about the Sea Emperor and the eggs and the contact sessions and the specific content of what had been communicated, or attempted, across the gap between two kinds of mind. And he read, for the first time with enough context to understand what he was reading, about the primary containment facility. The PCF was below the Lost River, below the inactive lava zone, in the deepest accessible part of the ocean, in the zone adjacent to the lava lakes, in the specific location that the architects had chosen for the facility's construction for reasons that the records described: proximity to the Sea Emperor's natural habitat, access to the thermal energy of the volcanic zone, geological stability that the lava lake region provided despite its apparent volatility, distance from the upper biomes that would have been disrupted by construction of this scale. It was built to house her. It was built to be adequate to her. Whether it had been adequate was a question the records addressed obliquely, in the language of clinical observation, and the obliqueness was itself an answer of a kind. She was still there. This he inferred from the monitoring data's continued transmission. The PCF's systems still running, still powered, still maintaining the environmental conditions of the tank, still outputting the data that the network transmitted into the water, and that his translation system was now receiving and parsing with increasing fluency. The facility was active. Active meant powered. Powered meant the biological systems inside it were being maintained. He was inferring from the architecture of the monitoring network what the network contained, reading the facility's continued operation as evidence of what the facility continued to operate for. She was still there, in the tank, after 1,000 years. He thought about what that meant. He had the tools to think about it now: the translated records, the history of the contact program, the documentation of her intelligence and her patience, and the specific content of what she had been transmitting to the architect researchers in the months before the silence. He thought about 1,000 years in a tank that had been built to be adequate, and might have been adequate for a year or for a decade, but that, across 1,000 years, resolved into the specific inadequacy of every constructed space when measured against the thing it was built to contain. Not because it had failed structurally, not because the engineering had been wrong, but because adequacy across 1,000 years requires something that engineering cannot provide, which is the thing itself, the actual environment, rather than the approximation of it, the ocean rather than the tank. The ghost leviathans moved through the passages around him. They were the ocean's memory of what had happened here, made large and slow and visible. The infection had made them into what they were, had altered their biology across centuries into the specific form that the Kharaa's modifications produced at their cumulative extent. And they moved through the Lost River carrying that history in their bodies, not knowing they carried it, not knowing what they were a record of, moving through the passages on the routes their bodies remembered because the routes were older than the infection and the bodies had not forgotten them. He moved with them in the direction they moved, which was deeper. The inactive lava zone was below the Lost River, and below that the lava lakes, and beside the lava lakes the primary containment facility. And inside the facility, after 1,000 years of the quarantine and the silence and the dimming of the lights in the empty corridors, after the Degasi and the Aurora and the Sunbeam, and all the things that had fallen into this ocean and been absorbed, inside the facility, the last Sea Emperor Leviathan, waiting, The lost river carried him with its current, gently in the direction the current moved, which was toward the deeper connection between the river and the volcanic zone below. The ghostly trees pulsed their light on the banks. The bone-white formations held their geological patience in the rock. The ghost leviathans moved through the passages with their vast, slow translucence. He went with the current, down and deeper, say toward whatever waited in the deepest water, toward the answer that 1,000 years of accumulated history had been building toward, in the way that things build toward each other when the building is driven not by intention but by time, which is patient in the way of things that have no choice but to be patient. He went down. The scale of the primary containment facility arrived before the facility did. This is how very large things announce themselves, not with a visible edge, not with the clear boundary of something that begins here and ends there, but with the changes in the environment that their presence produces at a distance, the ways that something large enough reorganizes the space around it before you are close enough to see the thing itself. The water changed, not the temperature, not the pressure. Those changed incrementally with depth in the way they always changed, in the continuous gradients that the ocean maintained from surface to floor. What changed was the character of the current, the specific way the water moved in the passages between the inactive lava zone and the deeper volcanic region. The sense that the water was organizing itself around something, that it had a center it was moving in relation to, that the circulation patterns of this deep zone had been structured by a very large presence over a very long time. The facility's outer structures became visible gradually, in the way that things built to a scale that exceeds what the mind easily holds become visible, piece by piece, each piece too large to be immediately contextualized, each piece requiring the mind to adjust its sense of scale before the next piece can be received accurately. The architectural material the architects had used, not the improvised salvage of the Degasi survivors, not the standard commercial construction materials of human civilization, but something produced by a technology that was different in its assumptions about what construction requires and what it should be capable of, had been in the water for 1,000 years and had the quality that architect materials had after long immersion. Not degraded, not rusted or corroded in the way of human metals, but bearing the marks of time in a different way, in the specific patina of surfaces that have been in contact with water for a very long time, and that have reached a kind of equilibrium with that contact, that are no longer being changed by the water, but are simply part of it. The facility was enormous. This is inadequate. But the alternatives to inadequate description are silence and specificity, and silence loses something, and specificity risks reducing the facility to its dimensions, which are not the point. The point is the encounter with scale, the specific quality of being in the presence of something so large that your own size becomes, briefly and vividly, apparent to you in a way that your own size is usually not apparent. You are usually the scale against which other things are measured. The primary containment facility reversed this. It was the scale. You were the thing being measured. He moved through the facility's outer sections slowly. The corridors were empty is not quite right, because the architect design did not produce corridors in the way that human architecture produces corridors, did not separate interior from exterior with the rigid geometry of walls and ceilings and floors in the specific proportions that human bodies require and that human minds have learned to read as the shape of spaces built for inhabitation. The interior of the PCF was organized around the tank, around the central volume that the facility had been built to provide and to maintain. The tank that occupied the facility's core, that contained the water and the environmental systems and the specific conditions that the Sea Emperor's captivity required. Everything else was organized in relation to the tank, the research areas, the monitoring systems, the data storage and communication infrastructure, the maintenance systems that had been running without human oversight for 1,000 years. The monitoring systems were still running. He could hear them, not in the way of sound that arrives through water from a specific source, but in the way of the ambient acoustic environment that machinery produces when it operates in enclosed spaces. The specific hum of systems doing what they were built to do in rooms where the people who built them were not present to observe the doing. The hum was distributed. It was present in every section of the facility he moved through, at the same frequency with variations that corresponded to the specific systems in each section. The environmental systems maintaining their conditions, the data systems maintaining their archive, the power distribution systems managing the allocation between the facility's various functions according to the priority hierarchy that had been set and had been running unmodified for 1,000 years. The architect researchers had described this hum in their personal logs, not in the formal records. The formal records documented systems, not atmospheres, but in the logs, in the informal writing that the researchers had maintained as a space for the observations that were not yet ready to be claims, several had noted the hum as background, as the constant acoustic presence that became, over months of occupation, something they noticed only in its absence. One had written that she sometimes found it comforting in the way of all persistent background sounds that the body learns to interpret as evidence of continued normal function. The hum as proof that the systems were running, that the facility was maintaining itself, that the infrastructure that supported the research was intact and operational. She had written this in the period before the Kharaa, when the hum was simply a feature of the environment rather than the last evidence of a civilization that had ended. The hum was the same. 1,000 years had not changed it, had not changed the pitch or the distribution or the quality of the sound that the systems produced in the enclosed spaces of the facility. The systems were running the same functions at the same parameters, according to the same priority hierarchy, and the sound they produced was the sound they had always produced, and no one had been present for most of that time to notice that the sound was still the same. And now someone was present, and the noticing was not comforting exactly, but something in the same direction as comfort, something that the body registered as evidence of continued function in a place that the context suggested might not have continued to function. The facility had been waiting for a very long time, not waiting in the sense of anticipation. The facility did not anticipate, or did not maintain any internal state that could be described as expectation, but it had been doing what it was built to do consistently across the 1,000 years, and what it was built to do was to maintain the conditions that the tank required, and the tank was the center, and the center held something that had been waiting in a way that waiting in the intended sense required, with awareness, with the patient orientation towards something not yet arrived that waiting in a mind requires. The tank opened before him as he moved through the facility's inner sections, opened in the sense that the space expanded, that the geometry of the inner corridors gave way to the central volume, that the volume of the tank and the volume of the water it contained became apparent in the specific way that very large spaces become apparent when you enter them from smaller spaces. The pressure difference, not physical but perceptual, of moving from enclosure into something that your perceptual systems recognize as too large to fully contain in awareness at once. He looked up. The tank extended above him to a distance that his sense of scale, recalibrated as it had been by the facility's outer sections, still struggled to accommodate. It was not the size of a room. It was not the size of a building. It was the size that had been calculated as adequate to an organism of the Sea Emperor's dimensions across a lifespan that the architects had estimated at thousands of years. The size that the facility's designers had determined was the minimum that would allow the kind of life that a creature of her intelligence and her physical scale required to sustain itself without the specific degradation that confinement produces in minds capable of understanding confinement. Whether it had been adequate was a question that the 1,000 years had answered, and the answer was barely, and at great cost. and with a quality of endurance that was not adequacy, but was what remained when adequacy was no longer available. She was at the far end of the tank. This is where description reaches a boundary it cannot fully cross. The architect researchers had written about her. The records had described her dimensions, her biology, her age. He had read those descriptions, had assembled from the translated fragments a model of what the Sea Emperor was. The model had not prepared him for her. Models do not prepare you for things. Models are structures that organize understanding. Encounter is different. It is what happens when the thing that the model was built to represent is actually present, and the presence reveals what the model left out, which is always everything that the model could not capture, which is always more than the model contained. She was very old. This was perceptible before anything else, perceptible not as information derived from the research records, but as something the encounter produced directly, something that arrived through whatever channels the body uses to register the age of things, that communicated antiquity not as a number but as a quality, as a character of presence, same as the specific way that something very old exists in a space differently from the way something younger exists in the same space. She had been in the water of this tank for 1,000 years. She had been alive for thousands of years before that. The 1,000 years of the tank was one chapter of a lifespan so long that the word lifespan barely contains it. She turned toward him. Not immediately. Not with the quick responsiveness of something that has been waiting alertly for a specific event. With the slow reorientation of something very large in water, the kind of movement that requires time because the object being moved is large enough that inertia is a significant consideration, that the change in direction must be negotiated with the water rather than simply imposed on it. She turned, and the water moved around her as she turned, and he felt the movement of the water at the distance he was maintaining from her, the displacement that her reorientation produced, the specific quality of being in water that something very large has just moved through. And then she was oriented toward him, and there was a pause, and something happened that is not describable in the vocabulary of physical sensation. It arrived as pressure. This is the closest the vocabulary gets, not the physical pressure of deep water, which was present and was mediated by the life pod's systems and his equipment, but something that acted like pressure, that arrived not through the skin or the ears, but through something that had no physical location, that was not produced by the acoustic or electromagnetic environment of the tank, but that was as undeniable as any physical sensation, as present, as impossible to dismiss or to interpret as anything other than what it was. Something was communicating with him, not in language, not in images exactly, though the communication carried content that his mind translated into images the way the mind translates all non-linguistic input into forms it can process. The forms were not what she was transmitting, but were his mind's rendering of what she was transmitting, his cognitive system's best approximation of content that had not been organized for his kind of cognitive system to receive. What arrived was felt. It was experiential. It was the direct transmission of state. Not the description of a state, not the representation of a state, but the state itself, or transferred across the gap between two kinds of mind through whatever channel she had been using to transmit to the architect researchers and that she was now using to transmit to him. He felt very young. This was the first thing. The specific quality that the architect researcher had described in her report, the sense of being very small and very new in the presence of something enormously patient that had been waiting for a long time. But it was more specific than that, more particular to the moment. Not just the general antiquity of her presence, but the specific knowledge transmitted as feeling of exactly how long she had been waiting and what the waiting had contained. 1,000 years, not as a number, as a felt duration, as the weight of 1,000 years experienced from the inside of them, all carried in the body of a creature who had been present for every one of them, who had maintained the tank's conditions and the egg's viability and the patience that the waiting required across every day of every year, of every decade of the 1,000 years that the quarantine had imposed between the last architect and the first person, since who had come far enough down to be here. She knew about the eggs. This arrived next, not as information but as the thing the researcher had described, as the felt sense of knowing what she knew, briefly and incompletely, and at the edges rather than at the center, but recognizably. She knew the eggs could hatch. She knew what hatching required. She knew why the architect's request had not been answerable in the way they had made the request, why the eggs had remained unhatched across the 1,000 years, not from unwillingness, not from the kind of refusal that implies opposition, but because the conditions required for hatching were conditions that the tank, in its architect-engineered adequacy, had never been able to fully provide. The right water chemistry, the right biological environment, the right conditions for the development of organisms whose embryonic requirements had been shaped by millions of years of hatching in a specific place. Not the tank, but the deep ocean, with its specific currents and chemistries and biological community, with the enzyme, the Sea Emperor's own presence in the water, naturally produced, but that the tank's filtered and regulated environment had never been able to replicate at the concentrations that embryonic development required. She could not provide it alone. She was transmitting this, not as an admission, not with the quality of confession or apology that a human mind might have brought to the communication of this limitation, with the specific honesty of something very old that has long since resolved the question of what it is capable of and what it is not, that knows the difference clearly and carries both without the weight that younger minds put on limitation. She could not provide it alone. She needed specific conditions that she could not create from inside the tank. She needed someone outside the tank who could create them. She was asking, not demanding. Not with the urgency that the architect researchers had brought to their requests of her, the compressed urgency of a civilization trying to cure a catastrophe in a time frame that the catastrophe was not accommodating, with the patience of something that has been waiting for 1,000 years and that knows how to ask in the way of things that ask because they believe asking is worth asking, not because they believe asking will necessarily produce what is asked for. She was asking him to help her hatch the eggs. She was asking him to create the conditions that the hatching required. She was telling him, in the only language available to her, what those conditions were. The loneliness of her came through, not prominently. She was not transmitting her loneliness as content. I was not using the contact to communicate about herself in the way that humans use conversation, but it was present in the transmission the way the background is present in a painting, not what the painting is of, but the context that everything in the painting exists against, the fact that gives the foreground its character. She had been alone in the tank for 1,000 years, not alone in the sense of having no biological company. The tank's automated systems had maintained her feeding. The facility's biology had continued to produce the microorganisms and the organic material that the tank's chemistry required, but alone in the sense that mattered for a mind of her complexity and her antiquity, which was the sense of being the only mind present in the water. Of having no other intelligence in the vicinity capable of the kind of contact she had been capable of her entire life, and that the tank had denied her since the last architect transmission. She had been transmitting patience to the researchers in the months before the silence. She had continued transmitting it into the water of the tank for 1,000 years after the silence began. There was no one to receive it. The facility's systems received the electromagnetic and acoustic output of her presence and logged it as data and filed it in the archive. The archive had received it. No mind had received it, until now. He stayed at the interface, not the formal interface of the architect research program's contact methodology, not the carefully developed approach that the resonance specialists had refined over months. simply present. In the water, at the distance from her that the tank's geometry allowed, receiving what she was transmitting in the imperfect and partial way that receiving something you were not designed to receive is always imperfect and partial. He received more than the architect researchers had received in their best sessions, not because he was more capable of reception, but because what she was transmitting now was more specific, more direct, more organized around a particular content that she had had 1,000 years to distill into the most transmissible form she could find. She needed him to hatch the eggs. She was telling him how. The eggs were visible from where he was. The clutch in the specific section of the tank she had organized her occupancy around, in the orientation she had maintained for 1,000 years, and in the state of developmental stasis that the absence of the right conditions had preserved. They were alive. He could confirm this through the monitoring systems that the life pod's instruments could interface with. They were alive, and they were waiting for conditions that the tank had not provided, and that he was now in a position to work toward creating. He understood what she was asking. He understood that what she was asking was not small, was not the kind of task that the resources of one life pod and the skills of one ship's engineer could accomplish quickly, that would require movement through the biomes he had already descended through, that would require finding the specific materials and biological elements that the hatching conditions called for, that would require going back up before he could come back down. He understood that the cure she was describing was contingent on the hatching, and that the hatching was contingent on the conditions, and that the conditions were contingent on him. He understood that a civilization had failed at what she was asking. He understood that the civilization had failed, not because it was incapable, but because the gap between what was needed and what the civilization had been able to provide had been a specific gap. The gap between the right conditions and almost the right conditions. And that almost had been the relevant word, and that almost had been the distance between 1,000 years of waiting and the hatching. He was going to try. Not with confidence, not with the specific confidence of someone who has assessed a situation and found the situation accessible, or who has matched their capabilities against the requirements and found the capabilities sufficient. With the specific quality of commitment that comes not from confidence, but from the absence of an alternative. The understanding that the situation required this, that the person present to attempt it was him, that attempting it was what being present required, regardless of the outcome of the attempt. She received this. He felt her receive it, felt the quality of the contact shift in the way that it shifts when the communication has moved from one person to two people, when the receiving has become mutual, when both parties in an exchange are present to each other in the way that exchange requires. She received his commitment, and she transmitted something in response that he could not fully parse, that arrived at the edges of what the contact channel could carry, something that was in the direction of gratitude without being exactly gratitude, in the direction of recognition without being exactly recognition, something that 1,000 years of solitude had taught her to hold carefully, to not expend before it arrived. He turned. He began the ascent back through the biomes, back through the inactive lava zone, back through the lost river, back through the grand reef and the blood kelp and the mushroom forest and the kelp forest and the safe shallows, carrying what she had given him, which was the knowledge of what was needed and the understanding of what that knowledge was for, which was the ocean, which was the cure, which was the end of the 1,000 years of waiting that the tank had contained and that she had endured, and that was now, contingently and provisionally, and depending on everything that came next, close to ending. The hum of the facility's systems accompanied him out. The conditions were not simple to create. This is worth saying plainly, because the simplicity of the outcome, eggs hatching, enzyme flowing, cure spreading, can obscure the specific difficulty of what preceded it, the accumulation of smaller tasks that the larger task required, the movement through biomes that had to be revisited with different purposes from those that had organized the descent, the materials that had to be found and processed and combined in the specific configurations that the hatching conditions required. The architect civilization had attempted this with better tools and more people and the full weight of their institutional knowledge, and had not been able to produce the conditions the eggs needed. The conditions required more than resources. They required the right resources in the right combinations, in the right place, the specific biological and chemical environment that millions of years of evolution had calibrated to the Sea Emperor's reproductive biology, that the tank had approximated and that the approximation had failed, that now had to be achieved through the patient, iterative work of assembling what was needed from what the ocean provided. He went back through the biomes. The ascent was different from the descent in the way that returning through known territory is different from entering it for the first time. Not easier, necessarily, because the tasks the ascent served were as demanding as the tasks that the descent had produced, but different in character, organized by different questions, attended to with a different quality of attention. The descent had been exploration, the progressive discovery of an environment that revealed itself layer by layer, the accumulation of understanding through encounter. The ascent was directed. He knew the biomes now. He knew where things were and what the ocean's systems contained and what the monitoring network transmitted, and what the Sea Emperor had communicated about what the hatching required. He was moving through known territory towards specific things that the territory contained. The Lost River provided some of what was needed. The specific biological material that the Lost River's ecosystem produced, the chemistry of its bioluminescent organisms, the specific compounds that the ghostly trees emitted into the water, the particular water chemistry of a passage running through rock for geological timescales, were part of the hatching conditions requirements in ways that the Sea Emperor had communicated and that the architect records confirmed. The Lost River had always been part of the deep ocean's chemistry, had always contributed to the water that the Sea Emperor's natural habitat contained, and the egg's developmental requirements reflected this. The embryos needed what the deep ocean naturally provided, including what the Lost River contributed to it. The mushroom forest provided more. The bioluminescent chemistry of the mushroom forest's cap organisms was, the architect records indicated, on one of the specific environmental factors that the deep ocean's water contained at trace levels sufficient to matter for the egg's development. Not a primary factor, not one of the conditions that dominated the hatching requirements, but one of the many that the egg's biology had been calibrated to expect, that the tank's filtered and regulated environment had not been able to provide at the right concentrations, because providing it would have required allowing into the tank's water column biological material that the architect's contamination protocols had classified as requiring exclusion. The contamination protocols had been designed to protect the research environment from biological interference. They had, incidentally, made the hatching impossible. He collected what the deep biomes provided and processed it through the fabricator and went deeper again, back to the primary containment facility, back through the outer sections and the inner corridors, and the hum of the systems doing their 1,000-year work, back to the tank and the eggs and the Sea Emperor watching him return with the quality of attention that she had been directing at him since the moment he had arrived in her vicinity. The patient. Specific attention of something that has been waiting for this, and that now watches it happening with the careful concentration of a mind that has learned not to take the approach of the thing waited for as the same thing as the arrival. He created the conditions in the tank. This took time. It took multiple returns through the biomes, multiple collection and fabrication cycles, multiple introductions of the specific biological and chemical materials into the tank's water column in the concentrations and combinations the hatching required. It was not elegant work. It was not the kind of work that the architect research program had attempted. Systematic, instrumented, documented with the thoroughness of an institutional research effort. It was one person, alone in a constructed facility, built for a civilization he had no connection to, working toward an outcome that the same civilization had worked toward and failed to achieve, using resources assembled from an ocean that had been infected for 1,000 years with the thing that the outcome was intended to cure. It was imprecise. It was improvised. It was, in several critical respects, inadequate to the theory of what the hatching conditions required. It was close enough. The first egg moved, not dramatically, not with the sudden rupture of a structure that has been containing something under pressure and that releases all of that pressure at once, with the specific quality of movement that a developing organism produces when it has reached the threshold of the condition that separates development from emergence. A slow, internal repositioning, the creature inside the egg shifting its orientation in the way of something that has been in one position for a very long time and is beginning, tentatively, to consider the possibility of another. The movement was visible through the egg's outer membrane, which was translucent enough that the monitoring systems could track it, which the life pod's instruments could detect through the tank's environmental data, which the Sea Emperor could perceive through whatever sensory systems allowed her to maintain her constant awareness of the egg's state. She was watching. He was watching. For a moment that lasted longer than moments usually last, longer than its physical duration, extended by the quality of attention that both of them were bringing to it, the shared concentration of two minds oriented toward the same thing, one of them having waited 1,000 years, and the other having come from the surface and the kelp forest and the mushroom forest and the blood kelp and the lost river and the inactive lava zone and the lava lakes to be present for this. For a moment, they were simply watching together. The egg hatched, and then another, and then all of them, not simultaneously. Not in the single dramatic rupture of a clutch hatching all at once, but in the staggered sequence that a healthy hatch produces, each egg responding to the conditions in its own time, each juvenile Sea Emperor emerging into the tank's water in the specific process of emergence that a creature of this size and this biology performs when the membrane that has contained its development is no longer adequate to what is developing inside it. They were small. Relative to their mother, they were very small. Not small in any absolute sense, not the kind of small that requires special attention to see, but small in the way that juveniles of very large species are small, which is to say, large enough to be impressive in their own right, large enough that the tank, which had seemed enormous around the one adult Sea Emperor, seemed less enormous around the adult and her newly hatched young, large enough that their movement through the tank's water produced displacement that was perceptible at the distance he was maintaining. They fed. This was the first behavior, the immediate instinctive orientation toward the biological material that the tank's water column contained and toward the organisms that the tank's ecosystem supported. The behavior that biology produces at hatching, because feeding is what the newly hatched do before they do anything else, because the energy budget of emergence has to be replenished before anything else is possible. They fed, and in feeding they did what their biology had always been designed to do. They produced Enzyme 42, not as a conscious act, not as the performance of a function they understood they were performing, as a metabolic byproduct, as the output of normal biological processes that the ocean had calibrated across millions of years to produce this specific compound in the specific concentrations that the deep ocean's biological systems required. Enzyme 42 entered the water of the tank. It entered not in trace amounts, not the concentrations that the Sea Emperor's adult metabolism had been producing during her 1,000 years in the tank, concentrations that the tank's filtered water had been maintaining at levels too low to address the Kharaa infection in the ocean beyond. It entered in the concentrations that juvenile Sea Emperors produce in the first weeks of their life, high concentrations calibrated by evolution to the specific biological needs of the environment, a juvenile sea emperor hatches into, which is the deep ocean, which is not the tank, but which the tank's water was now, with the materials he had introduced close enough to. The enzyme was real. It was what the synthesis program had failed to produce. It was what the ocean had been missing for 1,000 years, while the Kharaa spread through 16 biomes, and the ghost Leviathans reached their infected stasis in the Lost River, and the ghost of the biological equilibrium that Enzyme 42 had always maintained became, without it, a history rather than a present condition. It entered the water of the tank, and it began to do what it had always done. The monitoring systems registered the change, and not immediately. Not in the dramatic way of a system reversing its condition in a single moment. Gradually, the specific chemical markers of Kharaa activity in the tank's water column shifted in the direction that the Architect Research Program had been working toward and had not achieved, the direction of reduction of the Kharaa's cellular modification processes, encountering something that addressed them at the structural level, that reversed what the Kharaa had produced with the specific biochemical precision that a compound evolved over millions of years for exactly this function performs. The Kharaa in the tank was being cured. He looked at the Sea Emperor. She was watching her young, not in the way he was watching, not with the specific quality of attention that a person brings to witnessing something important. The forward-directed concentration of a mind that has been working toward this and is now watching it arrive, with the quality of attention that a mother brings to young, which is older than intelligence and more fundamental than thought, which precedes the kind of mind that formulates intentions and operates through them, which is simply the orientation of a body toward what the body has produced and now maintains. She was watching her young, and the young were moving through the water, and the enzyme was entering the water, and the Kharaa in the tank was beginning, by millimeter and by moment, to recede. Something that had been waiting for 1,000 years had received its answer. The safe shallows were the same as they had always been. This is the third time the image appears, and each appearance has been different in what surrounds it. The first time, the ocean in its natural state, the gasopod drifting through pale light, the peepers in their formations, the world before anything arrived to change it. The second time, the Kharaa already present in the water, invisible to the peepers and the gasopod and the coral. The ocean not knowing anything had changed. Now, the enzyme entering the water, not in the tank, not yet at the surface biomes, not yet at the concentrations that the safe shallows biology would feel. The movement was in the tank, and from the tank into the connected water of the deep, and from the deep into the currents that moved upward through the ocean's layers, and from those currents into the biomes above. It would take time. The enzyme moves through water at the rate that water moves, which is the rate of currents and of diffusion and of the biological processes that distribute chemical compounds through connected systems. It would reach the safe shallows eventually. It would reach the kelp forest and the mushroom forest and the blood kelp and the Lost River and all the biomes of 4546B's ocean, eventually, in the concentrations that the juvenile sea emperors were producing, in the amounts sufficient to address the Kharaa at the level of infection that 1,000 years of spread had established. It would not happen quickly, but it had begun. The infected creatures would not know they were being cured. The peepers in the safe shallows would not notice the change in the water, or rather, would notice it in the way that organisms notice changes in their chemical environment, which is through the biological response to the change rather than through any awareness of what the change is or where it comes from. The bone sharks in the mushroom forest would not understand what was happening in their bodies as the enzyme's activity began to address the Kharaa's modifications. The ghost Leviathans in the Lost River, moving through their passages with the slow translucence of 1,000 years of infected stasis, would not know that what had been unchanging in their biology for centuries was beginning, slowly, to change. They would simply be different, a little, and then a little more, and then different enough that the difference was measurable as the enzyme moved through the ocean, and the ocean distributed it the way the ocean distributed everything, completely, without acknowledgement, in the manner of a system whose function is not distribution, but that distributes because distribution is what connected systems do. The same water, the same pale light of the safe shallows at dawn, the gasopod tumbling through the middle water in its unhurried way, the peepers drifting through their formations of coral that had been growing in the same configurations for centuries. Something has changed in the water. The ocean does not announce it. The Sea Emperor's communication reached him at the tank's interface, not with the specificity of earlier contact, not with the particular content she had transmitted when she was transmitting the hatching conditions and what they required. Something different, something that the contact channel carried at its limits, at the edges of what was transmissible between her kind of mind and his, something that had less content and more quality, the felt character of a state rather than the transmission of specific information. He could not fully decode it. He received enough. What he received was in the direction of completion, not completion as ending, not the completion of something that is over, but the completion of something that has reached the point it was building toward, that has arrived at what it was for, that has fulfilled the specific purpose that defined it. She had been producing her enzyme for thousands of years as a byproduct of her metabolism, and the ocean had been healthy for it, and the Kharaa had come, and the ocean had become unhealthy without it in sufficient quantities, and now the quantities were sufficient again. And the function that her existence had always served, the function she had not known she was serving, because it was simply what she was. The enzyme was simply what her biology produced, was being served again. She transmitted something else at the edges. It took him longer to receive this, and he was not certain, after he had received it, that he had received it accurately, that his mind's translation of what she was transmitting was close enough to what she was transmitting to be trusted. But what arrived was in the direction of recognition, the recognition of him, specifically, as distinct from the category of minds that had been present in the tank's vicinity before. The architects had been here. They had communicated with her, had attempted to understand her, and had partially succeeded. She had asked things of her that she could not provide. He had not asked the same things in the same way. He had gone into the ocean and found what the ocean contained and brought it back. He had done the things that the conditions required rather than asking her to do the things that the conditions required. The recognition was not gratitude in the sense the word usually carries. It was something more structural, the acknowledgement of a relationship between what was needed and what was done, between the asking and the answer, between the 1,000 years of waiting and the moment that the waiting had been waiting for. The young Sea Emperors moved through the tank. They would not always be in the tank. This was part of what she had communicated about the hatching conditions. Not just the conditions for hatching, but the conditions for what came after, for the juvenile Sea Emperor's development from hatchlings to adults capable of the deep ocean's demands, for the eventual release that would allow them to enter the ocean proper and take up the migration routes and the ecological role that their species had maintained before the quarantine and the infection. The tank would be the beginning. The ocean would be the continuation. The enzyme they produced would move through the water ahead of them, preparing the ocean for their return in the way that their species had always prepared the ocean for itself, through the byproduct of simply existing, through the output of normal metabolic function, through the specific compound that millions of years of co-evolution had made the ocean's biological regulatory constant. The Kharaa was receding, slowly, by margins that the monitoring systems registered and that would accumulate across weeks and months and years into something that the ocean's biology would feel as the restoration of a condition it had evolved in and that the infection had disrupted. The ocean had been infected for 1,000 years. The cure had been in it for longer than that, in trace amounts, in the biological memory of the Sea Emperor's species, in the enzyme that her metabolism produced as naturally as the ocean circulated its water, present, insufficient, waiting for the conditions that would allow it to be present in the amounts that sufficed. The amounts sufficed now. Below the tank, in the volcanic warmth of the lava lakes, the planet's heartbeat continued at the pace it had maintained across hundreds of millions of years, the slow geological rhythm of interior heat meeting the ocean floor, of thermal processes operating at the scale of a planet, indifferent to the biological events occurring in the water above them. The lava larvae moved through the superheated water near the vents. The deep ecosystem continued its ancient business. The ocean was large and it was deep, and at its deepest point something very old was watching her young move through the water she had waited 1,000 years for them to move through. Something had changed. The ocean did not announce it. The ascent was different from every previous movement through the biomes. Not in direction. He had ascended before, had returned through the layers multiple times in the course of finding what the hatching conditions required, had moved up through the blood kelp and the mushroom forest, and the kelp forest with the directed efficiency of someone whose purposes were clear and whose route was known. The direction was the same. The difference was in what the ascent was now. Not a return for resources, not the practical movement between the task at the facility and the biomes that contained what the task required. It was departure. Not immediate, not in the sense that the surface was the end, and the surface would be reached today and the leaving would happen today. But departure in the orientation. The change in the quality of movement through a known environment when the knowledge is now colored by the understanding that the environment is being left, that the knowing will not be continued, that what has been accumulated is being carried rather than being added to. He paused in the lava lakes before ascending. Not long. The lava lakes did not invite lingering in the way of the mushroom forest, did not offer the specific quality of beauty that the blue-green bioluminescence produced, the involuntary reception that the cap level's light had triggered on the descent. The lava lakes offered heat and depth, and the particular quality of a place at the extreme end of habitability, a place where existence was possible only because the organisms that existed here had spent millions of years becoming adequate to exactly these conditions and to no others. But there was something in the lava lakes that the pause was for. The planet's heartbeat, the volcanic rhythm that had been running since the planet's formation, and that would run for billions of years after everything that had happened in the water above it had resolved into geological memory. He paused and felt it, the slow pulse of the planet's interior transmitted through the water as heat and as the movement of superheated material through the vent structures. And then he began to ascend. The inactive lava zone passed in the quality of the familiar, the rock formations, the specialist organisms, the particular emptiness that was not empty but that presented a kind of emptiness relative to the biological density of the zones above and below. He had been through it enough times that it no longer required the quality of attention that unfamiliar environments require, that it was simply itself known, navigable without the cognitive overhead of interpretation. The knowing felt different now. Everything known feels different when it is being left. The lost river received him with its bioluminescent water and its ghostly trees, and the bone-white formations of its banks. He moved through it slowly, more slowly than efficiency required. The ghost leviathans were moving through the passages on their routes, the same routes they had maintained across the 1,000 years of the quarantine, the same routes their ancestors had traveled before the Kharaa, the same routes that would continue to be traveled as the enzyme worked its way through the ocean's water and the infection slowly, incrementally, began to recede from the biology that had been carrying it for centuries. He watched them pass. They were vast and translucent and infected and persisting, as they had always persisted, and the enzyme was in the water now, and the enzyme would reach them eventually. and the stasis that the infection had imposed on their biology would begin, over years and decades, to change. He would not be here to see it. This was a simple fact, and he held it simply. Not with the weight of loss, not with the quality of grief that some departures carry, but with the specific acknowledgement that things one will not witness are still real, that outcomes one does not observe still happen, that the enzyme moving through the water of 4546 B's ocean would continue moving through it whether or not anyone who had contributed to its presence remained to watch the movement. The ghost leviathans would change. The ocean would change. The Sea Emperor's young would grow and eventually be released into the open water and take up their species' ancient roots and maintain the enzyme's presence in the ocean at the concentrations that the biological systems required. This would happen. He would not see it. The happening was not conditional on the seeing. The lost river carried him with its current in the direction of the Grand Reef above. The Grand Reef was the Grand Reef, its formations unchanged by the time he had spent in the deeper zones, its cove tree still producing its warm gold bioluminescence in the slow rhythm of something very old, its biological community continuing the specific business of the Grand Reef with the thoroughness of systems that have been running for longer than anything that has happened recently has been happening. He moved through it with the quality of someone walking through a room they are leaving, seeing the room differently than they have seen it before. Not as an environment to be navigated, but as a place, as a specific arrangement of things that will continue to be what they are after the leaving, that will not change because the leaving has occurred. The blood kelp was cold in the way it had always been cold. He felt the temperature change at the threshold, the specific cold that communicated something about where it came from. The deep geological cold rather than the surface cold of weather and seasons. He had felt it on the descent and on each subsequent passage through the boundary, and the familiarity of it had not reduced the quality of the sensation, but had changed its character. It was now the cold he knew, the cold associated with the specific biome below it and the specific biome above it, the cold that marked the boundary between the world's two registers of deep life. He felt it as a marker, as a threshold being crossed, as the body noting, here is the boundary, here is the passage from one kind of darkness to another. The Sunbeam's debris had settled. He could not see it. The debris field was dispersed across the blood kelp zone and the mushroom forest above, distributed by the currents that had been working on it since the explosion. Absorbed into the ocean's ordinary matter the way the Aurora's debris had been absorbed, the way all the things that fell into this ocean were absorbed. The stalkers in the kelp forest above had found the fragments in due course and added them to their collections with the same quality of interested acquisition they applied to everything. The ocean did not distinguish between the debris of the Aurora and the debris of the Sunbeam, between the material of a phase-gate construction vessel and the material of a cargo ship that had come too close to a planet that was not ready to be approached. It was all material. The ocean worked with material. The mushroom forest opened above the blood kelp in its blue-green illumination. He moved through it with the quality of someone returning to something they love and are leaving at the same time, the specific quality of a last visit, of attention that is heightened by the knowledge of finality, of seeing something with the eye of departure that sees differently from the eye of arrival or the eye of habitation. The crab squids moved through the cap level with their long trailing fins. The bone sharks held their territories at the forest's edges with the solidity that was their consistent character. The bioluminescent light pulsed in the rhythm it had pulsed in for millions of years, illuminating nothing in particular and everything at once, as it would continue to illuminate after he was gone, as it had illuminated before he arrived, or as the mushroom forest's biology required, regardless of whether anyone was present to receive the illumination. He ascended through the kelp forest and the safe shallows and broke the surface. The surface was different from how he had experienced it before, different from the first emergence from the life pod, different from the periodic surfacing to check the beacon, It was different because what he was surfacing for was different, because the purposes of the surface had changed, because the surface was no longer the interface between the ocean and the sky. That offered no rescue, but the interface between the ocean and what came next, which was the construction of a way to leave. The Aurora's wreck was lower in the water than it had been. The ocean had been working on it for the duration of his time below, settling it, corroding what was corrodable, distributing what was distributable through the water column and the current systems, incorporating what could be incorporated into the biological and chemical economy of the safe shallows. What remained was still massive, still recognizable as a ship rather than as sea floor, but it was becoming the latter. The process was advanced enough that the organisms of the safe shallows had begun the work of colonization. The surfaces that had stabilized had acquired the early stages of the biological community, that stable substrates in the safe shallows accumulate, the first organisms establishing the conditions for the next organisms, the beginning of the long biological succession that would eventually make the wreck indistinguishable from the surrounding seafloor. He was the Aurora's last survivor on 4546b. This was a fact he had known for a long time, but that the surface and the wreck made present in a different way. Not as information, but as the specific quality of being the only one, of the number being one, of the singular weight of the pronoun. The other survivors, if there had been other survivors, had not been found, had not signaled, had not appeared in the months of his occupation of the ocean. He was alone in the way of people who have been alone long enough that alone has stopped being a condition and has become a description. Not the painful awareness of absence, but the simple factual state of oneness, the absence of the plural. He built the rocket. The construction was the work of the surface, the specific, demanding, our resource-intensive work of assembling from the materials available in the environment a structure capable of achieving escape velocity from a water world with no launch pad, no support infrastructure, no institutional framework of the kind that rocket construction on any world that has been doing it for any length of time develops around the activity. It was improvised construction at the largest scale the fabricator's capacity and the ocean's resources could support, and it was possible only because the architect records had provided, in the data he had assembled from the monitoring network and from the PCF's own systems, the specific technical information required. The propulsion specifications, the material requirements, the structural parameters that a vessel capable of leaving 4546b's gravity well needed to meet. The ocean was present throughout the construction, not helpfully, not in the way of an environment that accommodates the projects of the organisms occupying it. The ocean was present the way the ocean is always present, as the medium, as the fact of the world, as the water that surrounded the construction site on every side and that had to be worked with rather than against, because working against the ocean is not a sustainable approach on a planet that is entirely ocean. He worked with it. He had learned in the months below something about the specific quality of working with an environment that is not organized around your needs and that does not adjust to accommodate them. Something about the posture of someone who has to find, within what is available, what the situation requires, rather than requiring the situation to provide what the posture assumes. The rocket took shape, not elegantly, not with the clean lines of a vessel designed by people with time and resources and institutional knowledge, and the specific aesthetic that spacecraft design develops when it has been practiced long enough to acquire aesthetic preferences. It was functional. It was functional in the way of things built by one person with limited resources and a specific problem, which was to leave a planet that had been sealed for 1,000 years, and that the thing he was building would be the first object to leave since the sealing. The QEP deactivation came before the launch. The architect records had included the deactivation protocols in the data the PCF's systems had transmitted. not prominently, not as the record's primary content, but present, available, accessible to someone who knew what they were looking for and who had read enough of the archive to understand what the QEP was and what its continued operation meant for 4546B's relationship to the rest of the galaxy. The deactivation required specific conditions to be met, conditions that confirmed to the platform's automated systems that the authorization for deactivation was legitimate, that the biological situation that had prompted the QEP's activation had been addressed sufficiently to warrant lifting the quarantine. The conditions had been met. The enzyme was in the water. The cure was in progress. The Sea Emperor's young were in the tank and would eventually be in the ocean. He sent the deactivation signal. The QEP received it in the silence of its orbit, the silence that the platform had maintained since its activation 1,000 years ago, since the last architect transmission had arrived and been processed and the platform had continued its watch, in the absence of anything further to receive. It processed the signal. It verified the conditions. The verification completed, and the QEP's status changed, and the change propagated through the platform's systems in the manner of a system that has been in one state for a very long time and is transitioning to another, not instantly, but in the specific sequence that the transition protocols required, each step confirmed before the next began. The quarantine was over. 4546B was open again, for the first time in 1,000 years, to the galaxy it had been sealed from. The star system could be approached, the planet could be orbited, vessels could enter the atmosphere and land on the ocean's surface and descend into the water and encounter what the water contained. The 16 biomes, the Kharaa in its recession, the precursor facilities in their 1,000-year operation, the Sea Emperor's young producing their enzyme, the archive of everything that had happened here preserved in the data systems that the architects had built to last, and that had lasted. The rocket was ready. He stood on its upper surface in the way that you stand on the highest available point when you are about to leave something, looking down, looking around, looking at the thing you are leaving with the quality of attention that leaving produces, which is different from the quality of attention that occupying produces, which sees what occupying overlooks. The safe shallows were visible below the surface in the way of a world seen from its own interface, not clearly, not with the detail that full immersion provides, but present, the pale light of the biome visible through the surface tension, the shapes of the coral formations and the creep vine indistinct but recognizable to someone who had spent months learning to recognize them. The gasopod was visible, or a gasopod was visible, drifting through the middle water with the unhurried drift that gasopods had always maintained, trailing its spores, contributing its small regular motion to the larger pattern of the biome that had been producing this pattern since before any ship from any civilization had found this star system. He looked at it for a long time. Then he looked up at the sky, at the particular blue-gray of 4546B's atmosphere, at the cloud cover that the ocean's continuous evaporation maintained across the planet's surface, at the thin line of the horizon where the ocean ended and the sky began in the way they had always ended and begun at every point around the planet, uninterrupted, the same horizon at every bearing, the specific horizon of a world that is entirely water. He launched. The rocket left the ocean's surface with the violence that escape velocity requires, not gently, not with the quality of departure that the word leaving suggests, but with the force that leaving a gravity well demands, with the specific intensity of energy that must be produced to overcome what the planet exerts on everything it contains. The surface of the ocean receded. The safe shallows became a pale smear below the surface, visible for a moment through the rocket's lower sensors, and then lost in the increasing distance. The biome boundaries were not visible from above. The ocean was the ocean from above, without the specific layers that the descent had revealed, without the distinct characters of the safe shallows and the kelp forest and the mushroom forest and the blood kelp and the lost river. All of it collapsed from above into the surface it was below. The ocean receded. 4546b emerged. The planet was blue. This seems obvious in retrospect. A water world, entirely ocean, illuminated by its star at the angle that orbital distance produces, would be blue in the way that water is blue when there is enough of it and enough light to show the color. But the knowing of it and the seeing of it were different things, and the seeing of it produced something that the knowing had not produced, which was the specific quality of encountering the full extent of something you have been inside. He had been in the ocean for months. He had moved through its layers, had learned its biomes from within them, had come to know the specific character of each zone. The safe shallows' warm, pale light, the kelp forest's green enclosure, the mushroom forest's blue-green bioluminescence, the blood kelp's intentional cold, in the lost river's luminous passages, the lava lake's volcanic warmth. He had known the ocean from the inside. From orbit, the ocean was a circle. Not literally. Planets are not circles, they are spheres. And the view from orbit of a sphere is a disk, a two-dimensional projection of a three-dimensional object, and the projection loses something. But the circle was what the eye received, and the circle was blue, and the blue was the specific blue of very deep water seen from very far above, a blue that carried in it the accumulated depth of 16 biomes layered from surface to volcanic core. That was the color of everything that had happened in the water below, rendered into the single wavelength that water reflects when you are far enough above it to see it whole. The cloud cover was not total. There were breaks in the clouds, places where the ocean was visible directly, where the blue came through without the white diffusion of the cloud layer, where the specific color of the water was available without mediation. He looked at those breaks. He tried to identify from the orbital perspective the region of the ocean where the safe shallows were, where the life pod had come down, where he had spent the first days of his time here, learning the names of creatures that had not been named in any language he had access to. He could not identify it. The ocean was too large, and the orbital perspective too comprehensive, and the breaks in the cloud cover were in the wrong positions, and the specific patch of warm, shallow water where the gasopod had drifted through the pale morning light was indistinguishable. From here, see, from every other patch of warm, shallow water at every other latitude on a planet that was entirely warm, shallow water above the kelp forest depth. This was, in a specific way, right. The safe shallows were not special from above. They were part of the ocean. The ocean was entire. The quarantine signal went out across the network. He had sent it before the launch, sent it through the precursor communication systems that the PCF's data had given him access to, through the electromagnetic channels that the architect network had used for 1,000 years to maintain the exchange of data between 4546b and the civilization that had built the facilities on its ocean floor and sealed it from the rest of the galaxy. The signal traveled at the speed that electromagnetic signals travel, which is fast in the context of human experience and not fast in the context of interstellar distances, and it would take time to reach the nearest inhabited systems and time beyond that for those systems to respond, and longer still for any response to become a presence in the 4546b system. But it had been sent. The quarantine was lifted. The information would arrive where it was going to arrive, and what it would produce in the broader galaxy was beyond his knowledge and beyond the scope of what the orbit of a water world 200 meters above the cloud cover could reveal. What the orbit revealed was the planet. He had read, in the architect records, in the personal logs, the informal documents, the places where the researchers who had built the PCF and the monitoring network and the disease research facility had written about the experience of being on 4546b rather than about the scientific content of being on 4546b. He had read accounts of the view from orbit that the survey team had described when they first arrived at the system. He had read the survey team lead's account of seeing the planet for the first time and finding the word embarrassing inadequate to what she felt, and using it anyway because the alternatives were worse. He had read the subsequent accounts, the records of researchers who had arrived later and who had described the orbital view as a point of orientation, something they returned to in their minds during the long months on the ocean floor, a reference point for the scale of what they were working in. He understood now what they had been returning to. The planet was complete in the way of things that require no addition, not lacking anything, not partial, not the portion of a thing that is visible from a particular angle, while the rest remains hidden. It was entire. It turned in the light of its star with the specific, unhurried rotation of a planet that has been turning this way for 4 billion years, and that will continue turning this way for several billion more, and the turning was visible as the slow shift of the cloud patterns and the slight change in the angle at which the star's light struck the blue surface, and the watching of it produced something that was not calm, exactly, but was in the same direction, the specific quality of attention that very large things moving very slowly in reliable ways can produce in minds that are smaller and faster and more contingent. He thought about the Precursors. What would they have seen looking at this image? They had built the facilities, had constructed the PCF and the monitoring network and the disease research facility, had dedicated the resources of a significant interstellar research program to the documentation of what the planet contained. They had voted to seal it, to sacrifice themselves and their colleagues to prevent the Kharaa from leaving, to accept the end of what they had built and the end of themselves in the service of a galaxy that would never fully know what the acceptance had cost. They had sent their last transmissions from inside the quarantine, and those transmissions had been received and filed, and the network had moved on, and the planet had continued in its orbit, sealed and silent, for 1,000 years. What would they have wanted seeing this from orbit? The quarantine lifted, the cure in the water, the Sea Emperor's young in the tank, producing the enzyme that the ocean had been missing, that the researchers had spent the final months of their research program attempting to synthesize and had failed, and that was now present in the concentrations the situation required. Would the 1,000 years have seemed, from the perspective of this outcome, a cost that was worth the cost? Would the sacrifice have seemed from here, like the sacrifice of people who knew what they were sacrificing and chose it anyway for reasons that the outcome vindicated? He did not know. He could not know. The knowing would require knowing how the Precursors thought, what they valued, how they experienced time and loss, and the relationship between present cost and future benefit. And the records he had read were records of their science and the edges of their feeling, and were not sufficient to answer a question this specific. He sat with the not knowing. The planet turned below him. 4546b receded. The escape trajectory carried him away from the planet in the direction that the orbital mechanics required, and the recession was at first slow, the planet still large in the viewport, still detailed, the cloud breaks still showing the specific blue of the water, and then faster as the distance increased and the angular size of the planet in the viewport decreased, and the detail that had been visible from low orbit resolved into the undifferentiated blue of a sphere too far away for detail to be perceptible. The clouds became a texture rather than a pattern. The breaks in the cloud cover closed as the viewing angle changed, and the integrated cloud cover of the entire visible hemisphere replaced the specific gaps that had been visible from low orbit. The planet became smaller. This happened continuously and at a rate that was perceptible. Not the slow, barely detectable recession of something very large at a great distance, but the clearly measurable decrease in apparent size of something that had been very close and was becoming less close in real time. He watched it happen. He had nowhere to look that was more relevant than the planet receding in the viewport, Nothing to do that was more important than watching the planet become smaller. And so he watched. It was still blue. The blue was now not the specific blue of water seen from low orbit, with the depth and the color of 16 biomes layered beneath it, but the simpler blue of a sphere seen from a distance at which the sphere is the thing rather than the window into the thing. The color of the planet rather than the color of the ocean, the surface rather than what was below the surface. He had spent months learning what was below the surface. From here, the surface was all that was visible. Oh, and the surface was blue, and the blue told him nothing that he did not already know, except that the planet was still there, still turning, still blue. He thought about what the ocean looked like from below. Not now. Now the ocean looked like a receding blue circle, like the specific blue sphere of a water world becoming smaller in the viewport of an escape pod moving away from it. But the ocean, as he had seen it from inside it, from the specific perspectives that the months below had given him. The safe shallow's pale light seen from just below the surface, the light arriving in columns and shafts that moved with the current, the specific quality of looking up through the water at the sun as it moved across the sky above the ocean, the way the world looked from inside the world when the world was entirely water. He had been in the water looking up at the same surface he was now outside looking down at. The two perspectives were separated by the surface tension, by the specific membrane between the ocean and the atmosphere that the water maintained, and that was, from below, the ceiling of the world, and, from above, the floor of the sky. He had been on the ocean side of that membrane for months. He was on the sky side now and moving further from the membrane, and the membrane was receding with the planet and becoming invisible as the planet became smaller, and the specific details of the planet's surface resolved into the undifferentiated blue of something too far away for membranes to be perceptible. The planet became a disk. Not a circle in the sense of a flat shape, but a disk in the sense of something whose three-dimensionality was becoming difficult to perceive from this distance. A shape that was clearly a sphere in the abstract, that he knew to be a sphere, but that presented itself to the eye with decreasing evidence of its own depth, its own three-dimensional nature, its own interior. The biomes were not visible. The safe shallows were not visible. The mushroom forest and the blood kelp and the lost river and the lava lakes were not visible. The Sea Emperor's tank was not visible. The hum of the precursor systems in the empty corridors was not visible. The ghost leviathans in the lost river were not visible. The gasopod drifting through the pale morning water was not visible. Everything he knew about what was inside the planet was now inside the planet, behind the blue surface that was all the planet showed from this distance. The disk became a point. This happened more slowly than he expected. The final contraction of apparent size from disk to point was less abrupt than the contraction from sphere to disk, as if the planet was reluctant to complete the reduction, as if there was a threshold in the apparent size of something below which the reduction became less perceptible, and the planet maintained itself as a visible object for longer than the mathematics of recession would have suggested. But eventually the threshold was crossed, and what had been a disk became what the eye could only call a point, not a dimensionless geometric point, not the mathematical abstraction, but the visual impression of a point, of something at the limit of visibility, of something that retained its presence in the viewport only because the context of what it was organized the perception of it, because the eye that was looking knew what it was looking at and therefore saw it, rather than simply processing the photons that reached the sensor and finding them insufficient to constitute a feature of the visual field. He watched it until it was not visible. He could not identify the exact moment when it stopped being visible. The transition from barely visible to not visible is not marked by a threshold that the eye can locate. Awe is not the crossing of a line, but the accumulated loss of signal until the signal is indistinguishable from the noise of the surrounding visual field, and the distinction between present and absent ceases to be available. 4546b had been the entire world for months, had been the water above and the water below, and the specific characters of 16 biomes learned from within them, had been the Aurora's wreck, and the Degasi's logs, and the Sea Emperor's tank, and the ghost Leviathans in the Lost River, and the gasopod in the safe shallows, and now it was not visible. Did the ocean notice? He had thought about this question on the rocket's upper surface, looking at the safe shallows through the ocean's surface. He thought about it now in the viewport, looking at the place where the planet had been. The question was not one he could answer. The ocean did not have the kind of awareness that noticing requires. It did not have the capacity for the registration of absence that noticing an absence involves, did not maintain a model of what should be present against which to measure what was present, did not experience the departure of anything as departure, because departure is a category that requires the awareness of a before and an after, of a state of presence and a state of absence, of the specific consciousness of change. The ocean did not notice. The ocean continued. The Kharaa receded through the water at the rate that the Enzyme moved through the current systems, and the Sea Emperor's young moved through the tank, and would eventually move through the ocean, and the ghost Leviathans moved through the Lost River on their ancient routes. And the gasopod drifted through the safe shallows in the pale morning light, and none of it attended to the fact of his leaving, because none of it had attended to the fact of his presence, because the ocean systems do not require the presence of a witness to continue, because the ocean had been continuing without witness for most of its history, and would continue without witness for most of its future. And yet, the question had a quality that the answer did not fully satisfy. The question held something that the answer, which was technically correct, technically sufficient, which described the ocean accurately and without sentimentality, left unaddressed. The ocean did not notice, and yet the ocean had held for 1,000 years the enzyme that cured the infection. And yet the ocean had carried the Sea Emperor through 1,000 years of solitude, with her eggs unhatched and her patience intact. And yet the ocean had absorbed the Degasi and the Aurora and the Sunbeam, and had continued, had incorporated the debris of human civilization's contact with 4546b into its biological and chemical economy, and had continued. And yet the stalkers in the kelp forest were carrying fragments of the Aurora in their collections. The ocean had not noticed, but the ocean had not been unchanged. These were not contradictory. Things can be unchanged in their fundamental nature while being changed in their specific contents. The ocean was still the ocean, still the biological and chemical system that had been running for hundreds of millions of years, still the 16 biomes layered from surface to volcanic core, was still the specific blue seen from orbit. But the Aurora was in the stalkers' collections now. The Enzyme was in the water now. The Sea Emperor's young were in the tank now. The quarantine was lifted. The silence that had lasted 1,000 years had been broken and would not re-establish itself, because the thing that had made the silence necessary was in recession, and the world that had been sealed was open, and the ships of the broader galaxy were free to approach for the first time since the architects voted and the platform began its watch. The ocean was the ocean. The ocean had changed. Both things were true. The viewport showed stars, the specific stars of this region of the galaxy, the stars that 4546b orbited among, the stars that the architect network had been traveling between for centuries, and that the human civilizations of this era were beginning to connect through the phase gate infrastructure that the Aurora had been sent here to contribute to. The planet was not visible among them. The star that 4546b orbited was visible, a point of light, brighter than the others at this range, the star that had been providing the energy that the safe shallows biology had been running on for hundreds of millions of years, that had been illuminating the surface that the peepers and the gasopods had been moving through for all of that time. The star was visible. The planet that orbited it was not. He looked at the star for a long time, then he stopped looking, and the viewport showed stars, and the stars showed nothing of what was in orbit around any of them. Us and the escape pod moved through the stars in the direction that the trajectory required, and 4546b continued to exist at the coordinates where it had always existed, turning in the light of its star, the ocean continuing in the manner of an ocean that has never needed anyone to be present for the continuing. Something had changed. The ocean did not announce it. The question of whether the ocean noticed remained open, in the way of questions that are worth keeping open, worth not answering fully, worth holding as questions rather than converting into the closure that answers provide. The ocean had continued. The ocean would continue. The enzyme was in the water. The quarantine was lifted. A ship had come and gone, and a person had been in the water for months, and had gone as deep as the ocean went, and had come back up and had left. The ocean had the same relationship to this that it had always had to everything, which was complete, entire, continuing. The ocean did not change immediately. This is the first thing to understand about the period following the quarantine's lifting, following Ryley Robinson's departure, and the deactivation of the QEP and the entry of the enzyme into the water at concentrations sufficient to begin addressing the infection that had been established for 1,000 years. The ocean did not change immediately, because the ocean does not change immediately, because the biological and chemical systems of a water world operating across 16 biomes and several 100 million years of accumulated ecological complexity do not respond to interventions in the way of simpler systems, do not shift from one state to another in the manner of a mechanism whose operation can be adjusted by changing a single parameter. The ocean changes the way the ocean has always changed, which is slowly, which is through the accumulation of many small changes across many organisms, across many generations, which is in the manner of something whose baseline unit of time is not the day or the year, but the decade and the century. The enzyme moved through the water at the rate of the water's movement. The currents of 4546b's ocean were driven by the same forces that had driven them for hundreds of millions of years. The thermal gradients between the volcanic deep and the solar-warmed surface, the tidal forces of the planet's moons, the Coriolis effects of the planet's rotation acting on large bodies of water moving across large distances. These currents had always distributed the trace amounts of enzyme 42 that the Sea Emperor's metabolism had produced through the ocean's connected systems, had carried the compound from the deep zone where it was produced through the intermediate biomes and up through the blood kelp and the mushroom forest and the kelp forest to the safe shallows. Slowly, over the months that a deep ocean current takes to complete its circulation, in the concentrations that dilution across the ocean's volume produced. Now the enzyme was being produced in greater quantities, and the currents were carrying it as they had always carried everything, and the carrying was happening at the pace of currents, which is not fast, but it was happening. The first measurable change in the Khara's activity levels appeared in the monitoring data from the PCF's immediate vicinity within the first weeks. The specific chemical markers that the architect monitoring systems had been logging for 1,000 years, the markers that had moved in one direction for all of that time, began to move in the other direction. Not dramatically, not at a rate that, if you were watching the data in real time, would have produced the immediate visceral satisfaction of watching something reverse. In the manner of things that are large and that have been established for a long time, incrementally, at the margins, in the zones of highest enzyme concentration first, and then propagating outward from those zones as the current systems distributed the compound through the connected water. The ghost leviathans in the Lost River were the most visible record of the change, not because the change in them was faster than the change in the ocean's other infected organisms. It was in fact slower, because organisms of their size and their level of infection required more time and more enzyme to show measurable change than the smaller, less extensively infected organisms of the upper biomes. But because they were the most visible, the most dramatically altered by the infection, the most obviously different from what the architect records described as their pre-infection state, the organisms whose translucency and altered bioluminescence and slowed movement were the clearest sign of what the Kharaa had done to the ocean's biology across 1,000 years of spread. The change in them, when it came, would be the most visible demonstration of the cure's effect. And the change did come, slowly, across years rather than weeks, in the specific direction of recovery rather than continued deterioration. The biological stasis that the infection had imposed beginning to loosen as the enzyme addressed the cellular modifications that had been accumulating for centuries. They continued to move through the Lost River's passages on their ancient routes. They would always move through the Lost River's passages on their ancient routes. The routes were older than the infection, older than the quarantine, older than the Precursor research program that had named and documented and been unable to save them from what the Kharaa had produced in their biology. The routes were part of what the Lost River was, as much a feature of the geological passage system as the bone-white formations and the ghostly trees and the bioluminescent water. The ghost leviathans moved through them because the roots were home in the deepest sense, because the body knows home in the way that precedes thought, because 1,000 years of infection had changed their biology but had not changed where they went. The Precursor facilities continued their autonomous operation. This continued exactly as it had continued for 1,000 years, not because the quarantine's lifting had changed the facility's situation, not because the lifting had produced any signal to the facilities that would alter their operational status, but because the facilities were running the programs that had been set for them to run and had not received instruction to alter those programs and therefore continued. The power systems drew on the volcanic activity of the ocean floor. The environmental monitoring collected its data and stored it in the archive and transmitted it through the communication systems to whatever was receiving in the broader network. The hum of the systems in the empty corridors continued at the frequency it had always maintained. The disease research facility's automated protocols continued their work. These were the protocols that had been set up by the researchers in the final months of the Precursor presence on 4546b, the automated systems that had continued the therapeutic research program's data collection after the humans who designed it could no longer conduct it themselves. 1,000 years of automated research, logging the ocean's Kharaa activity levels, comparing them against the synthesis program's failed attempts, maintaining the data record of everything the research program had done and everything it had not been able to do. The archive of this work was extensive. It was also now a historical record of a problem in the process of being solved. The data that the automated systems continued to collect showed the enzyme's effect in the water around the facility, or showed the Kharaa's activity declining in the zones where the enzyme had reached sufficient concentration, showed the ocean beginning to do what the research program had spent its final months trying to produce the conditions for. The archive was receiving the answer to its own question. The stalkers in the Kelp forest continued to collect things. Their collections had grown during the period of Ryley Robinson's occupation of the upper biomes. The Aurora's debris had provided new material of a kind they had not encountered before, and that they had incorporated with the same quality of interested acquisition that they applied to everything. The specific fragments they had chosen from the Aurora's debris field were in their caches now, arranged with the same care they applied to the arrangement of everything they collected, which was not aesthetic care, not the kind of arrangement that implies a visual sense or an intention toward beauty, but the specific care of animals who collect things and who have, through the long practice of collecting, developed a relationship with their collections that is more than simple accumulation. The Aurora's debris was in the Stalker's collections, alongside the metal fragments from ancient impacts that had been in those collections for centuries, and the new fragments were next to the old fragments without distinction, without the Stalkers having noted any difference in origin or significance between the material from a crashed Alterra Corporation phase-gate construction vessel and the material from a meteorite that had entered the ocean before any civilization in the galaxy had the capacity to track such things. It was all material. The Stalkers worked with material. The reefbacks moved through the safe shallows. They had always moved through the safe shallows. They were the oldest mobile ecosystems on the planet, the biological fact against which the biological facts of everything else were measured, the background condition of the safe shallows that had been present before the Kharaa, and would be present after the Kharaa had receded into the water's history rather than its present condition. They moved through the shallows with the slow, unhurried quality of animals, for whom unhurried is not a pace but a nature, and their passenger ecosystems continued the specific business of living on the back of something very large and very slow that has been moving through their world since before the word world was available to any of the things living on it. The safe shallows had the enzyme in them now. It had reached the upper biomes through the current systems within the first months, not in the concentrations that the deep zones closest to the PCF experienced, not in the amounts that the monitoring data showed producing the most rapid, measurable change in Kharaa activity, but in concentrations sufficient to begin the work of addressing the infection in the organisms of the shallowest biomes. The peepers were changing, imperceptibly, in the way that organisms change when the biological burden they have been carrying is being incrementally addressed, not with the visible, dramatic change that a fast-acting therapeutic produces in organisms that are visibly ill, but with the specific change that appears in population-level data across generations, the organisms that had been most affected by the infection reproducing less successfully than the organisms that had been less affected, the gene pool of the safe shallows populations shifting in the direction of biological health over the years and decades, that the enzyme continued to move through the water. The gasopod drifted through the pale morning light. This is the image that has returned throughout this history, the gasopod in the safe shallows, tumbling through the middle water in its unhurried way, trailing its spores in the pattern of an animal that has never needed to hurry. It was here before the Precursors. It was here when the Precursors arrived and built their facilities and contacted the Sea Emperor and failed to cure the Kharaa and voted and sealed the planet. It was here through the 1,000 years of the Quarantine and the Degasi crash and the Aurora crash and the Sunbeam and the Descent and the hatching and the departure. It was here now in the morning light of the safe shallows, with the enzyme in the water and the quarantine lifted, and the planet open to the galaxy it had been sealed from for 1,000 years. The gasopod did not know any of this. The gasopod did not know anything, in the sense that knowing implies the kind of awareness that the gasopod does not possess. The kind of awareness that would allow it to hold the history of the world it inhabits alongside the present moment of inhabiting it, and to feel the weight of the relationship between the two. The gasopod was in the water, and the water was the water, and the water had enzyme in it now, and the enzyme was doing what enzymes do in biological systems, which is chemistry. And the chemistry was producing changes in the gasopod's biology at the cellular level that the gasopod was no more aware of than it was aware of any other cellular process, which was not at all, which was the specific not at all of organisms that do not have the architecture for that kind of awareness. The gasopod drifted. The spores dispersed. The light moved through the water in its columns and shafts. Something had changed in the water. The ocean did not announce it, and the coral formations in the safe shallows were unchanged. They had been growing in their current configurations for centuries before the Precursors arrived, and would be growing in their current configurations, modified by the gradual processes of coral biology, by the slow addition of new growth and the occasional loss of old growth to the biological and physical processes that coral communities experience across centuries. For centuries after everything that had happened here had been fully absorbed into the ocean's biological memory. The peepers drifted through them. The coral did not attend to the peepers. The peepers did not attend to the coral. The relationship between the peepers and the coral was the relationship between two biological systems that have been in proximity for long enough that the proximity has become structural rather than relational. Not two things interacting, but one thing that is the safe shallows, composed of peepers and coral and gasopods and creepvine and reefbacks and the specific quality of warm, shallow water in the light of a star, and the enzyme now, in the water, in concentrations that would increase as the Sea Emperor's young grew and produced more, and as the current systems distributed more through the ocean's connected layers. The Precursor archive grew, entry by entry, not with human-authored content. There was no one in the facilities to produce human-authored content, and had not been for 1,000 years. The automated systems continued their data collection, and continued to store the data in the archive with the organizational structure that the architect researchers had designed and that the automated systems had maintained. The archive was now a record of the ocean's recovery, the monitoring data showing the enzyme's progression through the biomes, the Kharaa's activity declining zone by zone as the enzyme reached sufficient concentrations, the biological indicators of the infected species beginning, slowly and at the population level, to shift in the direction of health. The archive was the history of 4546b, and the history was continuing. Future expeditions would find it. This was inevitable. Not immediately, not in the weeks or months following the quarantine's lifting, but eventually. As the signal Ryley Robinson had sent through the Precursor communication systems reached the inhabited systems and was received and understood and produced the response that the information it contained warranted, Alterra Corporation would return. Other organizations would come. People would descend into the ocean and find the Precursor facilities, and the archive, and the monitoring network, and the record of everything that had happened here, and they would read it with the specific quality of reading something that was complete, that had a beginning and an arc and an outcome, that told the full story of a civilization's research program, and its catastrophe, and the 1,000 years that followed, and the cure that was now in the water. They would also find the Sea Emperor's young in the tank, and beyond the tank eventually in the ocean. The juveniles were growing. The tank systems were maintaining their environment with the same automated care that had maintained the adult Sea Emperor's environment across 1,000 years, and the juveniles were growing in the manner of organisms whose development had been calibrated by evolution to the conditions the tank now provided, conditions that were, with the materials that had been introduced to create the hatching environment, close enough to the deep ocean's natural chemistry that the development was proceeding. They were not yet at the stage where the tank would be inadequate to them. That stage would come, the stage where their size and their biology and their specific requirements for the kind of space and the kind of water and the kind of biological community that a deep ocean provides would exceed what the constructed environment of the PCF could offer them, where the transition from tank to ocean would become not a choice but a biological necessity. When that stage came, the tank would need to be opened, and the opening would require someone, another person in the water, another descent through the biomes to the PCF, another active decision at the interface between the constructed environment and the ocean that surrounded it. This was one of the many things that the recovery of 4546b would require that were not yet in progress, that were in the category of what would need to happen rather than what was already happening. The ocean had patience for this. The ocean had always had patience for this, for the category of things that would happen eventually, that the ocean's timescales could accommodate without the urgency that human timescales impose. Below the safe shallows, the kelp forest swayed. The stalkers moved through it with their collected fragments, the ancient metal from ancient impacts, and the recent metal from recent ships, and the specific inventory of a collection that had been maintained by generations of stalkers across a timescale that the individual stalkers' lifespans could not contain, but that the specific behavior of collection had maintained across those lifespans. The behavior passed through generations the way all behaviors that are not learned but are encoded get passed, through the biology that expresses them in each new animal that carries the relevant biology. The kelp swayed. The bone sharks held their territories at the forest's inner reaches. The creep vine reached toward the surface in the rhythm it had always maintained. Below the kelp, the mushroom forest pulsed its blue-green light. The light was what it had always been, not quite the same as it had been before the Kharaa. The specific bioluminescent chemistry of the cap organisms having been affected by 1,000 years of infection in ways that the monitoring data recorded and that were in the process of addressing as the enzyme reached the mushroom forest in sufficient concentrations and the organisms of the forest began the slow biological process of returning to the states that the Architect Survey records had described. The pulsing continued. The blue-green continued. The crab squids moved through the cap level. The light illuminated nothing in particular and everything at once, as it had illuminated for millions of years, as it would illuminate until the specific biology that produced it changed into something else, which the ocean would manage in the specific way the ocean manages change, which is through time, which is through the accumulation of many small differences across many generations into something measurably different from what it had been. Below the mushroom forest, the blood kelp moved in its thermal rhythms. Below the blood kelp, the lost river ran. Below the lost river, the inactive lava zone held its geological patience. Below the inactive lava zone, the lava lakes beat with the planet's heartbeat. And beside the lava lakes, in the primary containment facility, the Sea Emperor moved through the tank with her young, moved in patterns that were not the ancient migration routes of the deep ocean, which the tank could not provide, but that were the patterns available within the tank's geometry, the routes the tank permitted, which were different from the routes she had traveled before her capture, and different from the routes she had traveled in the 1,000 years of solitude. They were the routes of a creature now accompanied, not alone in the water, not the only mind in the vicinity, but accompanied by the minds of her young, which were not yet the minds they would become across the thousands of years their species' lifespan provided for development, but which were present, which were in the water with her, which were the specific presence that 1,000 years of absence had made more felt than any presence had ever been. She was not alone. This is the simplest thing that can be said about what had changed. After 1,000 years, she was not alone. The enzyme was in the water. The quarantine was lifted. The infection was receding. The archive was recording the recovery. The ocean was continuing. These things were not unrelated to each other. The enzyme was in the water because the eggs had hatched. The eggs had hatched because someone had come far enough down to receive what she was transmitting and had understood what the receiving required and had done it. The doing had required months of descent through 16 biomes, the assembly of hatching conditions from what the ocean provided, the specific quality of commitment that comes from the absence of alternatives rather than from the presence of confidence. It had been done by one person with a damaged fabricator and the skills of a ship's engineer and the translated fragments of a 1,000-year-old research archive. It had been enough, not more than enough. Not easily. Not with the comfortable margin of a solution that was adequate to the problem and then some. Exactly enough. The eggs had hatched, and the enzyme was in the water, and the Kharaa was receding, and the ocean was beginning the long process of returning to the state that the architect survey records had described. Not quickly, not in any time frame that the human civilizations now free to approach the planet would experience as rapid, but at the pace of an ocean that has been doing this for hundreds of millions of years, and that knows how to do it, that has always known how to do it, that has been carrying the mechanism of its own restoration in the metabolism of its most ancient inhabitant for as long as that inhabitant has been alive. The ocean knew how to heal. It had always known. It had been waiting, or in the specific way of things that contain what is needed without knowing they contain it, for the conditions that would allow what it contained to be sufficient. The conditions had arrived. The containing was sufficient. The healing was in progress. Outside, the ocean was the ocean. The safe shallows held their pale light. The gasopod drifted. The reef backs moved. The coral grew in its slow, centuries-long formations. The kelp swayed. The mushroom forest pulsed. The blood kelp moved in its thermal rhythms. The lost river ran through its stone passages, its ghostly trees bioluminescent, its ghost leviathans beginning, imperceptibly, to change. The lava lakes beat. The planet turned in the light of its star. It was the same. It was different. Both things were true, and would continue to be true. And the ocean did not find this contradictory, because the ocean did not find things. It simply continued. The polar region of 4546b was a different ocean. Not different in the fundamental sense. It was the same water, the same planetary system, the same biological inheritance that the equatorial biomes shared, the same evolutionary history playing out across the same geological substrate, but different in the way that the same language spoken in different registers is different. The same grammar, the same vocabulary, the same deep structure, but a different quality of sound, a different relationship to silence, a different sense of what the words are for. The polar ocean had colder water, driven not by the deep volcanic activity that warmed the equatorial zones, but by the specific thermal dynamics of high latitude on a water world, where the angle of the star's light produced less surface warming, and where the currents that circulated from pole to equator and back carried the cold of the deep alongside the cold of the latitude, and produced, in combination, a water that felt different from the first moment of entry. Denser, more deliberate, less hospitable in the specific way of environments that have not calibrated themselves to hospitality. Above the polar ocean's surface there was snow. This requires a moment. Snow on a world with no land, snow falling into an ocean with no shore to accumulate on, snow that drifted from the clouds that the polar atmosphere produced and met the ocean's surface and was absorbed, became water, became the ocean it had fallen toward. Snow as a condition rather than as a landscape, as weather rather than as terrain, as the atmosphere doing what the atmosphere does at high latitude when the temperature drops below the threshold that the water vapor it carries requires to remain vapor. The snow fell and the ocean received it, and the ocean continued. Below the surface, the polar biomes extended. The thermal lily field was at the shallower depths, organisms that had evolved at the intersection of the polar ocean's cold surface water and the warmer water that rose from the volcanic activity of the ocean floor, organisms that occupied the thermal gradient between the two and had built their biology around the specific energy that the gradient provided, around the heat differential between cold surface and warm, deep as a resource rather than as a challenge. They were larger than most of the equatorial biomes' organisms at comparable depths. The cold of the polar surface selected for size in the way that cold environments tend to select for size. the thermal mass of larger organisms being an advantage in conditions where maintaining internal temperature against external cold is a metabolic demand. They moved slowly with the quality of movement that cold water and large size produce in combination. The twisty bridges were below the lily field, formations of biological and geological origin intertwined in the specific way of structures that have been produced by living organisms working with geological substrate across timescales long enough that the distinction between what the biology built and what the geology provided has become unresolvable. They extended through the middle depths of the polar region in configurations that the current systems of the polar ocean had shaped over centuries, that served as habitat and as navigation reference and as the specific kind of landmark that an environment without terrestrial features requires, that gave the polar water the character of a place with internal organization rather than simply water occupying a volume. The purple vents were where the deep heat reached the polar floor, not volcanic in the full sense of the equatorial lava lakes. The polar floor's geological activity was less intense, the heat source more distributed, the vents producing their chemical compounds and their thermal output at lower intensities than the dramatic volcanic activity of the deep equatorial zones, but present and sufficient, and colonized by the specific organisms that the polar vents' particular chemistry and temperature supported, different from the equatorial vent communities, shaped by the polar ocean's specific conditions into solutions that resembled the equatorial solutions in their general structure and differed in their specific biology. The same problem solved differently because the conditions were different, because evolution is not conservative and does not repeat itself exactly even when it is solving the same problem. The crystal caves were the polar region's most extraordinary interior. They occupied a depth below the twisty bridges where the geological conditions, specific mineral concentrations in the polar ocean's deep water, our specific temperature and pressure combinations that the crystal formation process required, had produced formations of extraordinary scale and clarity, crystals that had been growing in these caves for geological timescales, that had reached sizes that made the word crystal seem inadequate, that had turned the cave system into something that the light of the organisms living in it reflected and refracted and distributed through multiple reflections into a quality of illumination that did not exist anywhere in the equatorial biomes, and that the equatorial biomes' vocabulary could not fully describe. The light in the crystal caves was the light of many surfaces reflecting the light of few sources. Not the directional light of the safe shallows, not the diffuse bioluminescent illumination of the mushroom forest, not the cool ambient glow of the lost river's water. Something between all of these and none of them, a light that seemed to come from everywhere at once because it had been reflected off so many surfaces that its direction had been redistributed across the space, that had been fragmented and recombined into something that the eye could not trace back to its origin, that filled the crystal caves with the specific quality of light that has been processed by geometry into something more complex than what entered the geometry. Snow fell on the surface far above, and into this world, with its cold water and its crystals and its thermal lilies and its slow movements and its different quality of silence, into this world Alterra Corporation came. They did not come slowly. They did not come with the deliberate care of the architect research program, the philosophical consideration of what the presence of a major research operation in a previously isolated biological system required, the internal debate about the ethics of intervention and the appropriate relationship between their interests and the interests of the world they were entering. They came with the speed and the organizational efficiency of a corporate entity that has identified a valuable resource and has the institutional capacity to deploy research operations at significant scale in a short time frame. The quarantine had lifted. The signal had arrived. Alterra's analysts had assessed the information it contained and had produced in a time frame that the architect research community would have found concerningly rapid. The conclusion that 4546b represented a research opportunity of significant commercial value. The Kharaa bacterium was the opportunity, not the ocean, not the 16 biomes and their extraordinary biological diversity, not the evolutionary history that had produced organisms found nowhere else in the documented galaxy, not the Sea Emperor Leviathans or the Precursor archive or the Enzyme that was now circulating through the water in concentrations that the biological systems of the planet had been calibrated to over millions of years. The Kharaa, a biological agent of extraordinary adaptability and pathogenicity, an agent that had demonstrated the capacity to spread through the biology of an entire world across 1,000 years, and that had modified the organisms it infected in ways that the Architect Research Program had documented extensively, and that the Alterra analysis team had read with the specific attention of people looking at biological material for its commercial applications. A pathogen that adaptive, a modification mechanism that precise, a vector that effective. The analysis team's report, which later became part of the evidence record that the events of the subsequent expedition produced, described the Kharaa in language that was simultaneously accurate about what the bacterium was and entirely different in its orientation from the Architect Research Program's language about the same bacterium. The architects had described the Kharaa as a catastrophe, as the thing that had ended their civilization on this world, that had required the sacrifice of everyone on the planet to prevent it from spreading further. The Alterra analysis team described it as a resource. This was not stupidity. It was the specific kind of intelligence that operates within a framework so effectively that the framework's assumptions become invisible. The intelligence that produces excellent analysis of the questions it is set up to ask, and that does not ask the questions that the framework has not equipped it to ask. The framework of commercial resource assessment does not include, as a standard question, what happened to the last civilization that worked closely with this material. The framework of commercial resource assessment asks, what is this worth? And what would it take to realize that worth? And what is the competitive landscape for realizing it? And what is the regulatory environment in which realization would occur? The answers to those questions pointed toward the polar region, specifically toward the frozen Leviathan. It was embedded in the polar ice, a sea dragon Leviathan, enormous, one of the largest organisms in the Architect records, preserved in the polar ice in a state that was not quite death and not quite life, and that had a specific name in biology for organisms that exist in this state, which was the same name that the ghost Leviathans of the Lost River existed in, which was stasis. The Kharaa had reached the polar region before the quarantine sealed the planet, had spread through the ocean's connected water systems into the polar biomes during the period of maximum spread, and the sea dragon Leviathan had been infected, and the infection had progressed to the stasis state in an organism large enough and cold-adapted enough that the stasis had been maintained by the polar temperature rather than being broken by biological processes that the infection could not sustain against the organism's own recovery capacity. It was preserved. The infection was preserved in it, a living sample of the Kharaa in its stasis state, in an organism large enough to provide research material at the scale that meaningful biological research requires. In the polar ice that had maintained the sample's integrity for 1,000 years of quarantine, the Alterra research team that arrived in the polar region found it and understood immediately what they had found. And what they had found was, from the perspective of commercial biological research, extraordinary. They built around it. Outpost Zero emerged from the polar ice with the efficiency of corporate construction, not the considered, philosophy-driven construction of the architect facilities on the equatorial ocean floor, not the improvised salvage construction of the Degasi survivors on the floating island and in the jelly shroom caves. The efficient construction of an organization that has built research outposts in difficult environments before, and that has the equipment and the procedures and the logistics chain to do it quickly and at scale. The outpost took shape in the polar region's specific cold, its functional structures and its amber warning lights, and its standardized components standing against the ice and the snow and the crystal cave's quiet bioluminescence, with the specific quality of something built without reference to the environment it was built in, not hostile to the environment, not deliberately at odds with it, but simply indifferent, proceeding according to specifications designed for a general class of environment rather than for this specific one. The contrast was stark, and it was unintentional, and it was, in the way of unintentional contrasts, more honest than an intentional one. The polar ocean was ancient and quiet and organized around biological processes that had been running for hundreds of millions of years, that had been shaped by the specific conditions of this region into something that existed in relationship with those conditions, not comfortable with them in the way of organisms evolved to be comfortable, because comfort is not what evolution produces, but appropriate, shaped to fit, integrated in the way of things that have been in contact with their environment for long enough that the contact has become structural. The Alterra outpost was none of these things, and knew it was none of these things, and did not require itself to be any of these things, because the outpost was not in 4546B's polar region, because the polar region was a place worth being. It was there because the frozen Leviathan was there. Samantha Ayou was a researcher in Alterra's polar operation. She had come for the reasons that researchers come to research postings: the professional opportunity, the specific project, the combination of scientific interest and career calculation that organizes the decisions of people working in institutional science. She was a xenobiologist with a specialization in pathogen-host interaction systems, which made her a natural fit for the research program that the frozen Leviathan represented. She came with the orientation of someone whose interest in the Kharaa was scientific rather than commercial, not indifferent to the commercial context of the program, not naive about what the program's outputs were intended to produce, but engaged primarily with the biology, with the specific questions that the frozen Leviathan raised about pathogen behavior in extreme cold environments, and about the stasis state, and about the relationship between the Kharaa's modification mechanism and the host's own cellular repair capacity. She did the research. She read the architect records that the PCF's transmitted archive had made available. The full record, not the summary, not the executive assessment that the analysis team had produced for the commercial decision-making process. She read the research program's documentation of the synthesis failures. She read the contact project's records of the Sea Emperor's transmissions, the clinical descriptions of the resonance sessions, the attempts to communicate across the gap between two kinds of mind, the partial failures and the partial successes, and the conclusion that the researchers had reached in the final months, that the Sea Emperor had been communicating specific information, that the information had been received as something else, that the gap between transmission and reception had been the distance between the answer and the people who needed it. She read the personal logs. She read the log of the lead biological monitoring researcher who had noted the first anomaly and watched it resolve, and noted the second anomaly and understood the connection and called the emergency review. She read the log of the junior researcher who had been sitting at the contact interface, not conducting formal analysis, but simply being present, and had received what the Sea Emperor was transmitting, and had filed a report that she was aware sounded unusual, and had filed it anyway. She read the facility director's log from the day of the vote. Not the formal record of the vote, but the personal log written that evening, after the vote, after the activation sequence, after the platform began its watch. She read what the 1,000 years had produced in the ocean, and what the cure had required, and how the cure had been achieved, and she read the Alterra analysis team's report on the frozen Leviathan's research value. She held both things simultaneously: the full history of what the Kharaa was, and what it had done, and what it had cost to stop it, and the institutional document that described the same bacterium as a resource to be realized. She held them for a long time, in the way that you hold things that create a specific kind of cognitive dissonance. Not the dissonance of simple contradiction, but the deeper dissonance of two frameworks that are each internally coherent, and that produce, when applied to the same material, conclusions that cannot both be acted on. The architect civilization had fallen to the Kharaa. The civilization had spent its final months trying to cure it, and had failed and had sealed the planet. Human civilization had arrived after the cure was found and the quarantine was lifted, and Alterra Corporation had looked at the Kharaa and seen something to weaponize. Samantha wrote to her sister about it. Robin was not in the polar region, was not part of the research program, was living her life in the broader galaxy with no particular connection to 4546b beyond the connection that Samantha's posting there had created. The letters Samantha sent were not formal communications, were not the kind of document that the research program's record-keeping would have captured. They were personal, written in the specific register of someone communicating with someone they trust, with the honesty that trust permits, and that institutional communication does not. She wrote that she was frightened, not for herself, for the same reasons the architects had been frightened, which was the understanding of what the Kharaa was and what it did, and what a civilization that weaponized it was proposing to do with it, which was to introduce into the connected biological systems of a galaxy of inhabited worlds, something that the architect research program had determined could not be stopped by any approach the architects had been able to develop, and that had required 1,000 years of isolation and the death of everyone on 4546b to contain. She wrote that she was going to do something about it. The collapse of the research site happened in the polar winter, when the ice was at its deepest and the snow fell with the consistency of a world in its coldest season, and the amber lights of the Alterra outpost were the primary light source in a region where the star's angle produced very little surface illumination. So she had administered the enzyme first, the enzyme 42 that the PCF's biological systems were now producing through the Sea Emperor's young, that she had obtained through channels that the research program's protocols did not formally support, but that were accessible to a researcher with her access level and her understanding of the facility's systems. She administered the enzyme to the frozen Leviathan. She caved in the research site. The collapse was not instantaneous. Cave-ins never are, and the polar ice has its own structural logic that produces the specific sequence of failures that a large-scale cave-in in ice follows, which is not the same sequence as a cave-in in rock or in constructed material. The ice moved in the specific way of ice, and the structures moved with it. And the research site that Alterra had built around the frozen Leviathan was incorporated into the collapse in the manner of things built in environments that do not accommodate what is built in them. Samantha did not survive the collapse. The ocean received her the way it received everything, completely, without ceremony, in the manner of something that has never distinguished between what it absorbs. She had understood that this was likely when she made the decision, had made the decision anyway in the specific quality of decision-making that occurs when someone has looked at what is required and has found that the requirement is clear and that the resources available to meet it are themselves, and has acted. She had done what the Sea Emperor had done in a different register, at a different scale, had understood what the situation required, and had provided what the situation required, and had accepted the cost of providing it. The Sea Emperor had waited 1,000 years for someone willing to listen. Samantha Ayou had read the 1,000 years and understood it, and had not waited for anyone else to act on the understanding. The frozen Leviathan began to receive the enzyme. Slowly, in the manner of biological processes operating in cold environments, the enzyme worked on the infection in the creature in the ice. The stasis did not break immediately. The Kharaa's hold on the organism had been established for too long and was too deeply integrated into the cellular structure to respond to the enzyme with the speed of a recent infection receiving treatment. But the enzyme was there, and the enzyme was real, and the enzyme would continue to work at the rate that the polar cold allowed, which was slow, which was the rate of things that happen in polar environments, which is the rate of things that have always happened there. The polar ocean continued. The snow fell, and the thermal lilies moved, and the crystal caves held their geometry, and the ice held what the ice held, and the ocean connected the polar region to the equatorial ocean, and the enzyme moved through the connected water, and the Kharaa continued its recession through the biological systems of a world that had been infected for 1,000 years and was now, one region at a time, one biome at a time, one organism at a time, beginning to remember what it was before the infection. In the amber silence of the collapsed research site, Samantha Ayou's last act was becoming part of the record that the ocean kept of everything that happened in it. The ocean did not distinguish it from the rest of the record, but it was there. Robin came to 4546B looking for her sister. This is the simplest way to describe it, and the simplest way is the most accurate. Not the most complete, not the most nuanced, but the most true to the quality of what brought her here, which was not scientific interest or professional ambition or the specific combination of opportunity and calculation that organizes the decisions of people who come to places because the places represent something useful. She came because Samantha was here, and then because Samantha had died here, and because the circumstances of that death had been reported in the language of institutional communication: accident, equipment failure, unfortunate incident in extreme conditions, in language that Robin had read and had found inadequate in the specific way that language is inadequate when it is being used to describe something in a direction away from what the something actually was. She knew her sister. She knew the specific quality of Samantha's thinking, the way Samantha approached problems, the relationship Samantha had with her own principles. Not the relationship of someone who maintains principles at a comfortable remove from situations that test them, but the relationship of someone who had spent a life being tested and had been found each time to be someone who acted on what she believed, regardless of what acting required. Robin knew that the language of the institutional report was not the language of something that had happened to Samantha. It was the language of something Samantha had done. She came to understand what Samantha had done. The polar region received her in the way it received everything, indifferently, with the specific coldness of a high-latitude ocean that has not calibrated itself to accommodation. The snow was falling when she arrived, as the snow was falling much of the time in this region, the constant quiet fall of precipitation that a water world's polar atmosphere produces when the temperature is sufficient for water to remain in the atmosphere long enough to form and for the formed precipitation to reach the surface without evaporating. The surface of the polar ocean had a different quality than the equatorial surface, less reflective, more textured by the snow that was continuously falling and being continuously absorbed, darker at the specific angle she approached it from, carrying the light of a sun at low angle across a long stretch of water before it reached her. She went into the water, not with the quality that Maida had brought to entering the ocean, the professional assessment, the operational orientation, the specific kind of readiness that someone who has been in dangerous environments enough times develops as a default state, with the quality of someone who is going somewhere because the somewhere is where the answer is, who is entering a medium she is capable of navigating because the capability is what the situation requires, who is looking for her sister in the only place her sister had been. The polar biomes were different from what the equatorial records had prepared her to expect. See, she had read the Architect Archive, had read as much of it as was accessible to someone without the specific institutional access that full archive retrieval required, which was more than most people had read and less than the full record contained. She had read the survey descriptions of the equatorial biomes, the biological assessments of the safe shallows and the kelp forest and the mushroom forest and the blood kelp and the lost river and the lava lakes. She had a model of what 4546b was, assembled from the records that were available, and the model was, as all models are, less than the encounter. The polar biomes were not in the model. They were in their own records, the polar survey data that the Architect Research Program had collected before the Kharaa ended the program's human component. But those records were less complete than the equatorial records and less accessible in the archive's organizational structure, and what she found in the polar biomes was consistently more surprising than what the records had prepared her for. The thermal lily field in the cold water, the organisms larger than she expected, moving with the slowness of cold-adapted biology. The twisty bridges with their intertwined geology and biology, the formations that the current had shaped across centuries into configurations that had no counterpart in the equatorial biomes. The crystal caves. The crystal caves were not in any record she had accessed in the form that the encountering of them produced. The specific quality of the light in them, the way the geometry of the crystals distributed the bioluminescence of the organisms that lived in the caves into something that seemed to come from everywhere at once. She moved through the polar biomes looking for Samantha and finding, instead, the world Samantha had died in. The collapse site was accessible. The ice had resettled in the months since the collapse, had filled some of the spaces that the site's structures had occupied, and had left others accessible as passages through the ice, and the biological recovery of the area was in early stages, the enzyme having reached the polar region through the current systems, and the frozen Leviathan's treatment having begun its slow progress. She found the site. She found what the site contained. The evidence of the research program, the remnants of the Alterra construction, on the records that Samantha had left in the data systems that had survived the collapse. She read her sister's letters to her, not the letters Robin had received, those she had. The letters Samantha had written and not sent, the letters in the data systems that were addressed to Robin and that described what Samantha had understood and what she had decided and why. The letters that were the full account of the thinking that the institutional report's language of accident and equipment failure had not contained. She read them in the crystal caves, in the specific quality of light that the caves produced, and the reading was the specific quality of receiving something from someone who is gone that contains everything they would have said if they had known they were saying goodbye. That has the completeness of a communication that was not constrained by the assumption of continued conversation. Samantha had done what Robin had known she would have done. The understanding of this did not make the grief smaller. It made the grief specific, not the diffuse grief of loss without context, not the grief of not knowing what had happened, but the specific grief of knowing exactly what had happened and why and what it had required. The grief of someone who knew her sister well enough to recognize her sister's choices even in the institutional language that had been applied over them. She was still in the crystal caves when the first architect fragment arrived, not as a visible signal, not as an electromagnetic transmission that her instruments could detect and display, as something that arrived through the channel that the Sea Emperor had used to communicate with the architect researchers, through whatever sense allows a mind to register the presence of another mind in its vicinity. Something that was in the water with her that had not been in the water a moment before, or that had been in the water and had become perceptible in a way it had not previously been. Something that the channel of contact that the Sea Emperor had developed and that the Sea Emperor's presence in the water continued to maintain, something that used that channel to reach her. A mind, not a body. There was no body in the water with her, no physical presence that her instruments could detect, no source for the contact that her equipment could locate. A mind, present in the water the way the Sea Emperor's mind had been present in the tank's water, not as an electromagnetic signal, not as an acoustic signal, not as any physical transmission that conventional instruments could measure, but as the direct transmission of state that the contact channel carried. The mind was old, not old in the way of the Sea Emperor, whose age was measured in thousands of years, and whose intelligence had been shaped by those years into something that operated at a different pace and scale from anything human. Old in a different way, in the way of a mind that had been preserved rather than lived, that had experienced time not as the continuous flow of embodied existence, but as something more discontinuous, more intermittent, more like the experience of a recording that has been played and played again across the interval of its storage. Old in the specific way of something that remembers a civilization that ended 1,000 years ago, not because it was alive then and has lived through the 1,000 years since, but because it was that civilization and has been carrying that memory in the specific preservation state that the precursor technology had made possible. It was an architect, not the last. The records suggested that the upload process had been available to more than one researcher in the final period of the civilization's existence on 4546b, that the decision to preserve consciousness in digital form had been made by several individuals in the months when it became clear that the quarantine was going to end the civilization as an embodied presence on this world. But one of them, one of the minds that had made that decision and had been preserved in the precursor data systems that were distributed across the ocean floor and that had been running for 1,000 years, alongside the archive and the monitoring network and the hum of the systems in the empty corridors. His name was Al-An. He introduced himself in the way that the contact channel permitted, which was through the transmission of state rather than language, through the felt quality of a presence identifying itself, of a mind making itself known to another mind in the manner of someone stepping into a room and letting their presence be felt before they speak. The introduction was tentative in the way of something that has been alone for a very long time, and that is not entirely certain that what it is encountering is what it appears to be. Another mind, genuinely present, genuinely capable of receiving what the contact channel carries. She received him, not with the training that the architect researchers had developed, not with the posture of availability that the resonance specialists had refined over months of deliberate practice. With the raw, unmediated reception of someone who is sitting in the crystal caves in the light that seems to come from everywhere, reading letters from her dead sister, in a state that the grief has produced that is, incidentally, very close to the posture of availability, the quieted, forward-directed attention of someone who is not in the future or the past, but in the present, receiving what the present provides. She received him, and he was grateful in a way that the contact channel conveyed before the word grateful could be formed, in the manner of someone who has been alone for 1,000 years and has found someone who can hear them. He had been in the water for 1,000 years. This arrived as felt duration, not as a number, not as the abstract representation of 1,000 years, as a quantity, but as the quality of 1,000 years experienced from the inside of them by a mind that had been present for all of them and had experienced them not as the continuous flow of embodied time, but as something more like the long, intermittent consciousness of a mind that has periods of activity and periods of something that is not sleep, but is closer to sleep than to wakefulness. He had been aware across the 1,000 years in the way of someone who is sometimes very present and sometimes very distant, and who has, across the long duration, developed a relationship with their own awareness that is different from the relationship an embodied mind has with its awareness. He had been present for the Aurora's crash. He had been present for the descent, had been aware of Ryley Robinson moving through the biomes, had registered the presence of a mind in the water, had been unable to initiate contact because the contact channel required a proximity that the PCF's location in the deep ocean and the specific distribution of the data systems that hosted his consciousness made impossible across the distances involved. He had watched, in whatever way a disembodied mind watches, the cure being achieved. He had been present when the quarantine lifted. He had watched 4546B's orbit from the perspective of a mind distributed across the data systems of the ocean floor, and the watching had been not joyful, because joy was a quality that the 1,000 years had processed into something more complex but significant, in the specific way of things that one has been waiting to see, and that one sees at last. He had been alone for 1,000 years, and then the quarantine had lifted, and he had not been alone in the ocean. There had been the Sea Emperor's young in the tank, and the biological recovery in progress, and the automated transmissions of the monitoring network continuing their exchange with the network that was now receiving them differently than it had received them during the silence. But he had been alone in the sense of being the only architect mind, the only consciousness of his civilization's type, the last remaining instance of what the architects had been before the Kharaa ended them. And then Robin Ayou had come into the polar ocean and had sat in the crystal caves reading her sister's letters, and had been in a state that the contact channel could reach. He told her about the architects. Not through the contact channel, not through the felt transmission of state that was the channel's native mode. He had been in the data systems long enough, and had been a researcher long enough, and had understood the limitation of the contact channel well enough as a medium for the specific kind of information he wanted to communicate, that he had developed over the 1,000 years an alternative, a text interface, a bridge between the felt transmission of the contact channel and the language that human minds were organized around, a mechanism for producing content that a human instrument system could display. He used this. He told her, in language that appeared on her display systems as text, about the architects, who they had been, what they had believed, what the research program at 4546B had been doing, and what it had found and what had happened to it. He told her about the end, not as the architect records described it, not in the formal language of institutional documentation, not in the clinical precision of scientific reporting. From inside, from the perspective of a mind that had been part of the civilization that ended, that had lived through the months of the Kharaa's spread, and the failure of the research program, and the vote, and the activation of the QEP, that had made the decision to preserve its consciousness in the precursor data systems, rather than to share the fate of the colleagues it had been working alongside. This had been a decision made in full knowledge of what it meant, not just what it provided, which was continuity, but what it cost, so which was the specific kind of loss that survival entails when the survival is not embodied and is not in the world, but is in the systems that the world contains. He told her he needed a body. Not in those words. The contact channel was not words, was not the kind of communication that sentences are adequate to, but the content arrived with the clarity that felt transmission provides when the content is specific and the need is real. He was a mind without a body, had been a mind without a body for 1,000 years, and the condition of being a mind without a body was not sustainable, indefinitely, was not the continuation of what an architect was, but the preservation of part of what an architect was, in conditions that the part was not designed for. See that the 1,000 years had extended through the specific robustness of the precursor data systems, and that could not be extended indefinitely. He needed a body the way the Sea Emperor's eggs had needed specific conditions to hatch. Not the same kind of body, not the body he had been born into, which was gone in the way of all biological bodies, which does not persist across 1,000 years in the conditions of 4546B's ocean floor. A constructed body, a body that the architect technology that existed in the data systems alongside his consciousness could produce, that the polar region's materials could supply, that was possible in the way that things are possible when the knowledge of how to produce them exists, and the materials exist, and the will to produce them is present. He was asking her. She held this for a long time in the crystal caves, in the light that came from everywhere. She thought about Samantha. She thought about what Samantha had read and understood and done, about the full arc of it, the Kharaa and the architects, and the 1,000 years, and the quarantine and the cure and the frozen Leviathan, and the collapse of the research site. She thought about the specific quality of acting on what you understand when what you understand requires something of you. She thought about grief and about what it is for, and about whether the purpose of grief is to maintain the absence or to carry it differently after the carrying has been done long enough. She agreed. The polar ocean around her was the same polar ocean it had always been. The cold water, the crystal caves, omnidirectional light, the snow falling somewhere above through the clouds and meeting the ocean's surface and becoming the ocean. The thermal lilies moved in the deep. The twisty bridges held their formations. The purple vents produced their chemistry into the water. And somewhere in the polar ocean, the presence of Marguerit Maida. She had been here for a long time, the woman who had survived the Degasi by drifting north on the body of a Reaper Leviathan, was in the polar region, had been in the polar region for the years since the quarantine lifted and Alterra had arrived, and the polar research program had established itself in the ice, and had been in the polar region for the years before that, in a state that the polar ocean's conditions had produced in someone who had spent enough time in it, adapted, in the specific way of organisms that are not evolved to an environment, but that have learned it so thoroughly through contact that the learning functions like evolution, that changes the organism in the ways that matter for survival, even if it cannot change the organism in the ways that formal evolution changes species. She had a base. She had built it the way she built everything, practically, without elegance, with the specific competence of someone who knows what shelter requires and provides it without requiring it to be more than it needs to be. The base was in the polar ocean at a depth that the polar biomes resources made sustainable, maintained through the same combination of improvisation and operational clarity that had allowed her to survive the Degasi's loss and drift north and arrive in the polar water and stay. She had been in the ocean longer than Alterra had known the ocean existed. Robin encountered her in the way that the polar ocean's small community of presences produced encounters, not by plan, not through the kind of social infrastructure that produces scheduled meetings, by proximity, by the specific smallness of a community of individual presences in a large cold ocean, by the overlap of movement through the same biomes in the same periods. Marguerite looked at her with the quality of attention that someone who has learned an environment by being in it brings to someone new in the environment, not hostile, not welcoming, assessing, taking stock, determining what the new presence was and what it represented and what the appropriate relationship to it was. Robin told her she was looking for what happened to her sister. Marguerite had known Samantha in the way that two people know each other when they are both in a small community in a large ocean, and one of them is the kind of person who pays attention to everyone in the community, and the other is the kind of person who is worth paying attention to. She had known what Samantha was doing, had known because the polar ocean is not large enough to keep what happens in it entirely private, and because Marguerite had developed in her years in the polar water the specific kind of environmental awareness that notices things that most people don't, that reads the ocean's changes as information about what is happening in the ocean. She had known before the collapse what was coming. She told Robin this, with the specific directness of someone who does not have the patience for the kind of communication that circles around what it means. She told Robin that Samantha had understood what she was doing and had done it with the clarity of someone who had made a decision rather than a mistake. She told Robin that the frozen Leviathan was receiving the enzyme. She told Robin these things in the way that someone who has been alone in an ocean for a long time sometimes tells things to someone who is newly present, with the efficiency of communication that solitude produces, without the social elaboration that social environments impose on the same content. She had been here before Alterra. She had been here before Ryley Robinson. She had been here before any of this, had drifted into the polar ocean on the body of a Reaper Leviathan, and had stayed because the polar ocean, which had not accommodated the Degasi survivors, and had not accommodated Paul Torgal, and had cost Bart Torgal everything, had accommodated Marguerit Maida in the specific way that impossible environments occasionally accommodate people who are simply more suited to impossibility than to anything else. The jellyshroom caves surfaced in her presence, not as something she said, but as the quality of what she was, as the accumulated record of a person who had descended through the jellyshroom caves and survived what the caves led toward, and drifted north and arrived here and built a base and stayed. The deep, grand reef base that the Reaper had destroyed was in her. The way all the things you survive are in you, not as memory exactly, but as the specific person that surviving them produced. Paul and Bart were in her too, in the way of losses that are long enough ago that they are not grief anymore, but are part of the structure of the person who survived them. She was the ocean's memory of the Degasi, made into a person who had been in the polar ocean long enough to know it as well as she had known the equatorial biomes, made into someone who was entirely at home in a place that was trying very hard, in the way of places rather than of intentions, to be hostile. Robin looked at her and understood something about what Samantha had understood, about the specific quality of people who act on what they know, regardless of what acting requires. About the continuity between Marguerite surviving the Degasi and arriving in the polar ocean and staying, and Samantha reading the architect records and understanding what the Kharaa was, and choosing to prevent it from being weaponized at the cost that preventing it required. The ocean had been carrying both of them. In the crystal caves, in the light that came from everywhere, Alan's presence was continuous. The felt quality of a mind in the water, old and patient and specific, waiting with the patience of something that has been waiting for 1,000 years, and that has learned to wait without requiring the waiting to end before it is over. The planet's full history is an ocean, and an ocean as it was before anyone found it, and the Precursors who found it and what they found there, and the Bacterium that ended them, and the silence that followed, and the people who came after, and the cure, and what remains. The history is everything described in this long night, in this full span of time from the formation of the world to this moment in the polar water with the crystal cave's light and the snow falling above, and Marguerite Maida's presence, and Alan waiting in the water, and Robin Ayou holding her sister's letters in a form that light can read. The ocean had carried all of it. The ocean had carried the Kharaa and the Enzyme, and the architects and the Degasi survivors, and the Aurora's descent, and the Sunbeam's destruction, and the descent through 16 biomes, and the hatching and the departure, and Samantha's letters and Marguerite's survival, and Al-An's 1,000 years of waiting in the data systems. It had carried all of it the way oceans carry things, completely, without distinction, without valuing one thing carried over another, without the awareness of carrying that would make the carrying a choice. But it had carried them. Something in that, in the ocean's indiscriminate, enormous, completely unconscious preservation of everything that had happened in it, was the closest thing to grace that a body of water can provide, which is not grace exactly, but is the result of grace in the things that experienced it. The sense of being held by something that does not know it is holding you and that holds you completely regardless. Robin held her sister's letters. Alan waited in the water. Marguerite Maida was at home in the polar ocean in the specific way of someone who has been somewhere long enough that home has stopped being a description and has become a fact. The snow fell above. The crystal caves held their light. The construction of a body is not a simple thing. This is worth saying at the outset, before the account of what was built and how, because the simplicity of the outcome, a mind in a body, a departure, a continued existence, can make the process seem like a technical problem with a technical solution, which it was in part, and which it was not, in the part that mattered most. The architect technology for consciousness transfer and embodiment was real and functional. It had been developed by a civilization that understood the relationship between mind and body at a level of technical sophistication that the human civilization encountering it had not yet reached, or that had built the transfer process and the hosting systems and the constructed body protocols into the data archives that had been running in the ocean floor systems for 1,000 years, waiting with the patience of archived knowledge for someone who would find it and use it. The technology worked. What was not simple was the decision. Al-Lan had been a mind for 1,000 years without a body, and the 1,000 years had changed what the mind was, not changed it in the direction of damage, not produced in it the specific deterioration that embodied minds suffer when the embodied conditions degrade, changed it in the direction of the specific kind of mind that exists without a body long enough that the absence of the body has become structural, that has organized itself around the absence the way organisms organize themselves around the conditions of their environment, that has developed relationships to time and to space and to other minds that are not the relationships of an embodied mind, but are functional, are the mind's own, are what the 1,000 years have produced, and what leaving them would require leaving behind. He would not be the same mind in the body. This is what he told Robin, with the directness that the contact channel permitted and that the text interface reinforced, with the kind of honesty that a mind stripped of social elaboration by 1,000 years of solitude provides when it is communicating with someone it has decided to trust. He would be an architect consciousness in a constructed body, which was what the technology produced and what the transfer process created. But he would be that in the way that a river is the same river when it leaves one landscape and enters another. The water is continuous, the identity is continuous, but the river in the second landscape is shaped differently, moves differently, has a different relationship to what surrounds it. He was telling her this because she needed to know it before she helped him. She considered it for the time it deserved, not quickly, not with the compressed decision-making of someone who has a sense of urgency and is moving through considerations rather than sitting with them, with the quality of consideration that the crystal cave's light produced in her, the specific quality of being in a space where the light comes from everywhere and has no direction and therefore no urgency, where the geometry of the place has processed urgency into something more diffuse and more suitable for sitting with difficult questions. She was thinking about Samantha, not about what Samantha would have decided. She was not the kind of person who made her decisions by projecting them onto her sister. She was thinking about what Samantha had understood, about the quality of understanding that the letters had expressed, about the relationship between understanding clearly and acting on the understanding regardless of what acting required. She was thinking about whether helping Al-Lan build his body was something she understood clearly, and whether she understood it clearly enough to act on it. She understood it as this: a mind that has survived because someone built systems robust enough to preserve it across 1,000 years is asking her to help it return to the condition that minds are built for, which is embodiment, which is the state in which a mind has a body through which to be in the world rather than being in the world through the medium of the world's own systems. She understood it as the completion of something the architect researchers had begun when they made the decision to preserve themselves, a decision that was not, she understood from the records, made with the expectation that the preservation would be permanent, that had been made with the hope that embodiment would eventually become possible again. She understood it as what it was, which was not simple, and she decided to help. The construction required time. The polar region's materials were not immediately adequate to the body's requirements. The constructed body that the architect technology specified was not assembled from the same materials that the equatorial biomes would have provided, was calibrated to the polar environment's specific chemistry and temperature range, and the specific conditions that Alan had developed a relationship with across the years of his presence in the polar data systems. The materials required processing, combination in specific sequences, the application of the fabrication knowledge that Al-An provided through the text interface with the specificity of someone who had spent 1,000 years in the archives that contained this knowledge, and who had read them the way you read things when you have a very long time and very little else to do. She built what the specifications required. Not perfectly, not with the technical precision of the original architect researchers, who had developed the embodiment protocols in conditions that included institutional support and specialized equipment, and the accumulated knowledge of a civilization that had been working on this problem for longer than she had been alive. With the improvised precision of someone who understands what is needed, and who works with what is available, and who accepts that working with what is available produces something that is adequate rather than optimal, and that adequate is what the situation can support. The transfer happened in the polar water, not with drama, not with the specific drama that transfers of consciousness between states might be expected to produce, if the expectation is drawn from the traditions of storytelling that have always surrounded the question of what happens when a mind moves from one vessel to another, with the specific quality of something that works, because the technology behind it was developed by people who understood what they were building and built it to work, who had tested and refined and documented the process over the years before they needed to use it for their own preservation, who had left in the archives everything necessary to reproduce the process 1,000 years later in conditions they had not anticipated. Al-An was in the body. He was still. Not with the stillness of something that is not working, not with the stillness of a system in failure mode, with the stillness of a mind that has just returned to embodiment after 1,000 years, and that is doing the specific work of learning or relearning or learning for the first time in this body, what it means to be a mind with a body, what the body reports about the world, how the body's sensory systems translate the polar ocean into the specific kind of information that an embodied mind receives. See what it feels like to be a mind for whom the world arrives through physical contact rather than through the data systems of an ocean floor. The water was cold. This is a simple fact, and the simplicity of it is the point. He felt the cold, felt it through the constructed body's sensory systems in the specific way of something that is engineered to feel, that has been built to receive the world's physical information and to transmit that information to the consciousness it houses. The water was cold, and the cold was real, and the realness of it was itself significant, was itself the thing that 1,000 years without a body had made significant beyond what the cold itself warranted, because the cold was the world's physical presence, and the world's physical presence was what had been absent for 1,000 years. He said something to Robin through the text interface in the first moments of embodiment. She asked him later what it was like, what the first moment of feeling the world again was like after 1,000 years of not feeling it. He described it in language that the text interface could transmit, but that the text interface could not fully convey. The limitations of the channel were the limitations of language applied to experience that predates language, that operates at the level of the body's own knowledge of the world, that is not organized around the kind of representation that language requires. He described the cold. He described the way the crystal cave's light arrived at his sensory systems as light rather than as data, as the physical phenomenon rather than as the information about the physical phenomenon. He described the specific quality of being in the water as a body, rather than being in the water as a distribution of consciousness across the data systems that the water contained. He said it was overwhelming in a way he had not anticipated. She said she understood because she had come to 4546b looking for her sister and had found a great deal that she had not anticipated. And overwhelming was the right word for what the not anticipating produces. Marguerit was present for the departure, not for the transfer that had been in the crystal caves, in the specific intimacy that the cave's light produced, the intimacy of a process that required the kind of close attention that intimacy is, but for the departure from the polar ocean's surface, for the moment when Robin and Al-An left the polar water for the sky above it. Marguerit was at the surface in the way she was at the surface when anything significant was happening in the polar ocean, which was present, observing, not participating, registering. She did not say much. She was not a person who said much when a little was sufficient. She told Robin that Samantha had known what she was doing. Robin knew this. Robin had known it since reading the letters, had known it in the way of things you know from evidence, and then know again from different evidence in a way that confirms the first, knowing differently, more deeply, from more directions. She told Marguerite she knew. Marguerite received this with the quality of attention that she brought to everything the ocean provided, complete, present, without the elaboration that social environments impose on acknowledgement. They looked at each other across the polar water for a moment that was not long, and that was sufficient. Robin and Al-An left. The ascent through the polar water was different from any ascent that had preceded it in this history, different from Ryley Robinson's ascent through the equatorial biomes with the weight of the Cure's achievement and the constructed rocket waiting at the surface, different from the provisional, resource-gathering ascents that the hatching conditions had required. It was an ascent accompanied for the first time in any departure from 4546b by a mind that had been part of the planet for 1,000 years and was now leaving it in a body for the first time, a mind for whom the ascent through the polar water was the first physical movement through a physical medium in a very long time. So for whom each meter of ascent was the felt experience of an embodied mind moving through the world rather than the data system experience of a distributed consciousness monitoring the world's movement through it. Al-An noted everything. This was characteristic of the architects, the research disposition, the documentation instinct, the specific quality of attention that a civilization built around the value of careful observation brings to the act of observing, even when what is being observed is the personal experience of embodiment rather than the external world's biological systems. He was taking note of what the polar water looked like from the inside of a body moving through it, or of what the thermal lily field looked like when encountered through physical sensory systems rather than through the data the monitoring stations had produced, of what the surface looked like as it approached, of what it felt like to cross from water to atmosphere. He noted the cold becoming less cold as the depth decreased. He noted the specific change in the quality of the thermal lily field's bioluminescence as the viewing angle changed with ascent, the way the light that the lilies produced distributed differently at different depths, the quality of the illumination shifting as the relationship between the light source and the observer changed through movement. He noted the surface of the polar ocean from just below it, the specific quality of the atmosphere visible through the surface tension, the way the sky looked when it was filtered through the membrane between the ocean and the air, the particular gray-white of the polar sky visible through the water in the distorted, shifted form that the water's refractive properties produced. He noted everything because the architects noted everything, because it was what they were, because it was what 1,000 years in the data systems had not changed about him, because the research disposition was not a trained behavior but a way of being in the world, and he was in the world again, and being in the world meant noting it. They broke the surface. The sky was gray-white with cloud cover. the specific uniform overcast that the polar atmosphere maintained across most of its weather patterns, low and close in the way of polar skies, carrying the moisture that the polar ocean's surface evaporation continuously supplied. The snow was not falling at this moment. There were moments in the polar region when the snow did not fall, when the clouds were too thin or the temperature gradient between ocean and atmosphere was insufficient to produce precipitation, and this was one of those moments. The sky was clear of precipitation and full of cloud, and the light that reached the ocean's surface through the cloud cover was diffuse and equal and without the directionality that clear sky sunlight produces. Alan looked at the sky. He had seen skies, had the memories of skies seen in the years before the preservation, the specific skies of the worlds the Architect Research Program had brought him to. The sky of 4546b, as the survey team had seen it from orbit, and as the researchers had seen it through the facility viewports, and as the data had recorded it across 1,000 years of monitoring. He had the memory of what a sky looked like. The looking was different from the memory. The looking was the physical experience of a body oriented toward a physical thing, the sensory information arriving through the constructed body's systems and being processed by the mind behind them, in the way that minds process what their bodies provide, which is not by comparing it to memory, but by receiving it as itself. He received the sky as itself. They moved across the polar ocean surface to the vessel that Robin had arrived in, which was functional and maintained and capable of leaving the atmosphere and the planet's gravity well in the way of vessels designed for exactly this, for the specific journey from a world's surface to the space above it, the journey that escape from a gravity well requires. He was leaving 4546b. He sat with this in the way of the architects, which was with deliberate attention, with the specific quality of noticing that his civilization had always brought to departures from worlds they had studied, the understanding that what you leave behind continues without you, and that the record of it is what you carry. He carried in the mind that the constructed body now housed the architect archive, not the physical archive, which remained in the data systems of the ocean floor and would continue to transmit to the network and would be found by the expeditions that would come, but the archive in the form of memory, in the form of a mind that had been present for the civilization that built it and that carried the civilization's knowledge in the specific way that minds carry what they have lived through. He was the last architect, not the last record. The records were in the ocean floor's systems and would continue to be there, but the last living instance of what the architect civilization had been, the last consciousness that had been part of the civilization, that had experienced it from inside rather than reconstructing it from the outside through the records it had left. He was the civilization's continuity in the only form that continuity could take after the civilization had ended, which was a mind that remembered it and that was alive to carry the memory forward. The vessel lifted from the polar ocean. The surface receded in the same way that surfaces recede when you leave them, with the initial slowness of something that is still close enough to be detailed, to be specific, to be the particular surface of the polar ocean rather than the general surface of a water world seen from above. The thermal lilies were visible below the surface for a moment, the bioluminescence perceptible through the water at shallow depth before the depth increased with ascent, and the surface closed over the lilies and made them invisible, absorbed them into the uniform blue-gray of the polar ocean seen from above. The polar ocean became the equatorial ocean, not immediately, not with the abrupt transition of a boundary crossing. The planet turned below the vessel as the ascent continued, and the curvature of the planet brought the equatorial regions into view as the polar region receded, and the blue of the equatorial ocean was different from the blue of the polar ocean in the specific ways that a warmer, shallower, more biologically dense ocean is different in its surface color from a colder, deeper, more sparsely inhabited one. Barely different, not different in any way that a casual observation would note, but different to the instruments and to a mind that had spent 1,000 years in the monitoring data and that knew what different concentrations of different biological organisms did to the specific wavelengths of light that a water surface reflects. Alon noted the difference. 4546b became visible as a whole as the ascent carried them toward orbital altitude. The same hole that had been visible to Ryley Robinson from the escape pod. The same blue circle seen from the distance at which spheres become circles. The same total ocean covering the same total surface in the same relationship to the same star. The cloud patterns were different from what they had been when Ryley Robinson left. The months between the two departures had been sufficient for the atmospheric circulation to reorganize the cloud cover into new configurations. And the planet's appearance from orbit was not identical to its appearance from the records of the earlier departure. It was recognizable. It was 4546b, the water world, the total ocean, the 16 biomes layered from surface to volcanic core, the Sea Emperor's young in the tank producing their enzyme, the Kharaa in recession, the archive continuing its transmission, the monitoring network continuing its data collection, the hum of the systems in the empty corridors, maintaining itself at the frequency it had maintained for 1,000 years. All of this was below the blue surface, invisible from here, present. Alan looked at the planet. He had the memories of seeing it from orbit when it had been his, when the research program had been running, and the civilization had been alive on the ocean floor, and the PCF had housed the Sea Emperor, and the monitoring network had been maintained by human hands rather than by automated systems, and the archive had been written rather than simply transmitted. He had the memories of what it had looked like to arrive at this world and find it extraordinary and begin the work of understanding it. He had the memory of the vote, and of the QEP's activation, and of the last transmissions, and of the specific quality of a consciousness preserving itself in the data systems of a world it was leaving. The knowing that the leaving was permanent, that the world would continue, that the continuation would happen without the civilization that had been in it. He looked at it now from the outside of it, in a body. For the first time since the preservation. The planet was the same. The planet was different. 1,000 years had passed, and the infection was in recession, and the quarantine was lifted, and the enzyme was in the water, and the archive was intact, and nothing of what the civilization had built on the ocean floor had been lost. Not the records, not the facilities, not the monitoring network, not the data. And the civilization itself was gone, was present only in him, was carried only in his mind, which was in a constructed body, which was in a vessel leaving the orbit of the world where the civilization had ended. He was leaving. He said something to Robin about this, through the text interface, with the kind of directness that architect communication maintained even in emotional territory, not the emotional elaboration that human communication tends toward in significant moments, but the specific, accurate statement of what the significant moment contained. He said that he was leaving the only place he had been for 1,000 years. He said that he did not know what leaving it would feel like, and that now he was learning. She asked him what it felt like. He was quiet for a moment in the way of someone who is checking their own internal state with the care that important questions deserve, who is not performing the checking but doing it, who takes a moment to actually look at what is there before describing it. He said it felt like the planet was still there, or not in the trivial sense, not in the obvious sense in which the planet was still there, which was that it was in the viewport at the decreasing apparent size of a sphere receding behind them. In the sense that a mind that has been in something for 1,000 years carries that something as a quality of itself, as the specific shape that 1,000 years in that thing has given to the mind, as the way the mind has been organized by what it has been in, as the presence of the place in the self that the self cannot leave behind because the self was formed by it. He said 4546. B was still there in him. He expected it would be for a long time. Robin looked at the planet in the viewport. She had been here a matter of months, months against the architect's centuries, months against Marguerite Maida's years, months against the 1,000 years that the quarantine had lasted and that Alan had spent in the data systems. She had come for her sister and had found the planet's history, and a mind that had been waiting for someone to help it, and a woman who was entirely at home in a place that should have been impossible, and the specific understanding of what her sister had done and why. She had the letters. She had Samantha's understanding of the Kharaa and the architects, and the frozen Leviathan, and the choice that needed to be made. She had the specific quality of knowledge that comes from reading someone who understood something completely and acted on it without reservation. The knowledge of what it looks like when someone who knows something does what the knowing requires. She looked at the planet until the planet became small. The planet became small and then smaller, and then the specific size at which a sphere in a viewport resolves into something that the eye holds as a point rather than as a shape, and then something that the eye was not entirely certain was still there rather than simply expected to be there, and then not visible. The polar ocean was not visible. The crystal caves were not visible. The snow that fell on the surface of the polar ocean and was absorbed into the ocean and became the ocean was not visible. Marguerite Maida's base, in the polar water at the depth the polar biomes resources made sustainable, was not visible. The thermal lilies and the twisty bridges and the purple vents and the ghost leviathans in the equatorial lost river and the mushroom forest's bioluminescence, and the safe shallow's pale morning light, and the gasopod drifting through the middle water, and the Sea Emperor's young producing their enzyme in the primary containment facility. None of it visible, all of it continuing. The stars replaced the planet in the viewport. Not with drama, with the simple replacement of one kind of visual field with another, of the thing that had been in the viewport with the thing that surrounded the thing that had been in the viewport, of the planet with the space the planet moved through. The stars were the stars of this region of the galaxy, the same stars that had been there before 4546b existed. That would be there after 4546b had finished being what it was and had become something else across geological time, that did not attend to the specific history of the water world that orbited one of them, and that continued regardless. Alan looked at the stars. He looked at them with the specific quality of someone who is seeing them through a body for the first time in 1,000 years, who is seeing them not as data, not as the monitoring network's readings of stellar positions and stellar types and the electromagnetic environment of the star system, but as light, as the physical phenomenon of light traveling across interstellar distances and arriving at the constructed body's sensory systems and being processed by the mind behind them as what it is, which is old light, which is light that left its source before the quarantine began, before the architects voted, before the Kharaa arrived in a research sample at 4546b's research facility. He looked at the old light. The vessel moved through it in the direction that the trajectory required, away from 4546b and toward wherever the trajectory resolved, toward the broader galaxy, toward the network of inhabited systems and research stations and commercial routes, and the civilizations moving through them, toward the world that had continued for 1,000 years while the world below had been sealed and silent and waiting. He had the archive. He had the memory. He had the civilization in the specific form that a mind carries a civilization, not perfectly, not completely, not in the form of the civilization as it was, but in the form of the civilization as it was experienced by one member of it, which is always partial and always personal, and always therefore something that the complete archive cannot contain, because the archive is records and this is experience. He was the experience. He was leaving 4546b, and 4546b was still in him, and the stars ahead were old light, and the ocean below was continuing, and the Enzyme was in the water, and the planet turned in the light of its star as it had always turned, indifferent to departures, complete. The safe shallows were the same as they had always been. This is where we end, as it is where we began. Not because endings require symmetry, not because the return to the beginning is a device the story has earned through its length and its accumulation, but because the safe shallows are genuinely, factually, in every measurable biological and chemical and geological sense, the same as they have always been. The coral formations that the peepers drifted through tonight had been growing in their current configurations for centuries before the architects arrived at this star system. They will be growing in configurations continuous with these configurations for centuries after everything described in this long account has been fully absorbed into the ocean's biological memory, which is the only kind of memory the ocean keeps, which is the kind that operates not through records but through consequence, through the specific organisms that survived what happened here and reproduced and passed their biology forward into generations that do not know their own history, but carry its outcomes in the cells that the history shaped. The gasopod drifted through the middle water. It drifted through the pale light of the safe shallows in the unhurried way that gasopods have always drifted. Not moving toward anything, not moving away from anything, moving in the manner of an organism that has never been given a reason to hurry, and that has therefore never developed the capacity for hurrying, that has organized its entire biology around the assumption of adequate time. That tumbles through the water column in the direction that the current and the spore release mechanics of its own body determine, trailing its characteristic cloud of spores that disperses into the water and does what spores do. The spores dispersed. The enzyme was in them. This is new, not new in a way the gasopod knows about, not new in a way that the spores know about, because neither the gasopod nor the spores know about anything in the sense that knowing implies, but new in the data, new in the chemistry, new in the specific way that the water of the safe shallows has been different since the enzyme began moving through the ocean's current systems, from the primary containment facility outward through the connected biomes. The enzyme is in the water of the safe shallows, and the organisms of the safe shallows are in the water, and the organisms of the safe shallows therefore encounter the enzyme in the course of being organisms in the safe shallows, and the encountering produces in their biology what Enzyme 42 has always produced in the biology of organisms that encounter it, which is health, not the dramatic restoration of health from illness, not the sharp relief of a cure that arrives in a moment of crisis, but the quiet maintenance of biological function that a regulatory compound produces in systems that have evolved in its presence and that function better with it than without it. The safe shallows were healthier than they had been the day before, by a margin that no instrument placed anywhere in the safe shallows could have detected, by a margin that operated at the cellular level in individual organisms, and that would require years of population-level data to become visible in the kind of measurements that could be reported. But healthier. The direction of the biological data was toward health, and the direction had been toward health since the enzyme entered the water, and the direction would continue toward health as long as the Sea Emperor's young continued to produce the enzyme, and the current systems continued to distribute it through the connected water of 16 biomes. The Kharaa was receding. This is the most important fact about the safe shallows right now, tonight, in this moment of the ocean's history. And it is a fact that none of the organisms of the safe shallows know, and a fact that does not require their knowledge to be true, and a fact that will continue to be true regardless of who is present to observe it. The peepers in their formations do not know that the infection that has been part of the water's chemistry for 1,000 years is being addressed. The gasopod does not know. The reefbacks moving through the outer reaches of the shallows with their passenger ecosystems do not know. The stalkers in the kelp forest at the shallow's deeper edge, carrying their collections of metal fragments from ancient impacts and from more recent ships that fell out of the sky, do not know. The ocean does not know. But the direction is toward health, and the direction will continue, and the not knowing does not prevent the continuing. See, let us trace what has been traced tonight, briefly before releasing it. The Precursors came to 4546b with instruments and certainty, and the genuine desire to understand. A civilization that had been studying the universe's biological systems for centuries, that had found in this water world something extraordinary, that had built research infrastructure on the ocean floor and established contact with the most intelligent organism in the ocean, and had been, before the Kharaa arrived, doing the thing they had always done with the specific care that their philosophical tradition required. They fell to a bacterium that arrived in a research sample from another world, not because they were careless, not because they were negligent, not because they failed to understand what they were dealing with once they understood it. They fell because the Kharaa was something new, something outside the parameters of what their accumulated experience of biological hazards had equipped them to address, something that learned from what was directed against it faster than they could develop new approaches. They sealed the planet. They sacrificed themselves. They preserved their archive and their research and their monitoring network and the Sea Emperor in her tank, and they ended. Not completely, not without remainder, because Al-An's consciousness persisted in the data systems for 1,000 years and carries the civilization forward in the form that one mind can carry a civilization, which is partial and personal and irreplaceable, but ended as an embodied presence on the ocean floor of 4546b. The ocean continued. The Degasi crashed, and 3 people survived, and 2 of them descended, and 1 of them survived by drifting north on the body of a Reaper Leviathan, and arrived in the polar ocean and made it home. The Aurora crashed, and 1 person survived in a life pod in the safe shallows and descended through 16 biomes and found the Precursor archive and the Sea Emperor and the eggs, and hatched the eggs and put the enzyme in the water and deactivated the QEP and built a rocket and left. The Sunbeam came and was destroyed, and its debris settled on the ocean the way all debris settles, absorbed, incorporated, distributed by the current systems into the biological and chemical economy of the water. Alterra Corporation returned and found the frozen Leviathan and understood it as a resource and built outposts in the polar ice, and a woman named Samantha Ayou read the full archive and understood what the Kharaa was and what weaponizing it would mean and caved in the research site and administered the enzyme and died. And her sister came looking for her and found the polar ocean and an architect consciousness in the data systems, and Marguerit Maida entirely at home in a place that should have been impossible, and helped Alan build his body and leave, and left herself. And the ocean continued. This is the arc. This is what happened here across the timescale that this history spans. From the formation of the biomes to the departures, from the planet before any civilization found it to the planet, the 2 civilizations have found and left, and that continues regardless. The arc is real. The events in it happened. The consequences of those events are in the water right now, in the enzyme and the receding Kharaa, and the Sea Emperor's young, in the PCF and the Precursor archive, in the data systems, and Marguerite Maida's base in the polar water, and the Stalker's collections in the kelp forest. The arc happened. The ocean absorbed it. Both of these things are true. The Sea Emperor's young were in the primary containment facility. They were growing. Not quickly. They were creatures whose lifespan was measured in thousands of years, and whose development was calibrated to that lifespan, whose growth moved at the pace of organisms that have not evolved to hurry, because hurrying has never been available to them as a strategy. But growing in the direction that the PCF's water chemistry and the biological environment of the tank now supported, in the direction that their biology required, and that the conditions were now, for the first time since the facility was built, adequately providing. They moved through the tank in the specific way of juvenile organisms, with more energy than their mother's adult movement, with less certainty than the adult's ancient knowledge of the roots, with the quality of exploring a space that is not yet fully known, rather than traveling routes that have been traveled so many times that the traveling has become indistinguishable from the knowing. They were exploring the tank. They were, all in their juvenile way, learning what the tank was and where its boundaries were, and what the water contained and what the biological systems of the PCF provided. Their mother moved with them. Not always. She had her own routes, the routes the tank permitted, the reduced geography of a constructed space measured against the migration patterns of the deep ocean. But sometimes alongside them, with the specific quality of accompaniment that a creature of her intelligence and her age brings to the young she has been waiting 1,000 years to accompany. Not instructing, not the deliberate transmission of knowledge that instruction implies, but present, moving in the same water, occupying the same space, being the specific presence that her biology and theirs required to be in proximity. She was not alone. The hum of the facility's systems continued in the empty corridors. The archive continued its transmission, the monitoring data, the research records, the personal logs, the formal documentation of everything that had happened here, the automated data of 1,000 years of ocean in the process of being recovered from 1,000 years of infection. The communication systems transmitted the archive into the network, and the network received it. And the receiving was different now from what it had been during the long silence, when the acknowledgments that came back from the network were the acknowledgments of automated systems filing data from a sealed world. Now the receiving was the receiving of people who had read the quarantine's lifting, and who were processing what the archive contained. Scientists and historians and corporate analysts and the broader range of minds that any significant information about any accessible world in any inhabited region of the galaxy attracts. They were reading the full history. Not tonight, not in the time that this long account has occupied. The reading was in progress, distributed across the minds and the institutions and the interests that the lifting of the quarantine had connected to 4546B. They were reading about the architects and the Kharaa and the quarantine and the 1,000 years and the cure and the departures. They were reading the personal logs, the log of the lead biological monitoring researcher who had noted the first anomaly, the log of the junior researcher who had sat at the interface and received what the Sea Emperor was transmitting, the facility director's log from the evening of the vote. They were reading Bart Torgal's careful observations from the jelly shroom caves and the grassy plateaus, and the specific wonder of his documentation of the reefbacks and their passenger ecosystems. They were reading what had happened here. The lost river ran through its stone passages in the dark. The ghostly trees bioluminesced on the banks, their rhythms not synchronized but not entirely independent. The specific quality of many things producing light in the same space across the same timescale, averaging into something that the ear would call a chord if the ear could receive bioluminescence as sound. The ghost leviathans moved through the passages on their ancient routes, slower than they had been before the Kharaa, their translucence deeper than the pre-infection records described, their bioluminescence altered in the specific ways that 1,000 years of infection produces in organisms of their size and resilience. But moving, but alive. The enzyme was in the Lost River's water now, had been in the Lost River's water for long enough that the monitoring data from the Lost River stations showed the first measurable changes in the Kharaa's activity levels in this zone, the first data points in the direction of recovery rather than continued deterioration. The ghost leviathans were, by the smallest measurable margin, improving. They did not know this. The improvement was cellular, operating below the level of anything they could perceive or respond to or organize their behavior around. They moved through the passages with the same ease they had always moved through them. Not better, not yet, not in any way that changed the quality of the movement. But the direction was different, and the direction would accumulate, and the accumulation would eventually produce in them what the enzyme produced in everything it reached in sufficient concentrations, which was the return toward the biological condition that the infection had displaced. The lava lakes beat with the planet's heartbeat, the heartbeat that had been beating since the planet formed, and that would beat until the planet's interior had cooled to the point where the geological activity that produced the volcanic heat had ceased, which was billions of years from now, which was so far from now that the word now ceases to be useful as a reference point and becomes instead simply a marker in a sequence too long to hold as felt duration. The lava larvae moved through the superheated water near the vents with the ease of creatures for whom superheated water is the only water there has ever been, for whom the temperature that would be lethal to everything in the biomes above is simply the temperature, the condition, the fact of the environment. The deep ecosystem continued its business at the pace and in the manner of the deep ecosystem, which is geological, which is slow, which is indifferent to what has happened in the lighter water above. The mushroom forest pulsed its blue-green light into the middle water. The pulse was not quite what it had been before the Kharaa. The specific bioluminescent chemistry of the cap organisms had been affected by 1,000 years of infection in measurable ways, ways that the monitoring data recorded and that the enzyme was beginning to address. But the pulse continued at the frequency it had maintained across the 1,000 years of the quarantine and the 1,000 years of infection, illuminating nothing in particular and everything at once in the specific blue-green wavelength that the mushroom forest organisms produced, and that the deep water of the mushroom forest's depth carried efficiently, that traveled further at this depth than it would have traveled in shallower water where other wavelengths competed. The pulse reached the creatures of the mushroom forest biome. The crab squids moving through the cap level received it through their electromagnetic biology in the way their electromagnetic biology receives the world, which is through the field rather than through the photon, through the electromagnetic environment as a whole rather than through the specific wavelengths that vision isolates. The bone sharks at the forest's edges received it through whatever sensory systems the bone sharks maintain, which are not fully known and have not been fully described by any research program that has studied them, which remain in the category of things that the ocean knows that no observer has yet learned to ask the right questions about. The light reached everything in the mushroom forest. The light had been reaching everything in the mushroom forest for millions of years, since before the first Architect survey ship entered this star system, since before the Precursor research network was installed on the ocean floor, since before the Kharaa arrived in a research sample and spread through the biomes and changed the specific chemistry of the light, but not the fact of it. The light had been there and had been reaching everything and would be there and would be reaching everything for as long as the mushroom forest's biology maintained the specific bioluminescent chemistry that the light required, which would be for a very long time, which would be for longer than any of the civilizations that had found this world and left it had been keeping records. The kelp forest swayed. The specific rhythm of the creep vine and the kelp in the current that moved through the upper kelp zone. The surface-driven current, see the weather-influenced current, the current that knew the sky even at the depths where the sky was invisible, produced the sway that the kelp forest had always produced, the movement of things that are flexible because the alternative to flexibility in a current is not stability but breakage. The stalkers moved through the sway with their collected fragments. One of them was carrying a piece of the Aurora, had been carrying it since the fragments settled into the kelp zone in the weeks after the crash, had incorporated it into its collection with the same quality of interested acquisition. It applied to everything, had arranged it in the specific way that stalkers arrange their collections, which is not aesthetically and is not randomly and is in a way that no observer has yet characterized accurately, because the characterization would require understanding the stalker's collection behavior at a level of detail that no research program has yet achieved. The fragment was in the stalker's collection, alongside fragments from impacts that preceded the architect arrival by millions of years. The ocean did not distinguish between them. The reefbacks moved through the outer, safe shallows with the slow quality of animals for whom the entire history described tonight is compressed into the background conditions of their existence. The enzyme in the water, the Kharaa in recession, the precursor facilities humming in their emptiness below, the archive transmitting, see the monitoring network continuing its data collection, all of it present as the water around them, as the chemistry of the water and the biological community of the water and the specific quality of the safe shallows at this moment in their long history. The reefbacks moved through it carrying their passenger ecosystems, their passage as unhurried as it had always been, their relationship to the water as unmediated as the relationship of organisms that have been in exactly this water, in the safe shallows of 4546b, for longer than the word ancient can contain. The coral grew, by an amount too small to measure across the timescale of a night, by the amount that coral grows in a single night, which is measurable only across a much longer period, and which is, in any given night, on simply the coral being alive and doing what living coral does, which is to grow. By morning it would be the same coral, occupying the same space, forming the same configurations. By a decade it would be measurably different, the configurations continuing in their current directions, the formations adding material at the rate that the water chemistry and the biological conditions supported. By a century, it would be recognizably the same formations, grown, continuous with what they are tonight. The peepers drifted through it. The gasopod drifted through the middle water, trailing its spores. The light moved through the water in its columns and shafts, in the patterns that had no name in any language that had ever reached this world, that moved with the current in their particular rhythm. See that arrived at the seafloor in the columns and shafts of something so ordinary that the organisms of the safe shallows had entirely ceased to attend to it, entirely ceased to attend to the light that had been arriving in exactly this way for hundreds of millions of years, that would continue to arrive in this way as long as the star above the planet continued to produce the specific energy that the safe shallows biology had always converted into life. The light was there. Everything described in this long account was here, in this water tonight, in the enzyme circulating through the current systems, in the stalker's collections. In the archive, the monitoring network continued to transmit, in the Sea Emperor moving alongside her young in the tank far below, in the ghost leviathans in the lost river beginning their slow recovery, in the lava lakes beating, in the mushroom forest pulsing. All of it was here, in the water, in the biology and the chemistry, and the ongoing processes of a world that had been alive for hundreds of millions of years, and that would be alive for hundreds of millions more. You have been in this water all night. Not literally. You have been wherever you are, in whatever room or bed or space you have settled into for this night, with whatever hour has been keeping you company. In whatever part of the world that shares with 4546b, the condition of being a place in a larger darkness, smaller than the darkness, lit by something. But you have been in the water, in the way that this kind of listening puts you in the water, in the safe shallows with the gasopod and the pale light, in the kelp forest with the green filtered quiet, in the mushroom forest with the blue-green pulse of something that does not need witnesses to continue illuminating. You have been in the blood kelp's cold, and the lost river's luminous dark, and the primary containment facilities hum, and the volcanic warmth of the lava lakes. You have been in the polar ocean with the crystal caves and the snow falling above. You have been in the full history of a world that has been alive for longer than any civilization that has found it has been keeping records. You can stay. There is nothing required of you now. No descent to make, no archive to decode, no cure to find, and no departure to build toward. The descent has been made. The archive has been decoded. The cure is in the water. The departures have happened, and the ocean has absorbed them the way it absorbs everything, and the ocean continues. You can stay in the water. The safe shallows are warm, and the light is the light of morning arriving through the surface in its columns and shafts, and the gasopod is drifting in its unhurried way, and the coral is growing by the amount that coral grows in the time between one breath and the next. The peepers are here. They are minding their own business, as they have always minded their own business, as they will continue to mind their own business across the centuries to come. They are not afraid of you. They have never been afraid of you. They have simply been here in the water, in the formations of coral that the ocean has been growing in this place since before any ship from any civilization entered this star system, and they will be here when you are not. The ocean will be here when you are not. This is not a melancholy fact. It is the fact that makes rest possible, that makes the water safe to drift in, that makes it possible to release the holding that wakefulness requires, and to be held instead, to give the weight of the present moment to something large enough to carry it without noticing the weight, to be in the water the way the peepers are in the water, which is completely, without remainder, in the manner of something that has found the right place and has stopped looking for a different one. 4546b is turning in the light of its star. It has been turning in the light of its star for 4 billion years, and in 4 billion more it will still be turning, the star's light arriving at the surface in the angle that the orbit determines. And the ocean receiving the light and distributing it downward through the safe shallows and into the kelp forest, and failing in the mushroom forest and giving way entirely in the blood kelp, and being replaced by bioluminescence in the lost river and by volcanic light in the lava lakes. The distribution will continue. The ocean will continue to distribute what arrives at its surface downward through its layers, as it has always distributed it, as the layers require. The planet turns, the light arrives, the ocean distributes it, the gasopod drifts through the pale morning water, the spores disperse into the water, into the current, into the biological economy of a world that has been running this economy for hundreds of millions of years without a deficit, that has been converting what the star provides into life across 16 biomes from surface to volcanic core, that has been doing this before any civilization found it, and will be doing this after every civilization that has found it has long since become part of the history that the archive preserves and the ocean carries. The coral grows, the enzyme moves through the water, the Kharaa recedes. The Sea Emperor moves alongside her young in the tank far below, in the warmth of the volcanic zone, in the hum of the systems that have been running for 1,000 years and that will continue to run until someone comes to maintain them, or until the geological timescales that the power systems operate on produce a change in the volcanic activity that powers them, whichever comes first. The archive transmits. The monitoring network collects its data. The ghost leviathans move through the lost river on their ancient routes, translucent and improving, the 1,000 years of infection beginning at the margins to recede. Marguerit Maida is in the polar water, in her base, at home. The crystal caves hold their light. The snow falls on the surface of the polar ocean and is absorbed and becomes the ocean. And in the safe shallows, in the pale morning light that has been arriving at this surface for 4 billion years, in the warm and generous beginning of everything that the ocean built, layer by layer below it, the gasopod drifts, the spores disperse, The light moves through the water in its columns and shafts. The ocean continues. It does not need you to be awake for this. It has never needed anyone to be awake for this. It has been continuing in exactly this way. The gasopod drifting, the light arriving, the coral growing, the enzyme moving through the connected water from the deep to the surface, in exactly this way, in the manner of something that has found its form and that continues in that form, because the form is what it is, because continuing is what an ocean does, because the specific patience of a biological system that has been alive for hundreds of millions of years is not patience at all, but simply the nature of a thing that does not have a reason to stop. You do not have to stay awake. The ocean will be here in the morning. It has always been here in the morning. It will continue to be here in the morning, in the pale light that arrives through the surface and is distributed downward through the columns and shafts, in the gasopod's drift, in the creep vines sway at the kelp forest's edge, in the ancient coral growing by the amount that coral grows while you sleep, in the enzyme in the water and the Kharaa in recession, and the Sea Emperor not alone, and the hum of the systems in the empty corridors that are no longer empty, in all of it, the ocean continues. You can rest